Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome. It's 8:32 p.m. IST. So I have been waiting for the participants. I think we have reached it. Yeah. So before I start the session, guys, can I get a quick confirmation from every one of you? Are you able to hear me properly? Is my voice clear to all
Yes,
of you? Wonderful.
yes, sir.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for the
Yes, sir.
confirmation. Yeah. All of you are able to see my screen? Currently, I'm on my notepad.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. Perfect. Okay, guys. So, Um, as all of you know, today is going to be a simple demo session about SAS, like what is SAS, why we need to use it, what are the benefits of learning SAS, what are the various applications where SAS is involved. So these are the stuff that we are going to discuss. We don't go too much technical today, right? But we will go with most of the times we'll discuss about the use cases, the nature of the task that we deal with the SAS, and the basic stuff, I mean to say, right? So before I start with anything, let me introduce myself. My name is Murali. My full name is Murali Krishna Tanali. You can prefer to call me as Murali. I have around 14 years of experience in IT. I can say not completely into IT. I can say 3 years of experience into uh, teaching. I can say I started my career as a teacher. I can say engineering college lecturer. And then I have 12, around 11 point something, I can say 11 years of experience into IT, and all these 11 years of experience into SAS itself. I started my career with Amazon. My first company is Amazon. Then I moved to United Health Group, and followed by I worked with Capgemini, followed by I moved with JP Morgan and Chase, and currently I'm working for DBS, Development Bank of Singapore. So this is a brief profile about me, right? So you can see that during my entire tenure of this 11 years, I worked with the retail industry, I worked with healthcare, I worked with collateral, and these two are into banking industries. So just I want to say that I have worked with various industries, and all these industries are using SAS, right? Now, this is very brief introduction about me. So as we keep progressing, we'll come to know more about each one of us, right? My primary objective of going with this introduction is I want to know about you guys, but I don't need much of your personal information. I don't need your educational background, nothing I required. All I need is just one thing, that is why SAS. So every batch, or I can say that whomever I interact with regards to SAS, I always go ahead with this particular question: why SAS? Why you want to learn SAS, or why you prefer to learn SAS when you have n number of technologies or n number of programming languages, or you have your DevOps, or you have your testing things, right? There are n number of things. Why you prefer to choose SAS? That's the first thing, right? So I need answers from every one of you, right? I need answers from every one of you, and I would like to hear from all of you guys why SAS, right? So let's go one by one. I could see some messages. Mahendra, I think you lost your connection. Oh,
Yeah, actually, I got it back now. Thanks.
yeah, perfect. Okay, okay, all right. So let's go one after other, guys. So I just want to learn. I just want to hear from you why you prefer to learn SAS, because if the objective is clear, right? If the motive is clear, then it is very easy to learn this, right? So can I start with Anita, because I can see Anita here. So I'm just going with alphabetical order, whatever the way it is displaying here. Anita, why you want to learn SAS? What motivated you to learn SAS?
So before I worked as a QA officer in pharma industry.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
want to
you,
be a software.
mm-hmm. Right. So if you were into pharma, so you want to move from operations to IT. That's the primary motive for you to learn SAS. Wonderful. For pharma, it is pretty clear. Cool. Wonderful. So I have Chiru, who's next to Anita. So Chiru, may I know like why you want to learn SAS?
I am interested for teaching field, but in the situation low income.
Okay. So teaching
So
side,
I
you want to move to IT. Yeah, yeah. You're into
yes,
teaching and you want to move to IT and you prefer to SAS. So here is a pretty interesting thing. I know there are so many things. Why SAS again? Any specific reason, Chiru?
hello.
Chiru, any specific reason why SAS?
A specific reason is I'm interesting is the data analyst.
Wonderful.
Uh,
Hmm. So you are interested in data analytics. So you have chosen SAS. Okay, cool, perfect. Thank you. I can see Haider as the next one. Haider, sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly. So could you please go ahead and let me know why you want to learn SAS? What's your motto?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So actually, I wanted to select opt for SAS because I did a course related to data language. You can see SQL. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually a professional banker. I'm working in a bank right now
Mm-hmm.
as an underwriter, and I wanted to change my field towards IT.
Perfect.
So
Yeah.
as I found that SAS is very popular nowadays, and it
Mm-hmm.
has a good scope for future. So that's why I selected SAS for my career.
Wonderful. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. So you're a professional banker and you want to move to IT. That's the reason you're into SAS now.
Yes,
You'd
sir.
like to go with the SAS. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. I
Yeah.
don't know who is this. I can see Mac. Someone named with Mac. You know, like,
Hello.
yeah, yeah,
Sir, can you hear me?
yeah, I can.
Sir, my name is Hasmi.
Sorry.
Hasmi. Hasmy.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So why
Yeah.
I prefer SAS is I worked with clinical trials as quality assurance for a period of 2 years in
Mm-hmm.
Hyderabad,
Mm-hmm.
and I found that it's good for my career. And also, I worked as a documentation executive there.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister, she is working in Cycle as senior statistical programmer.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw her SAS skills and how she is using that programming and all,
Mm-hmm.
I thought I can also move into that same career. So that's why I chose this.
Pretty much understandable. Wonderful. Glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hasmi. Thank you. I can see Mahendra. Mahendra, can I?
Yeah. Basically, I'm working as an engineer, and I
Mm-hmm.
worked in a pharmaceutical as well as chemical industry.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm trying to move into the IT, and
Mm-hmm.
I believe the SAS does not require much of experience in terms of
Mm-hmm.
IT skills.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to change my career path.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely clear. Thank you. Thanks, Mahendra. Srikanth? Srikanth, can you unmute yourself and let us know why you want to learn SAS? Fine. I think Srinivas might be away. Oh, sorry, Srikanth might be away. Srinivas, can you go ahead?
Yeah, hi. Actually, my name is Tulasi.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Tulasi.
Yeah, I'm into pharma for the past 3 years and have experience in quality assurance department.
Mm-hmm.
So I have some of my friends into like they're working as a SAS programmer. So after seeing them, that so I also got interested in SAS, and so I thought of moving into the SAS as a SAS
Wonderful.
programmer.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm glad you mentioned the name SAS Programmer. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Srikanth. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Shrikant, please go ahead.
Hi. I finished my bachelor's in pharmacy and master's in toxicology.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to change my study stream. I think SAS is very relevant to pharmacy and toxicology, where we can use in the clinical research organization. Yeah. So I want to, and my friend also suggested me, like he's working as a SAS programmer from past 10 years. So he suggested me to learn that, where I can also learn him through him practically. So that's why I choose SAS.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Partha.
Hey, Murali. Good evening.
Good evening.
I joined the session to collect information from my wife. Her name is Subhashri. Right now, she's working as a teacher. Relocated in US. So she has relevant experience in data analytics, and also she did a master's in biochemistry. And now she's actually working towards change her career in IT. So I joined the session because of office hours. She couldn't able to join. I joined, for 30 minutes to collect the information for her. So we're looking forward to, join this
Perfectly
course.
fine. Yeah, perfectly fine. I'm totally understandable. Wonderful. She's already into data. Cool. Thanks, Partha. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Usha. Last but not the least, Usha, please go ahead.
Hi Murli, this is Isha. Nice to see you back. Actually, I attended 1 or 2 classes, and then later on, I think that batch was not continued, so I also took a break, and then I came back now. Yeah.
I remember you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
So I work in the pharmaceutical industry as a quality control lead for documentation and reporting. So the same way, I want to add the SAS to my career, which will help more. As everyone said, it's a relevant, and then to increase. I mean, like the next level for the next levels. Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Except I can say, like, except 1 or 2, most of you are into pharma or somewhere related to QA or somewhere related to data, right? That's a good thing. So the ones who are not into QA or pharma or data, no worries, guys. SAS is pretty easy to pick up. SAS is one of the easiest technologies to learn and to become expertise, right? Anyways, I'll give more details about it. Okay, first of all, guys, today I don't take much of your time, going ahead and showing like how SAS Enterprise Guide or how PC SAS or how SAS Studio, to say what are the various SAS tools are there, how they look like, how the look and feel. I don't go into that stuff at all. Today I don't go into that stuff at all, because I know your objectives are pretty much clear. Most of you, I can say, are into the different domains or into the different industries, but the ultimate goal is every one of you want to move to IT. A simple thing, right? You're looking for a platform and you're looking for a starting point to kickstart your career into IT. That's very, 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 very good thing too, right? I'm really glad you are all here. Okay, let's start with, some of the basic stuff. Guys, the most sorry, Srikant, you want to say something?
No, nothing.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Right. The most important aspect in the current world, the most important concept now is data. I can say that I can treat this in multiple ways. Number 1, data is everything. Or I can say that data is the most expensive thing in the world now. You might be surprised to see this particular statement from me, but the fact is data is all about. So we all, or I can simply say that the entire world is revolving around the data. Data is such crucial thing. When it comes to data, everywhere there are 3 things. Number 1, define and collect your data. First thing, that is, you cannot treat everything as a data. If I want to give a simple definition for the data, I'll say that any fact that can be recorded. Any fact that can be recorded will be called it as data. Recorded in the sense stored, right? I cannot consider fictitious information as a data. Only a real world, only the real things can be considered as a data. So the first part is going to be the data will be in any form, that can be in any form, irrespective of whatever the nature of the data it is. It can be in any form. The first thing is you should be able to systematically collect your data and should be able to store somewhere for the future reference. Or if you want to perform anything on the data, the very first step is you should be able to collect and should be able to define your data. That is my first step. Correct? Once I have my data ready, let's say that it's a raw data. The meaning is the data as is. Whatever the data it is, the data as is I have connected. Now the question is, whatever the data that I have collected, I should be able to work on that data. I should be able to clean the data, means I want to keep only the things which are related to me. I don't want all the unrelated stuff. I want to clean the data. I want to cleanse the data, and I want to keep only the data that is required for me. Then I should be able to transform the data. I'll give you the examples for everything. First, I'm just going in a theoretical way. Then I'll try to link all this, whatever I'm trying to say here, I'll link with this with the real-time examples. Okay. First, I should be able to collect and define my data. Number two, once I define my data, I should be able to work on the data. If I want to work on that, I should be able to classify what is relevant to me, what is not relevant to me. Once I'm able to fix what is relevant data to me, I should be able to transform the data in a way I want. Correct? Once I'm able to do all this, I should be able to store, or I should be able to report my data in any way I want. That is, either I can store this data in a way I want, or I can share this particular data to some of the likely minded people, or I can share this particular data to my customers or end users to whom it is really important. To them, I should be able to deliver that either by storing into a table or by generating some reports. So three aspects I have talked. Number one, collect your data. Number two, clean your data, transform your data, apply all your logics, finalize your final output. Once your output is ready, right, report it or load it. Internally, there is one more advanced step, and that advanced step is nothing but analysis. Meaning, whatever the final data you have, you should be able to analyze the data, and you should be able to produce some meaningful information from that, right? If your data that you're talking about is going to be a problem statement for you, right, that is the one that you would like to work, your analysis should be able to provide a solution for your given problem. That is, if data is a problem for you, your analysis should be able to provide a solution to that. If I'm able to do that, then I can say that this entire thing, these four steps, are going to form an application to me. Let's talk about any application and try to relate this, right? Let's talk about any of the application, right? So let's start. For an example, guys, I try to pick up the examples on and around us, right? So we all know, let's say, because I started my work with Amazon, so I always interested to give some meaningful examples with Amazon, because we all do online shopping, correct? So let's target about retail market first. Let's say, guys, currently, big billion days are happening in Flipkart. Amazon, Republic sale is happening in the Amazon, correct? Republic Day sale is happening in the Amazon. From today onwards, it started, to be frank, in India, correct? It started as your, exclusively for the Prime members. For an example, guys, how do you, okay, let me know, like, how Amazon is sending mails or messages to you. Meaning, for these big billion days, for this Amazon, January 26th sale, you keep on receiving mails from the Amazon. Once you are an Amazon customer, you keep receiving emails, correct? What kind of emails you receive generally? Okay, let me go with my case. So I'm receiving emails related to diapers. You might be surprised, but true. Number 2, baby care products, right? And number 3, I'm receiving lots and lots of mails related to headsets and cameras, DSLR cameras. So related to these 4 items, I'm continuously receiving the mails from past 1 week. Right? Whereas my friend, let's say that one of my close friend is there, he's also a Prime member, and he also want to go with, he also a member of Amazon member, Prime member, but for him, he is receiving more emails about 55-inch TVs, and he also receiving more information about Echo products. That is nothing but Amazon Echo Dot, Amazon your Alexa, these kind of products. We both are Amazon customers only, right? But for me, these are the product promotions that I'm getting. Let's say that there's a 55% off on the diapers, Mama Earth products, buy one get one free, boat headsets 55% off, DSLR cameras. Let's say there is a camera called Canon EOS 1500D, which is available for 25,000 today, only for the Prime customers. I'm getting these emails. But when it comes to my friend, is getting more emails about Amazon Alexa related products and the 55-inch TVs. Can someone tell me why? We both are Amazon customers only. We both are, the Amazon is going to be common for everyone, correct? There is going to be the same site. There is going to be the same database. Everything remains going to be the same. He and me will look at the same product. But can someone tell me why I'm receiving mails related to this and why he is relating mails related to these products? Anyone?
The search.
I think it's related to previous purchase history.
Exactly. Search. So 2 answers I can go with. Number 1, search. That is what I am searching on the Amazon. Correct?
Past experiences, past
exactly.
shopping.
Exactly. Correct. Hi there. You are right. So past whatever the products that I have purchased from Amazon, what are the various products that I am looking into, right? And also, as someone mentioned, my purchase history. 3 things, right? I may purchase something related to the baby products, so I'm keep getting related to things. I may look for a headset. I haven't purchased, but I'm continuously looking for the headsets in Amazon, right? I haven't purchased any headsets. I haven't purchased any DSLR cameras, but I have added few of the items into my, to-do list or my interest list. So what Amazon is trying to do for each customer, they are doing customer analytics. What is that? What is the customer actually purchasing from me? So he keep on purchasing baby related products. So he might be having a baby, right? So his needs will be more towards baby care products. Among that, he is more interested in the diapers. So I can give promotions related to the baby products and diapers, and I can encourage that customer to purchase more products from me because I keep on giving more offers to him in this area. If I give, let's say to Murali, if they give 55 inches TV offers, I don't look into that because I'm not interested in that anyways, because my search history is not telling that, my purchase history is also not telling that. So what is my data here? My data is personal interest, correct? For Amazon, the data here is not Murali. What is Murali would like to purchase? What is Murali purchase history? Behavior analysis. They analyze my behavior. They also take the help from social networking. They also look for, let's say, for this particular, because we always go with email, we always go with the mobile number in Amazon, correct? So for this particular email, for this particular mobile number, is there any social networking account? It might be Instagram, it might be Facebook, it might be anything. So what his interest is there, he is following more pages related to, let's say, that photography, then I'll give more promotion to him related to DSLRs. If his interest is, let's say that in Facebook, he's following more pages related to the cooking, then I can give more promotions related to the cookware, right? Let's say his interest is more towards, looking for, something, let's say music kind of stuff. I'll encourage him to go with more of Amazon Prime Music or subscriptions. So I also take the help, from social networking related to this particular phone number or related to this particular email. So on a whole, what is my data here? My data is his interest, his behavior. I do the behavior analytics, and based on that, I will give the promotions. Correct? So what I have to collect now? Purchase history I have to collect. His search history I have to collect. His Google history I have to collect. Correct? What is searching in Google? What is searching in the social networking? What is searching in the various e-commerce sites? That is my information. That is nothing but collecting the information, right? After collecting the information, I need to segregate them. Out of 100 products he searched in the last 10 days, right? If I group those products into the categories, in which category he purchased more, in which category he shown the interest, those categories I'm going to group. Based on that, I'm going to send a report. I'm going to prepare a report. So I transform the data, I clean the data. Let's say that out of 100 products, 60 products related to the baby products, around 20 products related to headset, around 20 products, around 5 products he went with the DSLRs. So only one product related to cookware, only one product related to the music or something. These two are outliers to me. He's not that interested. Maybe through the promotion he might have searched it. His interest is not towards them. His interest is more towards these four. Correct? So I'm able to work on the collected data. I'm able to clean or regroup the data in a way I want. I'm able to transform the data in a way I want. I'm able to generate the counts. Baby coil 60, headset 15, DSLR 5, remaining 1, 2, 3, like that. Then I should be able to prepare the data, and based on that particular data, I will provide the promotions to him. So you understand like how the data is playing a role in your retail industry. So can you imagine your life? Maybe it is going to be a hypothetical statement, but still it is going to be true. Can you imagine a life without an online purchase or without online shopping nowadays, especially during this pandemic? Not at all. We are addicted to it, or we are dependent on it, right? Addicted is going to be towards for the luxury products, but dependent is going to be for the basic products. Correct? You prefer to go with Amazon pantry rather than going with the supermarket. Correct or not? Maybe hypothetical for some people, but it's going to be the truth. Correct? So now you can understand how data is going to play a role in your data analytics. Correct? Now let's move to the banking, because I can see some professional bankers here. So what are the main products, or I can say that what are going to be the main profitable areas in the banking? Can I say, okay, before I go with the banking products, all of you are able to relate these 4 factors with respect to retail industry? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Is that making sense? First of all, what I'm talking here, is that making sense?
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any questions here? Yeah. Any questions here, guys? Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Let's go with the banking products. Sorry, please bear with my cough. What do you think? The profitable things for bankers. Can I say loans? I'm just going with some of the products. Sorry about it. Loans. Can I say mortgage? I can say cards. I can say insurance and investments. Correct? These are the various areas where bankers will get a lot of profit. Correct? Maybe for some of us, maybe investments, maybe it's going to be a little deviated topic. Insurance also a deviated topic. Mortgage also a deviated topic. But loans and cards, every one of us are familiar. Correct? every one of us either have your, one or more credit cards. Every one of us will have, either of the personal loan or of the, educational loan or of the home loan, or might be something. I'm not talking about someone who is, I can say that too rich for not going with the loans. I'm not talking about those, but in general, any one of us will be having any one of the loan associated with us or cards associated with that. That is the most common stuff, correct? So I'll be concentrating more on these two areas. Let's say, guys, I have applied for a loan. Now, once I apply for the loan, let's say that I just have applied for the loan, I'm just going with one of the, main banks in India. Let's say I'm just going with HDFC, right? Or just go with ICICI or any preferable bank of your choice. Once I go to the the website and I can see apply loan there, I can fill all those details and I complete my application and I have submitted it. How banks will approve? They will not approve just like that, right? What they need, can I say, they need first thing your CIBIL record, correct, in India. So what is your CIBIL record? I can say that. So every financial stuff related to your PAN or every financial thing which is related to your SSN, how many loans already you have, how many cards you have, how many bank accounts you have, what is your payment history, how frequently you are paying your EMIs on time, how many times you have missed it, are you a defaulter, are you a fraudster, correct? Every piece of information about you, I need it. First thing I'm going to do is I'll get a CIBIL score. We are going to generate a CIBIL score and we are going to see whether you are having at least, if it is not going to be the best score, at least do you have the enough score to go with the loan approval or not. Let's say that you are a potential customer, you have enough CIBIL score. What's the next step? Let's say I may be somewhere, let's say I'm in Indonesia, just I'm telling you, let's say I'm staying in Indonesia, right? And I can generate all the reports which are my, let's say 3 months back I moved to Indonesia. Just I'm telling you the hypothetical situation. Before I moved to Indonesia, I have all the accounts and everything related to India, right? My bank cards, everything will be related to India. My track record is good. My purchase records are good. Everything is good. But I want to make fraud for the first time. That's the reason I moved to Indonesia, right? From there, I started applying everything. Maybe I can use a VPN. I can do every fraudster things, and I have applied for the loan. How banks will analyze, or how bank will come to know that? Let's say that I say that I want to purchase a home. For that, I'm applying this loan, home loan. How they validate whether you are staying in that particular area or not? Anyone? Because I'm saying that I'm in Hyderabad, I want to purchase a flat in Hyderabad. How do they come to know that you're actually from the Hyderabad? How do they validate your physical address? Anyone? Guys, any light you can put it on? All right, let me go. Guys,
right now with the Aadhaar card, they can
other bill payments maybe, like that person is already using any facility, like he's paying or not, is he still paying bills, if I'm not wrong?
Okay, let me go with both of your answers. Number one, so Usha said that Aadhaar card. Yeah, Aadhaar card will tell you, it will give you our address that most of the times it is going to be a permanent address. Let's say that I'm staying in Hyderabad. Let's say my permanent address is Nellore. So I took my Aadhaar card at Nellore. So my address will say that I'm from Nellore, right? So you can validate your Aadhaar number, your phone number, your PAN number related to your Aadhaar. These three you can validate here. But my physical address, you cannot validate. Correct? Physical address, let's say that I have given my present address. One of the way of identifying is generally when you apply a loan, a third-party person will come to your home, like whatever the address you have given. There, they will inquire about how many years you are staying there. They will also inquire about your neighbors. Correct? This is one way. So the other person said that we also go with the purchase history or payment history. I can pay from anywhere. let's say I'm in Indonesia, so I can simply pay online, right? Let's say all my EMIs from my bank, I can do it. So no bank can validate my physical address based on my payment history. Correct? They can do one thing that is personal. That is a third party person can come and I can do it. But there also a catch, because I want to make a fraud. So when I want to make a fraud, let's say that I have given my friend address there. I mention him that, hey, there is a third party person or someone will come for the inquiry. When they come for the inquiry, you can manage it. So your friend will manage for you. He will say that, yes, this particular person is available. Or he will say that I am that particular person. I am staying here for the past 2 years. Deal, right? But how accurately you can do it? Nowadays, if you see, when you apply for a loan, no one is coming to your home. Most of the banks will not send any person, but still they validate whether you are in that area or not. You know how? They're using Google. They're depending on Google. You might be surprised how Google will be, or you might be surprised there is another one. One is Google. The other person is going to be your telecom provider. That is your mobile network provider. Let's say I belongs to Airtel. So one of the smart way of doing is, let's say whatever the number I have given, the number, my primary contact number, because it is associated with your Aadhaar, it is associated with your PAN number, right? So they will validate saying that this particular person, whoever is using this guy, who, let's say he has given, he belongs to Kondapur, Hyderabad. That is his physical address. So the tower which is related to the Airtel tower in Kondapur, if your signal is associated with that particular tower for more than 8 hours in a day, because you definitely sleep in your own home, you go to office, you roam somewhere, you go anywhere, but end of the day you come to your home, correct? So at least they are going to check a pattern. At least if you belongs to that particular tower, if your mobile signal belongs to that particular tower for more than 6 hours, they'll confirm that you are into that particular area. This is one of the smart way of reaching your telecom provider and do that. Second, they also check Google. That is, every mobile phone that you are using, you always, if you go to your settings, your location will be on, correct? Generally, your location will be on. You also give a permission to Google to track your location. So Google is going to give you, let's say in past 10 days, what was your location, to what and all the areas you have moved. These two information will be available. They also go with your headset, mobile headset, based on the IMEI number. Also, they can track where exactly your mobile is. So these are the three smart ways of identifying my potential customer, and I can put all the validations on the details that I have provided, that is validations, and finally I can approve his loan, or I can either approve or reject his loan. Correct? So what and all I'm doing here? Go back. I'm collecting his information. That is, either I'm reaching to Sybil, or I'm going with the telecom provider, or I'm going with the Google. I'm collecting his information. After collecting the information, I'm taking all the relevant fields. I'm applying my logics. What are my logics? His Sybil score should be more than 750, right? So the duration of his network should be minimum of 6 hours. The range, the radius within his home area, let's say that he belongs to Kondapur, he should not go out of the Kondapur over, let's say, 100 kilometers of the radius, right? These are all my algorithms. That is my transformation. After that, I'll prepare a report. Yes, I have 10 checks. Out of the 10 checks, he's able to put, I'm getting validation for the 8 checks. 8 checks looks normal for me. Approve my loan or reject the loan. So now you understand how banking is going to do. Can I apply the same logic even for the cards? Pretty much same, right? So everywhere, what is exactly happening? Collect the data, right? Clean your data. Number 3, load or prepare your data, report your data. Am I correct? Is this what we are doing? Hey guys, just give me a moment. Hey Bhagya, I just see you have joined. I'm actually going with one of the demo for the new batch. If you want, you can continue, or you can join by 9:30. Anything is okay. Just I want to inform you. Bhagya, you can hear me, right? Okay, fine guys, not an issue. So guys, all of you are able to relate now how banking industry is related to these four. I can extend this to healthcare. I can also go with healthcare for the same. Guys, just give me a moment. Hey, Bhagya, I just want to inform you, Bhagya, I'm on the other demo. I can see just now you have joined. Can you rejoin by 9:30 if you're okay? Or if you want to continue the demo, I'm absolutely okay. It's up to you. Okay, perfect. Cool. All right, let's apply the same to healthcare, guys. Because we are on the same bridge where the new other batch, which is supposed to close, which is supposed to end in another 2 days. So they have, the class by 9:30, but they are a little early. That's fine. So healthcare. So how about healthcare, guys? Anyone have any idea how the data collection or what kind of data we go with healthcare? Anyone? I have plenty of people who belongs to pharma here. Can you guys tell me?
A clinical trial data, sir.
Okay.
Case
Remember,
reports.
clinical trials is entirely different from healthcare. Both of them are two different industries. Okay, let me go with that. Healthcare,
Patient health reports.
Patient health reports, kind of I can take. Yes, I can take kind of. Again, that will comes under clinical. So when it comes to healthcare, it's mostly about the claims. So how healthcare industry works, anyone have an idea? Can I say that you go to hospital, right? You have your insurance with, exactly. You have your healthcare insurance. You won't pay there. You just pay only your co-pay money, right? Remaining everything, your doctor or your hospital will send a claim to the insurance company. Insurance company is going to clear that particular claim for you, correct? So you purchase a claim, you purchase your insurance from the insurance company. You are going to pay premium for that every month basis or half yearly basis or yearly basis. When you get hospitalized, when you are more than 24 hours, you are hospitalized, you are eligible for the claim. So your hospital is going to raise a claim behalf of you. Your insurance company is going to approve that particular claim, correct? A simple process. But why analysis is required here? Whatever the claim that is raised by your hospital, right, that may be a genuine claim or that may be a fraud claim. How? Let's say, I'm just telling you, some X person is hospitalized, or let's say that Murali is hospitalized. I went to hospital saying that, hey, I'm having too much of headache. So from past 2 days, my head is bursting. I'm not able to control. That's the reason I come to the hospital. Or I can say that not even 2 days. I'm feeling too much of headache. I just went to the hospital. So my doctor diagnosed my issue. He had given me some medicine. He said that this is the issue. This is the procedure I have performed. You are going to get it, in another 1 hour, you feel better. You just continue this medication for 2 days. Everything is going to be normal, right? So he have done some diagnosis. He have mentioned me what are the various procedures he have done, and he prescribed some medicines. Done. After that, what he is going to do? He's going to generate a claim. He's going to send a claim to the insurance company. While he's sending this particular claim to the insurance company, he said that, hey, for this particular patient, I have given treatment for headache and heart attack. Is this possible, guys? I may have, I may felt heart attack also. I may experience heart attack also. I might went for the hospital with heart attack also. But any doctor will treat these two diseases together. Which one is going to be the high priority? If I say that, I have some issues with the heart, or there is too much of pain in the heart, the first thing he's going to do is he only take care of this, correct? Or let's say that he mentioned that I have provided treatment for him for headache and from some gynec related stuff. Possible? Not at all, right? I'm trying to bring up a scenario where two entirely different to entirely different diseases are not possible. Correct? These two procedure codes are not at all possible. If any doctor raises a claim saying that he have given treatment for the same patient on the same day for these two procedures, absolutely will not make any sense. Correct? This is going to be a fraud claim. Am I correct or not? So one of the way is I collect his data. I'm collecting all the data, diagnosis, what procedure, what is the patient name, what is the doc, who is the doctor, which hospital he did this. All this is my data collection. What is second? What and all these combinations are not feasible. I know that list of procedures codes, combination of these procedure codes is no way possible. If any claim I get, I'll analyze that. I straight away reject that because these claims are not possible. These claims are fraud claims. Are. Let's say I went to hospital for something called, knee pain. Right? One doctor said that he did some knee replacement. For the knee replacement, he charged, let's say, $3,000. I'm just telling. There is another doctor. He said that he was able to do this for 500. There is another doctor, 2,800. There is another doctor, 2,500. Right? There is another doctor. He said that 5,000. What I can say from here? Out of these 5, any observations you can make here? Can I say this one and this one? These two are outliers, right? 3,000, 2,800, 2,500, pretty much near. More or less all of them are paying the same. Let's say that this is going to be a normal hospital. This is going to be a medium level hospital. Let's say that this is going to be a super specialty hospital. But no one is going to make double the charge. No one is going to make, a 1/4 of the charge. So I can say that by comparing the doctors of same range or by comparing the hospitals of the same range, when the amounts are pretty much, either below the limit or above the limit, I can say that these claims are not genuine claims. Am I correct? So I'm collecting the information. I'm working on that particular data. I'm transforming that particular data. And finally, I'm making a report. Based on the report, either I'm rejecting them or approving them. Am I correct, guys? Can I say the same will be applicable to your clinical trials? You're going to get a set of patients' data. You're going to get all their clinical reports. You're going to do some randomizations. You're going to apply some ANOVAs there. You're going to apply some predictive methodologies there. And you're going to finally make some meaningful decisions. Correct? On a whole, everywhere, whatever the industry you take, at the end of the day, you're going to do these 4 things. Am I correct? All of you accept that? All of you accept that? Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Now the thing is, to do this, you require data analyst, or you can say the data engineer, who is going to collect the data, who is going to transform the data, who is going to clean the data. You require data analyst to analyze your data, to transform your data, to load your data. You require your machine learning engineers or machine learning experts to perform future analysis, either to predict the data or to go with your regression analysis, or you can go ahead with your predictive analysis, or you can go with your ANOVA, or you can go with your logistical analysis. Various analysis you can do. You can train your machine to make the meaningful insights to reduce your manual intervention. You also require, here I can say, ETL experts to construct your ETLs, extract, transform, and load. We can discuss this later, right? And you can also, to analyze your purchase history, to do your behavior analysis, to go with your other details, you require artificial intelligence engineers or artificial intelligence engineering team. Correct? If you're looking, let's say that data engineers, you can go with various tools. Let's say you can go with SAS, you can go with Python, you can go with R, you can go with your simple SQL. There are so many. Data analysts to analyze the data. Again, I can go with R, I can do with SQL, I can go with SPSS, I can go with SAS. There are so many again. To construct the ETLs, same. I can go with SPSS, I can go with your data stage. There are so many tools again. If I want to go with ML, no end for it. I can start with simple tools like Spark. I can go with your Kafka. I can go with your Python for machine learning. I can go with R for machine learning, or I can do for the data loading purpose. I can go with Hive, Impala, Pig. This is for your big data, correct? For artificial intelligence, again, I have OpenCV, I have my Python, I have Flask. So many things are there. But if I'm looking for some technology which is able to fulfill all these things, that is, you should be able to construct an ETL, you should be able to collect and cleanse the data, you should be able to report and load the data, you should be able to do analyzing the data, you should be able to do machine learning, you should be able to do artificial intelligence. If you're looking for a single framework which is able to do all this, which is nothing but your SAS. SAS is capable of doing data engineering, data analysis, construction of ETLs, implementing machine learning, and also can go with the artificial intelligence. So if you're looking for a single point of contact or a single framework which should be able to do all these works, which is nothing but your statistical analysis software or statistical analysis system, which is nothing but your SAS. Now you can make sense why you're learning SAS now. You're learning a tool or you're learning a framework which should be able to do everything which is related to data, right? So that's why we are here. That's why we are learning SAS. Questions? As I said, I'm not going with the technical details of SAS. That we can start with our regular classes, right? So I'm just trying to explain you the impact or the importance of SAS in the real-time world. Because you can see now, SAS is everywhere, right? So you can start with the basic engineer, then you can go become an analyst, then you can become an ETL expert, then you can go as a machine learning expert, then you can become a artificial intelligence guy. It's all about how proficient you are with the SAS. If you increase your expertise level, you can start here and you can end your career here. Endless opportunities, right? Remember guys, SAS remains going to be the same, either you're working in retail or you're working in banking or you're working in healthcare or you're working in healthcare, clinical trials. Anywhere SAS remains going to be the same. There is no differentiation at all. SAS software is SAS software. How you are using, where you are using is going to be different. If you're using in banking, the procedures related to the banking we are going to use. If it is going to be healthcare, healthcare SAS. If it is going to be clinical, clinical SAS. If it is going to be retail, retail SAS. That's the only difference, right? All of you are clear with SAS now? Why SAS? Any questions related to this? Okay, wonderful.
Sir,
Let's see. Okay.
sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, please.
Basic requirement for SAS software is for systems.
Okay. Basic requirement for SAS is nothing. I can say that you don't need to have any programming proficiency. You don't need to have any logarithmic, or I can say that you should not be good with algorithms. I can say that the only.
I mean, system configurations.
Okay, you want to go with the configurations. If you have a 4 GB of the RAM, minimum 4 GB of the RAM, any of Windows except XP, even if you want to go with XP, I can provide the software for that. But for the better performance, I can say that any operating
Windows 7.
wonderful.
Windows 7.
Windows 7, Windows 8.1 are, yeah, Windows 7 will absolutely go good. Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 8.1, all these three works wonderful, right? Minimum 4 GB of the RAM, 10 GB of the hard disk, 10 GB of the space in the hard disk, and your basic operating system. Any operating system other than XP. If you want XP, I can go with SAS 9, older version. That's the requirement part. I can help you with that. Don't worry. Okay. Now let me tell you why Eduemasters. Why you have to learn here. Remember, guys, the course is designed in such a way that it is going to be minimum of 2.5 months to 3 months of the course. It is going to be 45 to 60 hours of the class. It will go with a span of which includes 2 mini projects, 2 main projects, right? Then you're going to have total of 2.5 months to 3 months of the class. We are going to have the daily basis class. Most of the examples that I'm going to explain in the class will go on the go. That is nothing but I'm going to prepare the data in front of you related to that particular topic. All the projects that we are going to do, even the mini projects that we are going to do, all of them are going to be real-time data, but mock data. That is, we should not expose the real data, so we just mock the data in the way we want. Then, coming to the software, we are going to provide the premium software. The meaning of premium software is, let's say we are the latest version of SAS is SAS 9.4. The latest version, SAS 9.4 M6. I'll provide three things to you. Number one, this is SAS Enterprise Guide, one of the tool for SAS. I'll also provide PC SAS, SAS 9.4, the latest version. You don't need to change the date. You don't need to change anything. You can use as is because it is the most updated version we have. If you are interested to go with SAS Studio, yes, SAS Studio is there. All the 3 tools which we use in the real time, all the 3 we are going to provide. We are going to provide all the premium books. I can say that the latest books which are related to the SAS, we are going to provide that. Premium books, I can say that. All right, you can see. I'm going to share that. A very premium, most recent books, the latest books that we are going to provide. In addition to that, everyday class recording will be sent to you. They will be uploaded in a Google Drive. You have access to that. You can download it at any point of time. It's up to you. Everyday class running notes we are going to send. Let me show you the running notes, how it is going to be. Whatever we discuss in the class, in addition to the other things, we are going to provide that, right? Hey, Himavamsi, can you wait for a while? I'm just doing the demo for the new batch, so kindly be on the mute. We will start our session in another 5 minutes, okay? Let me show you what are the various things that we are going to do here. So this is going to be the running notes, guys. Let's say this is the batch. So module wise, every day and for every module, whatever the class notes is there, the class notes will be shared with you, right? In addition to the projects, we are going to share it. We are going to share the assignments as well, right? So this is going to be the reason, or this is going to be something that we are going to do for everyone. So every day class notes will be shared. Every day the class recording will be shared. And third thing, all the reference books which are related to that particular topic or that particular the module will be shared with you. Premium software will be provided with you. SAS is not a free software. It is an expensive software, but you're going to get it for free of cost from our team. So these are the 4 things that we are going to provide, and you're going to work on 2 mini projects and you're going to work on 2 main projects. Questions, please. Any questions which are related to you, let me know.
So 2 mini projects, 2 main projects is enough for learning.
Sorry?
2 mini projects is enough for learning practically.
I'm giving 2 mini projects and 2 main projects. Mini projects to make you comfortable to work on the main projects, right? 2 mini projects in the sense the data is low, the criticality of the task will be not complex. Main projects, you're going to have the full criticality. All right, that's the meaning. 2 mini projects and 2 main projects. And also at the end of each topic, that is at the end of each module, you also have the assignment. Let's say, let me show that to you. Let's say I completed one of the module number 1. Immediately I'm going to send an assignment. That assignment you guys need to complete. If you're not able to complete, I'll explain. Again, I'll do the same for the module 2, module 3, module 4. For each and every module, I'm going to have the assignments as well. Clear?
Okay.
Any questions, guys?
So what's the timing? Is it the same timing or?
Timing part, I just coordinate with Balu sir, the one who initiated this meeting. Just have a word with him so he can guide you. Balu sir will guide you.
I have one more doubt. This will cover the clinical SAS also, right?
Right. Let me tell you, as I mentioned before, there is no difference between SAS in various domains. Everywhere the SAS remains going to be the same. You can Google it, or you can go to the SAS website itself, www.sas.com. You don't find a separate thing for clinical SAS, right? Why people will call it as a clinical SAS means clinical SAS requires domain knowledge, right? But the domain knowledge will be provided to you. So first we complete the base SAS as well as advanced SAS. Whoever is interested in the clinical domain, we are going to have another 15 days of the session for them to cover all the clinical topics. Yes, it is there, right? That is clinical domain topics. That is clinical domain topics. Make sure those are clinical domain topics. Those are not SAS topics. Those are clinical domain topics.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And what would be the fee structure?
You can talk with Bolisa because he will be taking care of the entire administrative kind of stuff. I'm here only for, you know, what to say, technical stuff, or I can say that, you know, SAS. Anything related to SAS, you can ask me. Anything related to the timings or anything related to the fee structure or other things, Bolisa will take care.
So there's a question here. We will be installing the SAS by ourselves, right? You'll share the software on Google, I think. We will install it by ourselves on our computer. Like if I want to install SAS, I'll be installing it by myself. I'll just get the software on Google Drive, right?
You won't. You mean to say that you want to download SAS from the Google, search in the Google, and you want to go with that? Is that what you're telling?
No. I'm asking like, how am I going to get the SAS software?
Okay. Got it. Your question is going to be how you're going to get the software, right? Get it installed in your PC. So, yes, yeah, I understand now. So, Bolisar will help you with that. He will take a screen share and he's going to share the Google Drive link with you guys. So you can download that and he will help you with the installation as well. So once you start with the class, he's going to provide a Google Drive link, which is going to have the 15.5 GB of the Google, 15.5 GB of the SAS software with you guys. You can download and you can install that. So installation help I'll do, or installation help Bolisar will do. Any one of us will do, not an issue. That we can do.
One more thing I wanted to ask, when we can attempt the certification. Like first we will be attempting certification of base SAS programming. Then after that, advanced SAS programming, right? So is there any duration, or we can attempt all together right after the session?
That's completely depend on you, because let me tell you, I will provide all the details, all the knowledge, all the topics which are related to your base SAS and advanced SAS. But how good you are to attempt the exam is on you, right? I cover the topics, but if you practice them properly, if you learn them properly, then you can attain it. At any point of time, it's up to you. The moment you complete your class, the moment you complete your, all the modules of SAS, you're ready to attempt. But how confident you are, how good you are, that will depend on you only. Correct? I can provide all the input, but how much you are grabbing from them is depending on you. Right? But answer for your question is, go ahead.
Sorry, I think his question was, is there any time duration between the basic and advanced?
No. There is no difference at all. What I will do is, first I'll cover like first 4 modules, approximately 3 to 4 modules of my class will cover base SAS. Then you're going to have your advanced SAS. But what I suggest you guys is, don't attempt the exam once we cover the 3 modules or once we cover the 4 modules. Don't do that. Wait for the entire course to complete. Once you're confident with the assignments, because your assignments, most of your assignments I prepare, customized assignments. These assignments will be, covering all your certification related topics, because now the certification method has been changed. Before it was only objective, now it is not objective, it is objective as well as programming. Both of them are there. They changed the way of doing the certification from March 2020 onwards, right? So I'm going to give a lot of assignments. These assignments will cover your topics. So once you complete the assignments, once you complete your project, then you will get enough confidence to attempt your exam. So don't worry, guys. 3 months is not going to be, a difficult thing. Wait for 3 months, complete the course, complete the projects, complete the assignments, get enough confidence, then attempt it. That's what I suggest.
Okay, yeah, that's good. And one more question: the instructor is yourself only, or is there any more instructor? Or
Throughout the SAS course, both base SAS and advanced SAS, myself will teach completely.
Yeah,
right?
okay, that's great.
Clinical stuff, the clinical domain related stuff, the other staff will do. So she's expert in that, clinical domain expert, she will do that, she will handle it. Only for the clinical domain topics, not related to SAS. Everything related to the SAS, end to end, I will teach.
Okay, yes, yeah. Okay, that's great. And like, if you miss any couple of session in between, and is there any other session are you running in parallel? Means that is your plan, or means?
For now, no. Actually, the other batch will get complete in another 2 days. I don't think so. I'm running batches parallel because I feel like parallel batches I cannot concentrate. So I always go with one batch. I'll give my best.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It is going to start tomorrow, is it?
Just have a word with Bali, sir. I'm not sure because if you say tomorrow, I'll start from tomorrow.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, just have a word. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Anything else, guys? All of you are comfortable?
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Are you providing certificate, sir? After completion
guys,
of a course?
Guys, I'll always believe one thing. Providing certification from Eduemasters, that's not going to be a problem because it's going to be a digital certificate. We can provide it, but it will be utter waste. I'm telling you, the certificate means you need to get it certified from the SAS. So if anything, if if you were looking for the certification, clear the certification which is conducted by SAS. That is valid for you, either for your LinkedIn profile or either for your resume. If you get a certification from any institute, that might be Eduemasters, that might be any institute, you name it. That is just a certification of course completion. That's not the certification of testing your competencies. Your competencies will get tested only when you attempt the certification from SAS. Nowhere else. All other certifications are course completion certification, guys. Course completion certification will not add any value because you just completed the course. You may listen the course or you may not. The moment the batch is completed, you are going to get a certification because you paid for the course, right? You understand what I'm trying to say is, right?
Yes, sir.
So certification, yeah. So from our end, we generally won't provide because we won't believe in that particular stuff. We are helping you to prepare. We are helping you to crack SAS certification. That's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Wonderful.
Sir, one question.
Yeah, yes, please. Go ahead.
So we will be doing projects, right, related to two mini projects and then main projects. So will those projects will be enough for the certification, or we should practice, like there are some practice questions available on internet?
I will provide if you need SAS questions. I will provide both objective as well as interview related questions. I will provide that. That's not going to be a problem.
Okay.
The project is something like, I will give the data. Let me show you, because currently for the other branch I'm already doing it. Let's say this is one of the banking simple project. So this is my data, guys. We have prepared this data. It's a curated data. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There are 15 sheets of the data in workbook. This is your input data, right? That is your input data. By reading this particular data, you have to attain all your tasks that is mentioned here. Let's say this is the base SAS project. You can see these are the tasks. This project will be having around 11 tasks. All these 11 tasks are nothing but how you have to read your data, how you have to systematically transform your data, and how to produce the final data, right? So the entire project, let's say that you are receiving a project from your client. That project I split into 11 different tasks, one after the other. So you have to clean your data and you have to use that Excel data as your input, and you have to provide meaningful insights for me. This is how the data should be. This is how your project is going to be. There is another project. Let's say that all these are projects only. Let's say I just want to go with some healthcare data. This is going to be pregnancy related data. I'll provide the data and I'll provide the questions. You have to work on it. Let's say there are some case studies. And also, let me go with another one. So here, this is another project. I can see I'll give all my input files, and I also give my document about what I need. That is, whatever the requirement you are going to get in the real time, the same requirement I'm going to provide to you. You have to work on that. That's how the projects are going to be. Clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, can
Any
we
other
get this?
Sorry?
So this session is being recorded, right? So can we get this recorded session?
Absolutely. You can ask Balisa. He will provide it to you. Yes. Every session is getting recorded and you are going to get the recording link for that. And even this session, demo session, is getting recorded right off the call, right after this particular meeting. Just have a word with Balisa, so he will share it across with you. Questions? Wonderful, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for my cough. Yeah, you can also reach Balusar, or you can get my number from Balusar. If you have any other questions, you can contact me and you can ask me questions as well. Any questions, right? You can also find me in LinkedIn with the same name, Murali Krishna Tenali. You can find me there. You can see my profile. If you want to have any questions, you can chat with me there also. Yeah, I'm open to questions. All right.
Okay, see you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Take
Thanks
care.
a lot. See you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, thank you, guys. All right. So today, since it's going to be our day one, I'm going to help you with, what is the entire course content? That is, what are the various things that we are going to discuss in our day-to-day classes? How the classes will progress. Number 3, how the tasks and assignments will be provided to you. Number 4, how the installations will happen, or what are the various installations that we take care of. Number 5, what are the various books or what are the various resources we provide to you. All this information I will provide. Along with that, I'll also show you the basic information about what are the various certifications that SAS will offer, how to proceed with those certifications. If time permits, I also show you what are the various tools that are available for SAS. So all these things I'm going to discuss today. All right. Without wasting much time, let's start with what are the topics that we are going to discuss. I have the habit of, grouping all the course content into various modules. If you go to our website, eduemasters.com, you can see, day-wise split up, or I can also say that all the topics that we are going to cover in our sessions, all the topic details will be available there. But still, those are not grouped based on your modules. So I'm going to help you with how we are going to progress. Number one, if I talk about class contents or the course contents, the first thing I'm going to talk is module number one. The module number one primarily deals with introduction to SAS. That is nothing but what is SAS is all about. All right. So what are the various things that we can do with SAS? How to install SAS, and then how the look and feel of SAS software. All of these things we are going to discuss under your module number one and under the introduction part. So once we are confident with that, once you are good with, what is SAS and how SAS looks like, what are the various environments on which SAS will work, once we are very clear with all these details, we will go to the topic number two under module number one, which is nothing but, reading SAS, or I can say that reading data from external file system. I'll talk about this. What is this file system? What are called databases? Why should I go with that? All this kind of stuff I'll talk here. Before even going with this, I also talk about little details about how SAS stores data, that is SAS storage. Or I can also say, in addition to that, I can also help you with terminology, meaning I want to explain what are the various terms that we are going to use on our day-to-day basis work. That is, I don't call SAS, let's say that wherever we are going to store our data in the form of a table. But when it comes to the SAS, we won't store it in the form of a table, though it is a table, we call it as a SAS data set. The rows will be called it as observations. Columns will be called it as variables or fields. So that is called your terminology, getting adapted to the terminology. So that is nothing but your SAS storage and terminology. And then we see with how to read the data from various input sources. One of our primary input source is file system. That is reading data from a text file, reading data from a CSV file, or reading data from a simple Excel file or a DAT file. There are lots of varieties under your file system. SAS has the capability of reading any of these file systems. So how to read the data from the file system is going to be our next topic, right? So here we also talk about, while talking about reading the data from the external files, we also talk about all the input methods that are available. In SAS, we have various input methods. I can say list input method, column input method, formatted input method, right? Named input method. Like this, I have so many input methods. So when I have to use them, under what scenario, which method is preferable? What are the advantages and what are the limitations of each of the input method? These all comes under your module number one. So primarily, if I say module number one, it will deal about a simple introduction to SAS, introduction to your SAS storage and terminology, how to read data from the external file system, all right, and also what are the various input methods that I'm going to use to read the data from these file systems. All these will come under module number one. And then I have module number two. Module number two is primarily deals with your data cleaning. It will primarily deal with data cleaning techniques. Specifically under the data cleaning techniques, we concentrate more on functions. A simple function that we all aware of is like Let's say if you go to the Excel, if you want to sum one or more cells values, we are going to use a sum function, correct? If I want to trim the data, I'll go with trim function, correct? If I want to concatenate one or more columns, I'll go with concatenate option, correct? Like this, there are so many functions as per our requirement, like whatever is going to be the requirement, according to the requirement, you're going to choose which function is going to be helpful for you. SAS has more than 200 to 300 functions, guys, but we are not going to discuss all of them. On a whole, we will go with approximately 20 to 30 functions, which we use as part of our day-to-day work. 90% of the times, I'm saying 90% of the times, your day-to-day work or your data cleaning techniques can be accomplished, or your data cleaning task can be accomplished by using these 20 to 30 functions. If you're well versed with these 20 to 30 functions, you can do whatever you want, right? So that is about your module number 2. When it comes to module number 3, module number 3 mainly talks about, data transformations. That is, if I want to apply some logic, right? How to apply the logic? Nothing but the logics are nothing but some conditions, right? Are the new transformations, correct? Some multiplication or division, if you want to talk simply, or if I want to go a little more deeper, let's say that if one of the variable increasing by this much, how much is the second variable will be increasing? All this kind of stuff, all this type of stuff comes under your transformations. Primarily speaking means under the transformations here, basically we talk about your conditional processing. Meaning of conditional processing is nothing but how to use your if else. You have in SAS we have something called if then do, and all these combinations. There are few more combinations here. All these combinations we are going to discuss. This will be called as conditional processing. Apart from if, we also have where conditions. I can use where keyword and I can also do the conditional processing. Those are called where conditions. Number 3. I can also go with loops. Sometimes I iterate the data over, I iterate a loop and I'm going to either increment or decrement the data, right? I can also do iterations. So if I want to do iterations, I have to go with the loops. So SAS is pretty much well versed with 3 different loops. One is the do loop, the other one is going to be do while, and the third one is going to be do until. For arrays, we can also go with do over. Don't worry, we don't have a for loop kind of a stuff, right? So these are the various loops, conditional processings, and data transformations that are present under the module number 3. This is just module number 3. We go slowly, guys, like one step. At each time we go with the one step, right? So we slowly increase the complexity. So first we will introduce, and then we go with the data cleaning techniques, and then we go with the data transformations, and then we talk about module number 4, which is going to be primarily discussing about, merges, or I can say that combining SAS data sets. The meaning of this is, guys, you don't have all your necessary data in a single data set or in a single table. For an example, let's talk about a very simple example of your, patient information. Let's say one of your friend got hospitalized, right? And the moment he got hospitalized, let's say that he's in the hospital for more than 24 hours. So he's going to have, generally whoever admitted in the hospital and stayed there for more than 24 hours, then 99.99% of the cases they will be eligible for the insurance. They must have it, correct? Either a personal healthcare insurance, or you're going to have something called your company served insurance, correct? Now, if I need the data, like let's say that the insurance company want to see the data, So what and all the data the company would like to see? All the information related to the patient, that is patient personal details and professional details if it is the official thing. They also need all the information about what are the various procedures that are performed on this particular patient. Meaning, let's say you got admitted for a cough, right? But it's a pandemic, right? So since what and all the various things they do, first they will go with some RT-PCR test. Just they assume that it might be COVID-19. If it is going to be negative, then the other thing that they are going to do is they will go for the CT scan. If there are some observations there, then they will keep you in any one of your COVID wards and they start giving the treatment for you. The basic medicine, food, all this kind of stuff. Correct? So what and all the various things involved here? Some of the procedures are involved. Some of the diagnostic things are involved. I have done some diagnosis there. Correct? So generally all the diagnosis and patient, that is lab results, are in one table. All the procedures will be in one table, that is procedure, what is the cost, and how you are going to perform, under what cases, under what scenarios you are going to perform. All the patient information, patient name, age, gender, the health complaints, all these things will be under one table. Whenever someone look for the data, we are going to combine these three tables and we are going to get the required fields and we are going to serve it. Correct? A simple example, right? So what I'm trying to say here, nowhere you're going to have all your data in a single data set. There are 100 reasons why we will do that. But in general, we will not keep all the data into a single table. The data will be always distributed. In other words, technically, we can call this as the normalization, data normalization. Bit technical, we can talk later. So combining SAS dataset, here we are going to talk about how to combine your SAS datasets horizontally, that is appending, how to do the same vertically. Both of them we are going to discuss here. That is your module number 4. Once we are good with module number 4, the next thing I'm going to talk is procedures. So just like your functions, SAS is very rich in procedures. The meaning of procedures is, if I want to talk simply, let's say you are working in, your primary core technology is C++, or let's say C programming. They have given you one table and they ask you to sort the table in ascending order. What are you going to do there? You're going to write a program and program, but after writing the program, you supply your table as an input and then you are going to see your final output. Am I correct? Right? And generally in any of the programming languages, if I want to see, a specific contents of your table, or if I want to sort the table, or if I want to append two different tables, or if I want to, delete a particular table, for everything we are going to write a program, a piece of program. In SAS, the same piece of code already written by SAS research and development team, and they will call that as a procedure. What and all the repeated tasks you generally attend, that is, append is one of the common procedure, appending one or more data sets. Second, in let's say sorting. Sorting is also one of the common procedure. Correct? I used to sort the data based on one or more fields. Correct? So seeing the description portion of the data set, quite common again. So whenever I want to attempt the quite common or regular functionalities, all those functionalities together, we can call it as a procedure, right? SAS is very rich in procedures, guys. I have approximately 200 procedures. In each version of the SAS, I used to get new procedures. We'll approximately go with 20 to 30 procedures. Those are more than sufficient to accomplish your tasks. This is your module number 5. Under module number 6, you will go with proc SQL. Remember guys, 50% of your SAS is SQL only. If you are really good in SQL, learning SAS is not difficult at all. You can just do it on the go. So how to get, or I can say that SQL functionality incorporated within the SAS is nothing but proc SQL. So if I have proc SQL, how to use that? That is nothing but how to incorporate your SQL into your SAS. So even if you don't have any background on your SAS, or sorry, your SQL, don't worry. I'll help you to start from the beginning. I can say that from the basics, right? So how to write a simple select statement, to how to proceed with your grouping, how to go with your sorting, how to go with your subqueries, or how to go with your joins. Everything I'm going to teach step by step. That is your proc SQL. Under module number 7, we are going to talk about the heart of your SAS. I can say that this is heart of the SAS. The reason why I'm calling this as the heart of the SAS is, in real time, every program that we are going to write, we convert that program as an automated code, and that automated code we can call it as macro. These macros are a bit different than your Excel macros that you are going to write it in Visual Basics, but here it is going to be SAS macro. We can also call it as SAS macro processing language or SAS macro programming language. This is about how to automate your SAS programs, how to convert your normal SAS program into an automated process, right? So this is nothing but your macros, the most important topic. And then under the module number 8, we're going to talk about miscellaneous stuff. That is, here some of the topics that we are going to talk is, arrays, first dot and last dot, or I can say that, some of the techniques, which may not fall under any of the first 7, but still those are really useful. So what are those topics are? Those topics will be discussed under your miscellaneous topics, right? Apart from these 8 modules, we are going to work on minimum of 2 mini projects, right? Depending upon your capabilities or depending upon your interest, we will go with, ideally, if you really work on the 2 mini projects, right? And also the first project, if you complete on time, then I'll go with minimum of 2 projects. I'm saying minimum, that is, it is not limited to 2. If you're really doing the projects in a good way, I keep giving the projects to you. All right. So I can give a project, even the course is complete, I can give the project and you can work on the project. For the doubts, you can always call me. In that way, we generally go with. But the commitment is going to be 2 mini projects, 1 main project. If you really go good with your project, I'll go with two projects even under the main projects. So this is about how your course is scheduled or segregated into multiple modules. Any questions, guys? Anyone? I know this bit is new to you. I totally understand that, but still I want to ask you, do you have any questions here?
Yeah, I got one question, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, means up to the module 8, how many weeks?
Okay, don't consider that as weeks kind of stuff. I can say that up to this, I need minimum of 45 hours. Minimum, I'm saying.
Okay.
So
okay.
That will go with 45 to it may land up 55 or 60.
Okay, sure. Okay.
Yeah, that, because I cannot give you the wrong commitment saying that.
No. My meaning was that, how many hours, and I think the total hours for is how many total hours in advance and like.
It will be 60 here. Up to this, it is going to be 60 hours. So 8
Okay.
modules, 60 hours.
Okay.
Excluding project. I'm not including project into the 60 hours. Apart from this, you are going to have your project.
Sure.
So
Okay.
you'll be having a span of, remember guys, it should be a minimum of 2 to 3 months commitment. I'm telling you, it's going to be somewhere around 2 to 3 months commitment. So we are starting in end of January. So you probably complete by February, March. It will be mid of April. For sure, it is April. I'm telling you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. So go ahead.
So even after completing the project, like if we want to pursue with projects, so we can have more projects with you.
Yes, you can.
And so secondly, like if I like after the completion of all the 8 modules and projects as well, if you want to be, if we would like to be in contact with this, can we be in contact with you?
Absolutely, absolutely. See, I'm the one who is going to share my course content and everything. Right? Let's say I completed the first topic today. Just I'm telling you, right after the class, I'm the one who is going to share this class notes with you. So you're going to have my email ID. I'm going to create one WhatsApp group for all of you. That is when I'll join this particular group. So we are going to have one WhatsApp group for all common, and the group will not be deleted. So the group will be there as long as you want to continue in that particular group, even after the course, right? So you can do anything there. So I give my contact number, that is, and I also give my mail ID. So the mail ID will link with LinkedIn and everything. It is the same mail ID I use for everything, even for professional networking and for the social networking. So you can always be in touch with me. That's not going to be an issue at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone? Please ask me. If you ask more questions, then I can, I'll feel confident and I'll feel like, okay, the class is actually alert and they are listening to me.
Sir, if in case I can't understand in English, can I ask in Telugu?
Absolutely, madam, not an issue. I'm telling you. But what I can do is, completely, I will not go in Telugu. But what I can do is, let's say I'm just going with introduction to SAS. In this, the entire topic is not understandable for you, or in this topic, let's say there are 2 subtopics. One of the subtopic is not, you're not able to understand. Just let me know by end of the class. The same day, before we wind up the class, if you let me know, we both can sit together on that and I'll explain you on Telugu. Because if all the students are Teluguites, I don't have any issue to explain in Telugu because we have a wide cluster, correct? So others may not be able to follow. So no worries, you can just mark it. Let's say that one of the topic, if you're not able to understand, even on a daily basis, I'm telling you, even on a daily basis, if you're not able to understand some of the topics on that particular day, don't worry. Mark it, just keep it aside. End of the class, ask me. I will explain for you.
Okay.
Right. So that is quite common thing. Most of us will feel. Unfortunately, guys, I'm not that familiar with Hindi because I can see some of you might be Hindi. I'm not sure, but as long as you are a Telugu guy, as long as you are a Tamilian, I can definitely help you with these 2 languages. I'm pretty much comfortable with, right? And English, obviously, yes, we can go ahead, right? So local languages, I'm good with Telugu. This is my mother tongue, and I can also, I'm really good with Tamil as well. So these 2 things I can happily explain to you. If you are expecting me to explain in Hindi, sorry about it, because I'm not that familiar. I can understand your questions if you ask me in Hindi, but while explaining, I may not be, it may become a funny class. So I don't want to go with that. All right. But I'm working on it. Maybe if any one of you would like to go ahead with that, yes, you teach me Hindi, I'll teach you SAS in return. All right. Anything else, guys?
I wanted to ask about the class timings. Like after we'll start with you, like after payment of the fees. So we'll get the schedule on the mail, or we will get the schedule on the WhatsApp group which you will create.
Sorry, there is a lot of echo because maybe you can maintain some distance from your mic and you can ask me the same question, please. If you're using a headset, just maintain some distance from your mic.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, after the payment of the fee, right? So we will be in touch with you directly on WhatsApp for the class timings, or we will be waiting for the email by Sir Balu for the
No,
next
no, no.
class timing.
Timings you can always ask Balu sir. I think this is the pretty. I can say that 8 to 9 is the one that I'm working on. 8 to 9 or 8 to 9:30. It will be 1 to 1.5 hours session based on.
So for every class, we will get a mail, right? Email.
Sorry.
For every class timing, we will get email.
Yeah. It's going to be the standard timing. So every day we are going to connect by 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. IST, right? And it will go either, but it will end by 9 p.m. for some days if the topic is small. Sometimes it will be proceeding with until 9:30. This is going to be the timings. If any of you have the conflict, let's say this is the information that I got from Bolisa because most of you are inquired for 8 p.m. right? If it is going to be 8:30 also, fine for me. But have a word with Polisar on this because the information that I have received is 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. That is 8 o'clock is the start. But if you feel like a conflict or something, just have a word with Polisar. Then we can come to the common place and we can proceed.
Yeah, I think he wants to ask every time you are going to send the new invite, or is the same invite will work for every class?
Okay, that's what I missed it because I
Yeah.
couldn't hear it properly. Now, thanks for helping me with that, Mahendra. Yeah, when it comes to the invite, guys, we are going with free sessions in GoToMeetings. We are not, we haven't purchased that. So what we can do is for every 14 days, we are going to send a new invite because it will be generally available for 14 days. So what we do is for every 14 days, there will be one invite and that invite will be sent to you in prior, at least 2 days in advance, we are going to get it. Because we know that when it is going to be expired, every link when it is going to be expired, we are aware of. So we are going to share the link in prior. So we will be communicated in prior. No worries about it. Is that clear? Both Haider and Mahendra and everyone?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I heard that after 14 days, a new invitation will be sent to us through email, I guess.
Yeah, it will be in prior. So we don't need to wait till the link is expired. Before that, we'll send, let's say that the link is getting expired in 2 days from now. So we are going to share a new link with you and we'll say that, hey, from 25th onwards, just connect from the new link. Anyways, WhatsApp group will be there. If any of you have the difficulties, you can just ping there so that obviously we can share the link even on the WhatsApp. So that's not going to be a problem. All
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Very good. So this is about the course content and number of hours, or I can say that the course duration, right? How we will proceed? Yes, every day we are going to have a session which will be a recording on day-to-day basis. Every day after the class, the recording link will be shared with you, and also the recordings will be stored in a Google Drive, and that Google Drive link will be shared with you guys. So you can download those recordings directly from the Google Drive also. It's up to you. And also class notes, if a topic get completed in the same day, I will share it on the same day. If the topic will be continued for the 2 days or 3 days, on the third day, I'm going to send the entire topic notes. All right. So the recordings will be available. Once you download it, you can keep it for lifelong. You can have it, but don't expect that the recordings will be stored in a cloud or somewhere. No, we are not storing it anywhere in the cloud, right? The recording will be available in the Google Drive as long as you are, your batch is there. Once your batch is completed, because you have the limited space there, so we'll inform everyone in prior. Let's say that we are going to delete this particular folder maybe in 15 days from now. So within that 15 days, you can download it. Otherwise, every day we will share the link. Even from the link, you can download it. You can have a local copy in your machine also. In that way also, it will work. It will be good. So you can follow any of the ways. Either you can go ahead with the best thing I always say is, guys, so every day Bolisar will share the link with you, download it and keep it with you. That's the easiest thing. All right. Next. Any other questions on this?
Sir, in case of absent,
So if you let's say if you are not able to attend the class tomorrow, right? Anyways, recording will be there. The recording will be shared with you. Listen to the recording. If you get any questions in the recording, give me a call, or you can discuss on the next day. So next day when you join the class, after the class, at the end of the class, you can say that, hey, I have some questions from the previous class. Can you explain that to me? Yes, I will do. But don't expect that I'm going to repeat the entire session again if anyone missed it. Right? Don't expect the entire session, right? But if you have doubts after listening to the recording, if you have doubts, yes, absolutely, I can help you with that. For clearing the doubts, if you ask me to explain for an hour also, I don't mind. But don't come and ask without listening to the recording. That's the expectation. Clear?
Okay, sir. Weekend holidays, festival holidays,
Absolutely. See, I'm also a working professional and I also need holidays. So I work only on the weekends, sorry, only on the weekdays. So all our classes is on weekdays, right? Monday to Friday. In the Monday to Friday, let's say if you have any of the festivals kind of stuff, yes, definitely we can take leave on that, right? But again, that
Saturday, Sunday.
depends. Saturday, Sunday, by default holidays, guys. Saturday, Sunday, I won't take the class until and unless let's say that we lost around 3 days because of some continuous holidays. Let's say it's a Pongal season or Sankranti. So 2 days, 3 days, you guys are not able to attend. Let's say that followed by you have some other. In that particular cases, since we lost 3 days, we can have additional session on Saturday or Sunday. That too depends on your all interest. All if all of you say that, hey, I don't have any commitments, I can attend, then only I can take. Else we can take it in the next week.
Okay.
Understandable. Yeah. What else? So right from yes, right from tomorrow we are going to start the classes. No, like tomorrow we'll start with module number 1. So I'll give the introduction to SAS. I'll also give the introduction to the in what operating system SAS will work, and how we proceed, because we generally go with Windows, right? So what are the various tools we have? All of them I'm going to explain tomorrow. So from tomorrow, I can say that the original class module number 1 will kickstart. So today's session I'm just using to explain what is what, right? And also if you have any questions, ask me. Maybe I can say like after the course is completed. I prefer don't wait till the course is completed. Let's say that around 60 to 70% of the course is completed. Let's say we are entering into the macros. So let's say till proc SQL the course is completed, and then let's say you want to put your resume onto your portals, and if you want to circulate your resume across the portals, and you need a resume, basically a professional resume, right? So based on your background, if you want me to prepare a resume for you, or if you want me to help to build a resume for you, yes, I will do. But not in the class. We can have separate session on that, and we can do it, and that we will not charge anything for that. It's just a pure help about how to build your resume, how to write a good resume and circulate it. First thing. Second, you want to prepare for the interviews. Let's say that there is an interview scheduled for you, right? So I'll also help you with the interview preparation, meaning generally what type of questions we can ask, because I'm into the panel. I'm into one of the panel from the past. I can say that 4 years I have been taking the interviews. So by looking at the resume, we can say what kind of questions we can ask. And the way the candidate is answering, based on that we can say how much stuff the candidate is really having. So all this kind of stuff I can help you with. So what kind of questions you can expect, and for those questions what type of answers you can go with. All right. So most of the times, whatever the task that I'm going to give it in the class, or whatever the assignments I'm giving in the class, most of them are previous interview questions. The interview questions faced by me are the interview questions faced by students. Mean to say, not like the questions that you are going to get it in Google. These are the questions that are scenario based. They will throw you a scenario, and for that scenario they ask you to write a code. In that kind of a scenarios, how to approach, how to answer. So these are the things I can help you with interview preparation. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any questions, please feel free to ask me. Any question that you feel like asking, ask me. Don't hesitate, guys.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Okay, two people at one time. One is Hasmi and another one is AJ Kaut. So let's go one after the other. Hasmi, you can go
Hasmi, go
with.
ahead.
Okay. Sir, I want to know whether this topic, this content is enough to clear the basic or advanced SAS certification.
Okay, wonderful. Even yesterday, the same question has popped up. Let me explain. Yes. Content-wise, whatever these 8 modules are, these 8 modules are more than sufficient to attend and to clear your base as well as advanced SAS certifications. There's no doubt about it. But not only content, from your side, how good you are with this content. I'm sharing the content. Once I share the content with you, once I transfer my knowledge to you, what is your adaptability level? How much you are adopted, how much you practiced, how much you are able to remember, how much you are able to put it when a scenario has been asked to you. So if you are able to meet this, yes, absolutely, the content wise it is more than sufficient. And I also am going to provide a book for you. That book is going to be like 9.4 base SAS certification book as well as 9.4 advanced SAS certification book. Both of the books I will provide to you. So you can also see that once we complete the module number 1, just go to that particular book and see, are you able to answer the questions that are present in that book or not? So that will give you the confidence. So the answer to your question is yes. The content wise,
okay,
whatever I'm sharing, that is more than sufficient for your exam. But there's a lot of things that are dependent on you. That is primarily practice. I'll also provide you the resources. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Ezeka.
Hi, Murli. Sorry, I missed when you explained what's included in Module 8. Do you mind explaining it again? What's included in miscellaneous? Is it clinical?
No. It is not clinical. See, guys, whatever I'm keeping on this one, this purely of SAS only, technical side of the SAS, right? Clinical is functional aspect, right? I'm not included that here. Now, let's go with miscellaneous topic. Some of the miscellaneous topics are going to be, hey, how to use arrays, because I haven't included arrays anywhere here, correct? Let's say, let me type some of the topics which are part of your miscellaneous arrays. How to use arrays, in what places these are really efficient. This is your first part. Number 2, there are some techniques. I can say that lookup techniques. SAS lookup techniques are bit advanced topics. I can say that this will not fall under your certification, but these advanced topics are, these lookup techniques are really helpful for the interview purpose, right? Let's say if you're going with an experience of 3 years, or let's say that if you're going with an experience of 5 years, the interviewer may ask you to, not only looking at your answers in a regular way, they also expect your answers whether they're meeting their, performance characteristics or not. Meaning, they will see whatever your answers are they giving, how efficient the program is. Meaning, I can say that performance characteristics in SAS I can consider too. How quick your program will run. Let's say, for an example, let's say Hasmi is there. Hasmi writing one SAS code, I'm writing another SAS code, but both of us are giving the same output. For both of us, the data is going to be the same. For both of us, the output that we are generating is also same. But let's say that Hasmi code is running for 5 minutes to deliver that output, whereas my code is running for 10 minutes to deliver the same output. So which code is efficient now? Obviously, the quicker is going to be the efficient one. So under the performance, I'm talking about the time, execution time. Similarly, let's say to get that particular output, let's say Hasmi is generating around 10 tables, intermediate tables are 10. After 10 tables, the 11th table is my output. So to generate this 11 tables, so Hasmi required minimum of 10 GB of the space. because I'm working on huge data, let's say 10 GB required. Whereas my code, even though it is running for the 10 minutes, I'm able to manage, with 3 data sets. That is just I'm creating 2 data sets as the intermediate, and I'm creating final data set as the third one. My total size that I required for this particular operation is, let's say, 5 GB. I'm using half of the space that is using by Hasmi. Now, 2 aspects. My program should run with minimum execution time. My program should use minimum resources, minimum memory resources. So either of our programs are not effective. So what we have to do, I have to work on performance tuning where I have to run my code quickly. Hasmi has to work on effective memory utilization. So both of us need to optimize our codes to go with the proper trade-off between them. So those will be attained with the help of different techniques, and one of such technique is going to be lookup techniques. So how to go with the lookup techniques? When to use arrays? What are called hash objects or hash tables? How hashing will be used in SAS? So like this, various topics will be there. These are some of the topics I'm talking about. Okay, these are not part of your certification at all, but these are going to be really helpful for your interviews. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say under the miscellaneous?
Yes, that makes sense. So
perfect.
You said this content is good for base and advanced certifications. What about clinical trial programming certification? Do you have another course for that?
Okay. In general, clinical trials certification, yeah, SAS also has a clinical trial certification altogether as a separate one, right? The content, SAS wise, the content is going to be the same, right? But in addition to that, there will be techniques which are part of your CDISC, which are part of your STTM will be followed there. Some of the topics from STTM, some of the topics from CDISC will be, combined with your SAS technical stuff. That is going to be your clinical SAS. So for that particular one, let's say if you're specifically looking for the clinical SAS, once you complete these 8 modules, that's once SAS is completed, you're going to have minimum of 15 hours of the class for clinical domain alone, only the domain knowledge, right? That is more than sufficient to meet your clinical SAS examination, right? But that one, clinical domain knowledge, is the one that I'm not going to provide. The reason for that is, until and unless you are a clinically certified guy, that is nothing but either you are a CDISC certified or either you are STDM certified, you really cannot go ahead with that. I have basic knowledge on your clinical stuff because I worked some of the projects in clinical, but I'm not a guy who is expert in clinical domain, right? But the clinical domain one, we have a domain expert for clinical, and that particular person is going to take those classes, right? But that is not applicable for everyone. Whoever is opted for the clinical SAS, yes, for them there will be additional 15 days of the class which will be handled by our clinical domain expert. Is that clear?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's purely clinical. That's purely domain, guys. I'm telling you.
One more question. You said you assist with the jobs. Do you assist with jobs just in India or in US as well?
Sorry, I haven't got your question. Could you please repeat?
You assist with the job placement, right? Do you assist for jobs just in India or in US as well?
Remember one thing. I'm not going to give any placement assistance or assurance. I don't give any false commitments. I said that I'll help you with the interviews. So let's say interview case, resume preparation, it is going to be same either in India or abroad. Only the resume formats are going to be changed, but the content wise, how to put your project, how to put your roles and responsibilities as part of your project, this will not change. How to answer, how to attempt your SAS questions will not change, right? Technical side of your SAS, at the same time, your resume preparation will not change either you're in India or you're in abroad. Am I correct? I'll help you with that for sure. But I won't say that, hey, I will recommend you for these companies or I'll recommend you for these things. This kind of stuff, I won't give any false commitment. But if I come across any of the openings which will say that this is the experience range, I can definitely share across with you. Because when I'm one of the active guy in the LinkedIn, I'm one of the active person in some of the groups. So definitely I'm aware of the openings and all. I can share it across, but I don't give a commitment saying that I'm recommending you for this particular job. I don't give that commitment. Is that clear?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Mahendra, please go ahead.
Yeah, means as you have mentioned about the clinical, is this part of this program or is it a separate 15 days what you have mentioned? Is it part of this program or is it separate top of this?
I think that is going to be the top up. Balu sir can guide you on that. That is definitely going to be a top up.
Okay, that's clear. Okay, that's fine. I will ask them. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Any other questions? Are any one of you having the conflict with the timings, guys? 8 o'clock is all okay for you guys?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Just have a word with. Yeah. Please go ahead, Anita Gar. Yeah.
For listening class, mobile is or laptop is better, sir?
I personally prefer go with your laptop because screen is big enough. You can follow. Number two, if you don't have a laptop for attending the class, you can go with mobile also. No issues. But for practicing, you mandatorily require laptop. So if you don't have a laptop handy with you, I request you to arrange it as soon as possible.
While listening class, laptop is essential for practice.
Yeah, laptop is mandatory for practice. You need it. If you don't have laptop, you cannot practice it. For listening, you can go with your mobile, you can go with your tab. All of those things are okay. But for practicing purpose, because your SAS cannot be installed on Android or your Mac versions, that is nothing but iOS versions. No, you cannot. So you require Windows or Linux or Mac. So I request you for practice purpose, you required it. Remember, guys, one thing I want. Yeah, Anita, is that clear, right, Anita?
Yes.
Guys, I'm telling you one thing. SAS, while listening, it definitely like a storybook. You feel like it is such a easy one. You feel like, hey, I can pick it up anytime. This kind of confidence it will give you while listening. I'm telling you. Once the topic is completed, and if you don't practice on daily basis, if you don't read it on daily basis, let's say after a week time of the project of that particular topic completion, if you want to write the code on your own, believe me, you feel really difficult to do that. Believe me, every one of you are going to experience this, and mark my words. So my request to all of you is, don't keep pending. Every day, the right after that particular topic, you need to go through that particular topic. You need to go through my notes, followed by I'll tell you what you need to look for in the Google, what you need to search there. You have to search those topics. I also provide some of the dumps, that is nothing but PDFs. You need to read them every day basis. If you skip 1 day or 2 days, that is fine. But on the third day, you should complete it. That is on that weekend, you should complete it. If you leave it, if you feel like, hey, anyways, it looks very easy to me, I can do it later, that's it. You will be screwed. I'm telling you this openly. I have this experience with all my previous batches. I'm telling you, every batch, minimum 3 to 4% will be falls under this particular category. By end of the course, they feel like the course is completed, they're still at the basic, they're still at the zero. I'm telling you openly, I'm telling to you. So don't go to that particular place, guys. That is my sincere request.
Hi Murli, this is Isha. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm one of the person among that. So because I'm going through all the course materials and everything, when I read and listen to all the videos, it looks so simple. But when I put it on the paper, then I struggle a lot. So now I'm not, as I'm listening from past two classes, as I know, I mean, like, you know, listened to so many times, so it's getting into the mind. But still, as you said, writing code, putting on the paper is definitely tough. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for
Exactly,
telling.
guys. Exactly, guys. I'm telling you, Usha, seriously, this is going to be the same problem every one of us will face. But if I'm telling you, just for the comparison, let's say that I'm just going with Python or I'm just going with Java. The syntax itself will horrify me first. Not Python, I can say, don't say Python. Python is simple only. But if I go with Java, the syntax itself will horrify me first. Hey, what is this public static void, main, string args, all those kind of stuff, right? even if I write it in a smaller case, or even if I go with a mixed case, I'll get an error, right? But SAS is not like that. Everything looks very simple. Even if you're not a SAS programmer, if you just Google it for the SAS code, you get some sample codes, you can understand 60 to 70% of that code most of the times, right? SAS is such easy. But if you want to replicate the same 60 to 70% of the code on your own, it will not. You cannot. You feel difficulty until and unless you practice it, right? So we go slowly. So we go one step after each. Let's say that module 1, slowly we increase the complexity. Like that we can proceed. But I'm expecting you at the end of each day, you have to go through the content. You have to read the materials. I will provide everything. Your task is going to be rated. Next day, come with the questions. More questions if you are bringing to me. I understand that you're really going with that. You're really studying them, and I'll really happy for that. If I don't get any of the questions from you, if I'm not getting any of the doubts from your end, I feel like you're not listening anything, or you're listening and you're leaving. All right, that's all for today, guys. If you have questions, I am happy to answer them. If you don't have any questions, tomorrow 8 p.m. we are going to connect and we are going to proceed there.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope. Good evening. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, not an issue. Yeah. So who and all are not talking, kindly be on the mute. Whenever you want to have a discussion, just unmute yourself and you can have a word with me, right? Or you can also use your chat window. All right. Now, this is what we discussed yesterday, correct? So all the modules and how you proceed with the classes, correct? Guys, you get a chance to go through the website and see the class contents. Any of you? Did you get a chance? Okay, not a problem. All right, let's talk about today's session. So today I will actually step into module number 1, and specifically we talk about something called your introduction. So again, under the introduction, I'll go with the basic details. So what I mean by basic details here is, number 1, what is SAS basically? Like, at a very high level, I can say that we don't go to the nutshell, but on a very high level, what is SAS, right? Then what are the interfaces we have? Maybe this term interface may look something fancy, but indirectly we're talking about, are there any tools, or are there any editors, or are there any interpreters, or how exactly you want to do, how you are going to compile your SAS, all this kind of stuff I'm going to talk here. That is your second thing. Most of the time, let's concentrate on these two for today. All right. Number 1, remember, guys, SAS is nothing but statistical analysis software, or you can also call it as statistical analysis system, right? That is a basic abbreviation. All of you might be aware of this by this time. So SAS, you cannot call it as a tool. You cannot call it as a programming language because it has the features of both, right? Let's say if you say some of the tools are primarily designed in such a way that everything you're going to do by drag and drop or by selecting something, either by using the radio buttons or by going with your checkboxes, this kind of stuff, correct? Let's say when it comes to the programming languages, most of the time you spend your time on writing the program, executing the program, and you're going to see your results in your windows, output window or anything, correct? That is how the generally you define your programming languages, or you define your, what is the other thing, tools. But when it comes to the SAS, it is going to be a combination of both. Some of the tasks you can do by drag and drop or by simply selecting a specific task, right? But whereas few requirements, you need to code, you need to write a piece of code, and then you need to execute it, then you're going to get your output. Since it's a combination of both tools as well as a programming language, SAS will be generally called it as a framework. It has the capability of writing the program and executing and getting the results, or also select by using your navigate by based on your graphical user interface. Simply you can call it as a GUI. If I go with the evolution of the SAS, SAS actually, started in the early 1955s and early 1960, between that particular period, and it primarily used by the doctors. There are different stories. Some mention that they use this for the doctors just to write their prescriptions, just to go with their flow sheets for kind of a stuff. Some people will say that SAS is primarily used for the agriculture purpose. We don't have a proper roots, or I'm not the one who will be really interested in understanding about what was the history, right? I'm the one who is more interested towards what is the current architecture, or architectural side I will be more interested into. That's the reason I don't go too much into the evolution, all right, but I'll concentrate more on the current scenario. Okay, the latest versions of SAS, let's say that SAS is pretty much famous, or SAS is really, most of the companies use SAS, they developed codes when SAS was around a 9.2 version. This is the version, this version is pretty famous. I can say that majority of the development for majority of the companies happened under this particular version, right? Very famous version. It was there for quite a long period of time. The current version of SAS is right now, the current version of SAS is 9.4. This is the version. Just remember this, because some of the questions you may face in your interviews will be, may know like what are the various versions of SAS you worked on. That will tell you the depth of your experience, right? So most of the people who have, let's say that now the scenario, most of the people who have around 5 years of experience, they can say that they worked on 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. The current version of SAS is 9.4, right? Each version of SAS has some modules. The current module is M6. So under the SAS 9.4, M6 is the one which is running now. Okay, so there is always going to be the upgrades from SAS. If you are a partner with SAS, that is, you purchased your SAS version from SAS, whenever there is an upgrade, they will inform you, hey, there is an upgrade available. If you want, you can proceed with that. All right, so always these upgrades will be useful for going ahead and get rid of your some repeated tasks, or I can say this, get rid of the bugs which are present in the current version, all this kind of stuff, right? Ideally speaking, you always need to remember what is the version of the SAS that you are working on. Sorry about my cough. Some of the interviewers might also concentrate on the version upgrades. Let's say, hey, you said you worked on 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. I'm okay with that, but may I know what are the primary differences, or I can say that in terms of release notes, what are the differences between 9.2 and 9.3, 9.3 and 9.4? What did you identify there, right? These are some of the questions that you may face in your interviews whenever you are attending the interviews, because if the interviewers really want to know about your, in-depth knowledge about what and all you have worked on and all, in those cases, they will touch base this. All right, then. Now let's come to what are the operating systems, what are the various operating systems which supports your SAS, or so we can simply call it as a OS, right? So on what OS, or what are the various OS on which SAS will run smoothly? Can you tell some of the OS that you are familiar with? Anyone? What are the various OS that you worked on, or you feel like SAS will work, or SAS will support? Anyone?
Linux.
Okay, Linux. Okay, what else? Anything?
Mac operating system.
Okay, Mac OS. Okay, what else?
Windows.
Sorry?
Windows, like
Yeah,
Microsoft.
Windows. Yeah, Windows. What else? These are the
Unix.
known operating systems. Unix, the flavors of Unix is nothing but your Linux, your RHEL, that is CentOS, or Debian, or SUSE, or Ubuntu. These are all flavors of your Linux, or flavors of your Unix.
Red Hat.
Yeah, RHEL also, Red Hat Enterprise Linux version. That is also Unix only. All the flavors. Yeah. What do you think?
Hello.
Hey, sorry, I lost the connection. I was on mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. Now let's proceed with the various operating system. I heard your things. You said that it is going to be Linux, or it is going to be Mac, or it is going to be Windows. Now let's go with the true picture. Yes, as you said, Windows. This is the one which we all work on, correct? Generally, we all aware of the Windows. The second one is going to be Linux, no doubt about it. Then you have one operating system. Most of us might not be aware of that. You can call that as mainframes. You can also call that as ZOS. And then you have Mac. So when it comes to all these versions, guys, SAS, you can install SAS directly on your Windows, on your Linux, and also on your mainframes. But when it comes to the Mac, we don't have a direct support. In Mac, you can go with virtual machine. In the virtual machine, you can install either of Windows or Linux, and you can proceed with your SAS installation there. Is that clear? Generally, ideally speaking, if I remove that virtual machine kind of a stuff, I can say SAS supports all the three well-known operating systems, namely Windows, Linux, and mainframes. And also remember that in all these three operating systems, the SAS program remains to be the same. Let's say if I write one SAS program here, let's say my first SAS program is going to be something called test. Test is the name of the SAS program. Let's say I have written the SAS program in Windows. I can take the same SAS program, I can execute that under the Linux. I can take the same test program and I can also execute under the mainframes, right? The SAS program remains going to be the same across all the operating systems. irrespective of you are working on Windows or on Linux or on mainframes, it remains going to be the same. The only difference is going to be the file systems. That is how your input, how you are supplying your input, how you are viewing your output, that is IO system, and in addition to that, how you are executing your SAS program is going to be different, except that the syntax wise or the program wise, it is remains going to be the same across all the operating systems. Is that clear? Right? So why I'm stressing on this particular point is you're a SAS programmer, right? Some people will refer that, hey, are you working on Windows SAS? Are you working on Linux SAS? Are you working on mainframe SAS? There is nothing like Windows SAS, Linux SAS, or mainframe SAS. SAS is same and it is only one. If you run on Windows operating system, it will execute. The same program will execute in Linux operating system, and the same program will execute in the mainframe system as well. The only difference you can identify is the file system, right? Except that everything remains going to be the same. The nature of execution, that is how you are calling your SAS program, how you are supplying your input, how you are viewing your output is only difference. Except that program remains going to be the same. Is that clear? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, so now you know all the three operating systems here. So can you guys tell me, let's say there are 100 users, right? Or I can say that there is out of 100% usage, what do you think? What is the percentage of users which may falls under Windows, which may falls under Unix and under mainframes? What do you think? Let's say if I have 100 users I have given to you, what is the ratio you can say? Windows around 50 or 70, 80, or Linux 10, 20, or mainframes 50, like that. Can you tell me the numbers that you can think of?
Windows 60 to 70%, I guess.
Windows is 70%. Okay. How about others? You can guess it. Random guess is fine.
Linux is 70%.
Linux is 70%. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Let me go with that, guys, because some of you might not be familiar with this. All of us are familiar with Windows, so obviously we think that Windows is the primary operating system. So most of the SAS applications or most of the SAS users might be on the Windows. That might be our assumption, correct? But remember, guys, when it comes to the usage, majority of the SAS will be under your Linux environment. I can say that 60 to 75, or I even won't mind going with 70 to 75. 70% to 75% of the programs or applications run on Linux. Linux is or Unix is the most secured, robust, virus-free, malware-free program or operating system. That is the reason people prefer to go with Linux while designing their applications, while designing their ETLs, while designing their anything that you think of. When it comes to the architecture, people always prefer to go with the Linux. Compared to the Linux, mainframes is still secure, more secure than your Linux. But still, the only problem is this is the oldest thing that I can think of, or the oldest operating system that we can think of. It almost become obsolete because it is a dying operating system, because there is only only maintenance projects which are happening there. I don't find much of the development projects. There are still, especially banks, the well-known banks, they still use mainframes. Most of their data is present in the mainframes because of its security, because of its robustness. right? But if I want to speak about the percentages, I can say around 20 to 25% of the people, or 20 to 25% is still under your mainframes. Only 5 to 10% or only 5 to 10% of the users will purely go with Windows, right? There will be combinations, Windows and mainframes combination, Windows and Linux configurations. These combinations are always there. These combinations are always there. But when it comes to your usage, majority of the application falls under your Linux. The next highest is going to be your mainframes, and the least is going to be your Windows. It doesn't mean that I should concentrate on only Linux or I should concentrate on only mainframes or Windows. No. SAS remains going to be the same. I'm telling you that. This is the true picture of usage of your SAS or SAS usage or SAS application usage in the real time. Is that clear? Right? To work on your SAS, by looking at this, you can always feel that you should be well versed with Linux. What I mean to say well versed with Linux is you don't need to be a Linux administrator to do all the things. No need. You don't need to be a RHEL certified, a Linux professional. Doesn't require. If you know how to run SAS, if you know how to check logs, if you know the basic shell commands, those are more than sufficient. I will guide you with that. No worries. Okay, that's going to be the last topic under your miscellaneous. I also go with the what are the ways we can run SAS program, right? What are the various shell commands that you are required to run or to debug SAS issues in your Linux environment? That I can tell you, not an issue. I also have Linux installed in my PC. That is nothing but I have virtual machine. In the virtual machine, I have CentOS. So I can even show you how to go with various commands in the Linux. So no worries about it. But mainframes, no one can show you because you don't find the mainframe servers that easily. So only this mainframe knowledge, when you join any organization, you can go with. Luckily, I have working experience on mainframes as well. So in mainframes, you're going to use JCL, which is called as Job Control Language, to run your SAS. I'll guide you with that. If any of you are joining in any organization where you're using mainframes, let me know. I can also help you with that. Okay, right. So this is about what is SAS framework and what are the operating systems. Up to this, all of you are clear? Any questions? Do you like to ask any questions, guys? Anyone?
Yes, sir. Wanted to ask a question regarding mainframes. Like you said, mainframe is basically an operating system which is almost being, like you can say,
it is an obsolete one because people are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is one of the oldest. So only a few banks, because still the data they feel, because banks data they used to maintain even 50 years old, 60 years old data. Let's say if you think of the banks like JP Morgan, Bank of America and all, they will maintain even 100 years old data, right? They are there in the business for more than 100 years. So they used to maintain their complete data. While maintaining such old data, because before the oldest operating system you can find is mainframes, some of their data was there in the mainframes and they're continuing the data in the mainframes. They're not migrating the data to the other operating systems. Let's say if you're a new guy, let's say you're a new bank or you're a new healthcare system, you don't think of going with mainframes. You always toggle between your Windows and Linux because of the security features and other features offered by Linux. You always go with the Linux instead of Windows. Right? That's the reason I'm saying that oldest banks, those are prominent banks, still they are using mainframes. Newer applications and all, they will toggle between only Windows and Linux. Is that clear? All right. So the next thing you can think of is, what are the various interfaces I have? What do you mean by interfaces? Interfaces, can I say that it's a look and feel where you execute your program? where you write your program, right? Those will be called it as your interfaces. So ideally speaking, I have two interfaces in SAS, right? Let me tell you what are those interfaces are. Right, just give me a second. Guys, if any of you have issues with the login, let Bolisar know about it, right? Most of the times you don't find it. The same link will be used for the next couple of days. So whenever there's a change in the link, I'll let you know. All right, because yesterday also we had this particular discussion, correct? All right, so guys, think of your operating systems and let me know. Sorry, think of your interfaces and let me know. So do you think SAS have any tool?
So Enterprise Guide Studio, SAS Studio.
Okay.
Are these differences?
Sorry, a second thing I missed it.
SAS Studio.
SAS Studio. Okay. What else? So Studio means a tool, correct? I can call it as, let's say, I can go with graphical user interface, nothing but a tool, right? Graphical user interface, nothing but. Can you see now? So I just opened the Chrome. Chrome also I can call it as a graphical user interface. Whatever I want to do here, let's say if I want to select something or if I want to click on something, I can simply do with the help of the mouse, correct? All I can do is I just simply click on something, I can do it, correct? Let's say you have your Paint, MS Paint. So you want to drag something, you want to move something from here and there, all of those things also you can do with the help of your thing. Everything is, you don't need to write a program there. You don't need to fire a command there, correct? You can simply do it by opening a tool. That is called your graphical user interface. All you can see are the graphical user interfaces, correct? The other thing is, I can also go for, this is the pretty famous one, you can call it as command line interface. What is that? Command line interface. Instead of doing, let's say if I want to create a folder, let's say I just open something and if I want to create a folder, I simply right click on it, and I just go with a new program. For an example, let's say go to the desktop, right click on it, I just go to the new and I select I want to create a folder. I can straight away create that, correct? I'll simply go with a folder. I can give the name of that particular folder. That might be anything. Done. Same thing I can also do, the same thing I can also do from command line, correct? So what I can do for the command line, let's say I'll just say cd, or here itself if I want to create one folder, I'll simply say that mkdir Murali. I can also navigate to that particular folder. Let's say that cd Murali, correct? Both of them are going to be the same. Either you can do by typing a command, you can calculate it, or you can do that by using graphical interface. For an example, I want to know, just make sure that what to say. Yeah, let's go to the settings and I want to see my system settings, just maybe the details. Can I do like this here? I can go to about my system and I can see all the details about system security, blah, 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 and all, correct? If I want to see my device name, this is nothing but my host name, correct? If someone asks me what is your host name, I can do like this. I can go to my system settings. From the about, I can go with the device name, correct? Instead of that, I can come here. I can also do this. I can simply say host name. I got what I need, correct? Both of them are going to be the same, right? You can see here, laptop H013ZF3R. Here also I can see the same, right? Laptop H013ZF3R, correct? So either I can do with the help of a graphical user interface like this, or I can do with the help of my command line interface, correct? If you are working on Windows, you have the facility of going with the command line, sorry, graphical user interface. If I go with the Linux, most of the time you will be having only CLI, except if you are going with Ubuntu or something. Ubuntu is a graphical user interface, correct? So in SAS also, if I want to execute a SAS program, I can go with a tool. I'll tell you what are the various GUIs are there. I can go with the tools, graphical user interface, and I can execute from there. Or I can use a command line interface and I can also execute from there. If not, if these two are not there, then what else? I can also go with the web interface. I can also go with the web interface. What is web interface? I can go to browser. From the browser, I can go ahead with the executing the SAS program, right? That is remotely, I'm going to have my configuration somewhere in the cloud, but I'm using the web browser and I can use the username and password and I can do it from the browser. All these three options are available under the SAS, right? Suppose if I want to go with the graphical user interface, let's say if I'm using Windows operating system. For Windows operating system, SAS has come up with a graphical user interface called PC SAS. You can call it as a PC SAS, right? Or also I can say that SAS followed by version, meaning suppose if I am under SAS new version, right, 9.4, I can say that SAS 9.4. I can see whether SAS 9.4 is installed in my PC or not. In general, for Windows operating system, the tool available is PC SAS. Let me show you that. So I just simply type SAS. You can see SAS 9.4 English, right? Click on that. This is the tool. You can see SAS 9.4 for Windows operating system, correct? This is the tool. Whatever you can see it on the screen is used for. It is the tool that I can use for executing or building SAS programs in Windows operating system. This exclusively work only in the Windows operating system. This is one, you can see SAS 9.4. Second, hey, let's say that I'm not in the Windows. Let's say that I'm in the Linux operating system. Never mind. Even for the Linux operating system, SAS has built one graphical user interface. You can call that as SAS Enterprise Guide. You can simply call it as SAS EG. You can simply call it as SAS EG. Right? In this also various versions will be there. That is tool versions. SAS, what is SAS EG version? So the latest version of SAS EG is 8.1. Currently we are at the 8.1. That is the latest operating system. Latest SAS EG version is 8.1. But in my system I have SAS EG 7.1. Here it is. SAS Enterprise Guide 7.1. This is primarily designed for the Linux operating system, but it also works for the Windows as a local server. Generally under the servers, I'm going to have all the Linux server. Since it's Windows, my PC, it will consider as a local server. So the same SAS Enterprise Guide, I can also use in Windows. All right. But remember, SAS 9.4 will not work under Linux operating system. Clear? Let's say, hey, Murli, I don't have these two. Let's say I have, mainframes. What I can do? Mainframes directly, your administrator will install SAS 9.4 in your Linux. But when it comes to the graphical user interface, I don't have a direct support for mainframes. No, I don't have it. So even if you're a mainframes guy, have a virtual machine, have either Windows operating system on it. In the Windows operating system, you can have your GUI, that is PC SAS, you can install there and you can use it. Right? You can connect your server and you can use it. That is the only way you can do. Clear? Questions? Any questions? All right. Command line interface. You know what is command line interface is all about. Whenever you want to go with the batch mode, or whenever you are using Windows or Linux, you can go to any shell, any secure shell, and you can write it. That is, open your command prompt. From your command prompt, you can go ahead with your commands, all the commands, right? You can create, or you can launch your SAS, you can run your SAS program there, you can run your SAS program in the background, or you can run your SAS program remotely. All these kind of stuff you can do. So CLI is primarily it will be used for your Linux, primarily for the Linux, right? When it comes to the web interface, I can interact with my SAS by using web. So SAS has introduced two web interfaces. Number one, SAS Studio. One is SAS Studio. Let me show you that. So I also have SAS Studio with me. So the latest version is SAS Studio 4, but I have SAS Studio 3.8. Right? Let this open. Meanwhile, I can also have one more thing here, the SAS Studio. The other thing is going to be SAS University Edition. This is SAS University Edition is primarily designed for the students or whoever learning SAS. They can download SAS from the official website. They can run that by using SAS Enterprise or SAS University Edition. SAS University Edition is a free version. SAS Studio is a paid version, right? PC SAS paid version. SAS Enterprise Guide is a paid version. SAS is not a freeware. SAS is not a open source. SAS is an enterprise edition. SAS is really expensive. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow up to this?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? SAS Studio taking little time, guys, because I haven't opened this in the recent times. That's the reason it is taking time. Don't worry. Yeah, now you can see it got open.
Sir, please.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Sir, please one more time explain the interfaces.
Sure, we'll do that. Not an issue. We'll do that. Give me a moment. Let this also open. Now you can see it is a web browser. So even though I used SAS Studio, it opened in your web browser, correct? It is signing in here, and in this web browser, I can do all my tasks. Okay. Let me come back and talk about interfaces one more time. Interface is nothing but a communicating medium, I can say. That is, I want to run a SAS program. Straightforward ask is going to be where you will write it, where you will execute it, where do you see your output. Correct? These three are the questions that we are going to get. What are the first thing? What is the first thing? Where you write your program. Number two, once you write a program, how you will execute it. Number three, once you execute your program, where did you see your output? These three are the three important things: input, output, and execution. Right? Suppose if I'm using something called a shell like this, a command prompt like this. In the shell, if my SAS is installed, let's say that in this particular shell, my SAS is already installed. My administrator installed it. In that particular case, I can create a SAS program here by going with any of the editor. One of the famous editor is going to be VI, or you can go with any editor of your choice. You can go to the editor, you write your SAS program, you save it. So writing a SAS program is done. Once you complete your SAS program, you can execute that particular SAS program here by using some of the commands. The command that I used to run the program is SAS followed by program name. Once the program is executed, in the same location I can see my log. In the output location, whatever I have defined, there I can see my output. Suppose if the output is going to be some file, then I can see a listing file there. I can open the listing file here. So what I'm trying to say here is, if I'm using a web browser, if I'm using something like this, let's say if I'm using something like a command prompt like this, In that particular case, everything I'm going to execute or everything I'm going to do only with the help of a commands. If I'm going with such kind of interface, that interface will be called it as command line interface. Generally, in Linux, we go with the command line interface. Chiru, is that clear? What is called command line interface? The first part?
Okay, fine, sir.
Okay, now let me go with the other two. GUI. Let's say even though I'm using the Linux, but I'm not interested to see the data like this. I want to see the data in a pleasant way. Let's say if it is in a table format, I feel better. If I'm able to do some sorting, or if I'm able to do some query building by using a drag and drop, it will be better for me, right? Instead of creating a simple folder by using a command like mkdir, I'm comfortable to do it that by just creating, by just going with my mouse, right? So I'm a bit comfortable with the graphical user interface. So is there any graphical user interface, or is there any tools available? Yes. For Windows, I have PC SAS, and for Linux, I have SAS Enterprise Guide. Is that clear? Tools. These are the tools which are installed in my PC. I can go to the tool and I can navigate in this particular tool and I can do whatever I want. Is that clear, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. The third one is going to be web. Web interface. Hey, I don't want to go with the command line. At the same time, I'm not interested in installing my tool like this. Is there any way I can go ahead by using a web? That is by using a simple browser, and if I want to execute something, you can see I can write my program under the code, I can see my log under the log, I can see my output under the results. So is there any way I can connect everything into my browser and I can do? Yes, you can also do that. For that, you have two tools which are nothing but your SAS Studio and SAS University Edition. Am I clear? Every one of you? Now if you're clear with where SAS works fine, or what are the operating system SAS supports, what are the tools that SAS have? All of you are clear with that? Can I get a very quick confirmation from every one of you? Wonderful. Then you can ask me a question, Murli. In that case, which tool you prefer? So which tool you go with in the class? So while explaining the class task, which tool you are going to use? The answer to that is
9.4 SAS.
Yeah, PC SAS, or most of the time I go with SAS Enterprise Guide. The reason for that is if you join any organization, most of the organizations will be working in Linux. Obviously, you will be having a tool called SAS Enterprise Guide. So you will feel familiarity. That is one thing. That is the reason I'll go with this. Second, your SAS Enterprise Guide compared to your PC SAS, it is bit, I can say that the number of features that are available here will be more. It is more user friendly. That is the reason I prefer to go with SAS Enterprise Guide over PC SAS. But writing the program, executing the program, everything remains going to be the same. For an example, I'll show you something. Let's say I'm writing a simple code, right? I just copy this particular code here. I run this here. I'll go to SAS Enterprise Guide. I'll create a program. I'll also execute the same program here. And I also go to the browser, that is SAS Studio. And here also I'm going to execute the same SAS program. Let's see. This is the output I got in SAS Studio. Can you see that? Name, sex, age, height, weight, and there are 19 records. Correct? It looks like a table. Then go to SAS Enterprise Guide. Are you able to see the same table? Right? Now I go to the PC SAS. Are you able to see the same output?
Yes.
Right? Everywhere the output remains going to be the same. Everywhere the program remains going to be the same. Correct? Right? For an example, I'll just extend this a little. For an example, let's say that I'm just going with another simple SAS program. Let's say I'm doing some a basic program here. All right. I copy this. I run this one here. It's running. I run the same program here also. All right. I also run the same SAS program in Studio. Right. Now, thing is, this is my output, right? And if I go to my SAS, PC SAS, my output won't be displayed directly. If it's a table, it won't be displayed directly. I need to navigate to some place, and from that place, I need to open it. But once I open it, the data remains going to be the same. Can you see? This is the data. Here also the same data, right? Name, sex, age, height, and everything. Correct? And even if you go to the SAS Enterprise Guide, here also the same output. But the difference is, can you see the options on the top? If I want to put some where condition, I can directly write here. Or let's say I want to find only sex is equal to M here. I can build a query. I can just simply go to the drag and drop. I can say that, hey, where 6 value is equal to M, get that values, M, finish, and run this. You get only the records with M. Correct? I'm not writing a code for it. I'm just selecting it here. And also, here there is something called code. You can see that. It also gives you the code. You can simply copy this code and you can modify it. Right? The same feature is also available in SAS Studio. Can you see here? I can filter the rows here. I cannot go with, if I want to write any expression, I can write it, but I cannot build a query here. But can you go to this one? Here I don't have such facilities. I can write, only where condition, nothing else I can do. I can write a where condition, but it is not as user friendly as my previous things. Clear? So that is the reason, that is the primary reason I prefer to go with my SAS Enterprise Guide. That is the only objective, or that is the only motto for me. Except that you can see the program side, everything remains going to be the same. Whatever the program I have written here, the same program I just simply copy paste here, the same program I just simply copy paste here, right? Each one of it has its own features. Out of all this, I always feel like my SAS Enterprise Guide has the more features. That is the reason I personally prefer to go with the SAS Enterprise Guide. Is that clear? And here we have also some of the additional features. That is, let's say I have 5 programs. If I run these 5 programs one after the other, then only I'm going to get my final output. So I can simply have all my 5 programs here, and I can save this as a project. The moment I click on that particular project, all the 5 programs will execute one after the other and output will be generated. The series of sequence will not be available here. That series of sequence I cannot be put it here, right? So this SAS Enterprise Guide has some additional features compared to the PC SAS. That's the reason I prefer to go with the PC SAS. Sorry, Enterprise Guide. Is that clear to everyone? Any questions? Or if any of you have a personal preference like, hey Murli, I want to go only with the PC SAS, I will go with that, not an issue. Anywhere programming remains going to be the same, right? But this Enterprise Guide has additional features. That's the reason I prefer to go with this, right? And I also give you clear overview about, what are the various windows I have in SAS Enterprise Guide, what are the various windows I have in PC SAS, how to navigate, how to run a program, and how to execute a program. All these things I'm going to explain, right? Both the things I'll explain for PC SAS, I'll also explain for the Enterprise Guide, both of them, right? After that, whichever you feel convenient, majority of the class feels that PC SAS is better, we go with PC SAS. If majority of this class feels that, hey, Enterprise Guide is the right one, we go with the Enterprise Guide. This is purely your choice. right? My personal choice is enterprise guide, but programming side, no changes. The same program I can write it in PC SAS, the same program I can write also in the enterprise guide. Clear, guys? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes. Actually, just one question. Which software are you going to give us access? Is it PC SAS or is it enterprise SAS?
I'll give access for all three.
Okay.
So the moment your SAS is installed on your PC, you're going to get a package of enterprise guide, PC SAS, and your SAS Studio, all three. So
okay,
you can use it anything. It's up to you.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks.
Well, any other questions, guys? Okay. So the next
software will be shared. Software will be shared on Google, right? The link we received earlier.
Yes. There is a Google Drive link. Balusar will share it with you guys. Yeah. Just give me a moment, guys. Any questions on this, guys? Anyone? Right. So maybe even tomorrow class we will be having only 45 to 50 minutes because these introduction classes. So that's the reason that I'm just going on a slower pace. So generally we'll start by 8 o'clock I'll say, but all the people will join by around between 8 and 8:05. So around by 8:05 p.m. we'll start, and we'll go with 45 to 50 minutes of the class. We generally end by 8:55 or around by 9 o'clock. Even tomorrow class, Friday class also going to be the same. From Monday, once we pitch into the complete module 1, once every one of you have your software installed and everything, we'll be having 1 hour 15 minutes, 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes of the classes. Clear? So for today, if you have any questions, let me know. If you don't have any questions, I'll wind up the session for today.
So, WhatsApp group will be created after when we start.
Yeah, once we start, we will definitely go with the WhatsApp group because I want to see the final list. So once everyone is finalized, if you share your numbers with Balusar will create a group. All right, perfect, guys. That's all for today then. Let's connect by tomorrow. All right.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Bye. All right. Guys, all of you can hear me and all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, everyone, one more time. So I misunderstood that class is by 8:30 because generally I take 8:30. That's where the confusion is. Sorry about it. And unless Balusar called me, I could have missed it. Sorry. Yep. Let's start. Without wasting much time, let's start today's session. Guys, today, as I mentioned in the yesterday's session, we discussed about what are the various areas SAS will work. We also discussed about what are the various platforms SAS supports, and we also had a word about the ratios, that or I can say that the percentage occupation of SAS among the three operating systems. Correct? And we also talked about the various SAS tools we use as part of our work. Correct? So what are the three tools that we mentioned? We started with number one, under the GUIs. The first thing we discussed was SAS 9.4 or the latest version of SAS. We can call this as PC SAS. Correct? Personal computer SAS application. Otherwise, if you are using Linux environment or if you are familiar with Linux, or even on the Windows, if you are looking for some sophisticated experience, in that case, I can go with SAS Enterprise Guide. So we can call this as the SAS EG, correct? Let's say, hey Murli, I'm the guy more of going with the web-based because I have been working on the various REST APIs and all. So I'm the one who is more interested toward the web applications. In that particular case, you can go ahead with the SAS Studio. All right, or you can also use SAS University Edition. So this is the free version which you can get it from the SAS. All right, generally SAS software is pretty expensive. All right, so for the learners, for the aspirants, SAS is providing this software for free of cost, which is called the University Edition. But University Edition will not have all the features, right? It will be having restricted features. I cannot say like, hey, you cannot do your work without your with your SAS Enterprise Edition or with your SAS University Edition. No, you can do it, but it won't support something called your SG plots or advanced procedures. It won't support. Okay, that's the only drawback. But in all other cases, you can also go ahead with that particular one, right? But as name itself is telling, this is a SAS University Edition. Only it is defined for the students, not for the enterprises. Okay, so we will be toggle between these two. Either we use SAS 9.4 or we can go with the SAS Enterprise Guide. So in our course, we use both, because some of you, I can say that if you are working for an organization, 90% of the time it is going to be SAS Enterprise Guide, because you will be working with the Linux. Some of the organizations, what they are doing is, compared to the SAS Enterprise Guide, SAS Studio will be economical. I can say that when you look at the operating cost, compared to SAS Enterprise Guide, your SAS Studio will come for the less cost, right? The license cost is less. So they may prefer to go with the SAS Studio. But remember, SAS Studio and SAS Enterprise Guide more or less look same. I'm going to show you that today, more or less. One is web-based, the other one is going to be application one, but still the look and feel, the way you're going to navigate, everything is going to be same. Some organizations still prefer to go with SAS 9.4. Let's say if you are the one who is working on the mainframes, in that case, you will be left with no options rather than using the 9.4, because you have to go with the virtual machine. When you go with the virtual machine, PC SAS is the most convenient one, right? So I'll give you the overview about your SAS 9.4. I'll give you the overview about your SAS Enterprise Guide and also for the University Edition. Okay, or I can say simply SAS Studio. All of you, any questions on this? During the weekend, guys, just have a word with Balusa, right? So get the software, make sure that you have everything ready, and from Monday onwards we are going to start with the regular batch. I can say that you can consider these three, or yesterday's and day before yesterday's class, one demo and 2 classes. You can just consider this as the free of cost, or you can say that this will be, you can use it as the multiple demos to take a decision whether to continue or not. But I'm requesting you from Monday onwards, we'll be going with the full throttle. So requesting every one of you, whoever would like to continue, just inform Balusa, get the software ready, just keep it in your PC, make sure you have installed in that, and you are completely ready for your session. That is for the classes, right? And also ensure that, sorry?
Sir, wanted to ask, Balu sir will help us with the software installation, right?
Balu sir, sorry, your voice. Could you please maintain some distance from your mic?
I was asking, Balu sir will be helping us for the software installation, right?
Yes, software he will provide. So he will share the Google Drive link with you guys. You can download, you can keep it ready. So he will also do the installation for you. Suppose if you have difficulties in the installation, he will take the remote control and he will do it for you. Both of the things he will do. Installation is pretty straightforward, guys. Just like you are installing any other normal application. You don't need to do any fancy tasks.
Okay,
all right. Yeah, wonderful. Right, and make sure that all of you share your numbers with Policer, and request Balisa to just create a WhatsApp group for the batch so that we can do all the communications. For an example, today is the classic example. I missed it, right? But if we have the WhatsApp group just like others, just you can ping me there. I could have responded, I could have joined there immediately, correct? And also if any doubts are there, if anything, if you want to share, you can just simply take a screenshot and share it across with me, and I can reply even on the WhatsApp, right? One of the easiest way of communication for everyone. If you feel like, hey, Murli, WhatsApp is somewhat, in some territories it won't work. In that case, let me know. We can also go ahead with the Slack channel. Slack also I can use, but Slack I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with. So let's go ahead with the WhatsApp. If you are familiar with Slack, let me know. I can create a Slack channel as well. All right, that's all about your communication part. Okay, so any questions here, guys? Anyone? Yeah, I'll be opening all the three tools at a time. So I'm just going with SAS Studio, SAS PC SAS, also with the SAS Enterprise, right? All the three. And I'm going to explain one after the how the look and feel is, what are the various windows are there, each window, how it will be useful for you. I'm going to explain everything. All right. So before I take that particular part, guys, let me know if you have any questions. All of you are clear? No questions at all? Okay. So I'm assuming that no questions because I don't get any response. All right. So first, let's start with your SAS Enterprise Guide. So whatever the version I'm seeing here, maybe the SAS Studio banner is still there. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. It takes little time and it won't go off as well. So first I will start with SAS Enterprise Guide, and then I will go with PC SAS, and then I'll go with the SAS Studio. All the three things. Okay. So now let's go with the SAS Enterprise Guide. So all of you are able to see here, right? All of you are able to see my screen, and you can see a red dot also. I'm just using a highlighter, which is a red dot. All of you are able to see that?
Yes, Murli.
Perfect. Perfect. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The first thing here you can see, guys, just like any other, I can say like operating system, or sorry, any other tool. This tool is specifically designed for the Linux initially, specifically designed for the Linux environment. But over a period of time, the services are also extended to the Windows environment. Okay. But in the Windows environment, it has the limited scope. That is nothing but it will work only on the local server. So if you are not familiar with the server stuff, don't worry. It's just like how you are using your PC. If you're going with servers, that is nothing but from the same Unix machine, you can connect with the multiple servers. Server is nothing but another, just in a simple term, just understand that it's another location where you have different paths. In each path, you can store your data. You can store the data or you can retrieve the data. Just think in a simple way. Right. Now, if I come on this, you can see there are multiple windows. This is one window, whatever you can see here, project 3. This is one window. There is another window here you can see called servers. And the third one, a very big one here, right? This is going to be a project space or workspace, or you can also call it as the where you can see your entire process flow. Whatever you can see here, the same you can see in a different way. I'll show you what is the difference. The task status at the down, it will show that what is the task? Are you performing any task? If yes, what is the status of it? If you're performing multiple tasks, if you fire, which task is executing now and what are the tasks which are pending? All those things you can see here. Sometimes you may tend to work on more than one server in the Linux. That will be called as a grid environment. So I don't go too much into that at this particular point of time, because some of you might not familiar with what is called this grid, how it will be maintained and all. In a simple word, I can say like, all of you know what is called power grid. You all use power grid, right? That means to say indirectly. So what is power grid? I can say that it is a common place where multiple substations or multiple powerhouses are connected, right? Where the distribution of your power is going to be happen, correct? Electricity will be distributed based on the needs, correct? So when I say SAS grid, I can say pretty much same. Let's say I have 4 servers with me, nothing but let's say you have 4 PCs with you. You connect all 4 PCs together, right? Let's say someone has given you 2 tasks, or let's say someone has given you 5 tasks. You assign one task to all 4. So there is one more task pending, right? Out of these 4, the initial task that we have assigned, whichever PC completed the task earlier, to that particular PC we are going to assign the remain task. That is, we continuously monitor the balance, the load balance on your connected machines. Whichever machine is free, in that particular machine we are going to assign the new task. In that way, there will be always load balance, and there will be always equal distribution of your load across all your servers. That is the whole concept of grid. So when you connect it to the grid, you can see here under the server tab, let's say you have 4 servers, or if you have 5 servers, in which server your given task is running, to see that you have these servers. Able to understand, guys? Is it little too much? If you feel like, hey Murli, this is something new which we are not familiar, also let me know. Not an issue. This is not something that you need to digest right away, but if you're able to follow this, that's more than sufficient. Questions, guys? You guys are able to follow?
Yes, Murli.
Yeah, perfect. Right. Now let's say out of this is the place where I can find, that is under the process project tree, I can have all my programs placed. For an example, if I want to create a new program, can you see file? In the file, I can click this, I can go to the new, either I can create a new project, or I can create a new table. Data is nothing but a table, or I can create a new program. That is what a SAS program is, or I can create some report, or I can maintain a note of it, or I can maintain the order list. That is bit, all these features are not available in the other SAS, I can say PC SAS, right? For now, just on a lighter note, we want to start a program. So let's start with creating a program. The moment you want to create a program, you can see there is a blank space available here. This is the place where you can write all your program. You can save it, or without saving also you can run it. On the left hand side, the moment you say program, you can see there is a process flow created. Under the process flow, you have the untitled program. You can call it as a just normal program, right? So here you can type whatever you want. For an example, I want to type this as an introduction class. I can say SAS PG introduction. So now I want to save it. So I just go with Control S, or I can simply use this, that is file save as. Now I'm just going with my desktop. In the desktop, I'm just calling this as SAS intro. I'm just giving the name of the project, right? Name of the project. You can see here. It is going to get stored as enterprise guide. You can see .egp here starts name as the entire. I'm not only saving the program, I'm also saving the entire thing, which is you can see it on the screen. I'll tell you what I meant. Now, if I want to rename the program, I can rename it. This is my first program. Let's say I want to go with another program. Just go with another. Here you can see here also I can create the program or whatever you want. Instead, either I can go with file and I can do this, or I can start from here and I can also create it. So this is my second program. Let's say program 2. Then all of a sudden I say that, hey, this entire thing I want to rename. Let's say this is my module number 1. So this entire process flow, that is module number 1, has 2 programs. One is intro program, the other one is program 2. Let's say I just created one more, but whatever I have created here, let's say I'm just typing something here, some random stuff, and while saving this, you know, where it is, save program as this particular one. Either I can create it in my PC somewhere, I can do that, or here I can create a new process flow. To that new process flow also I can drag this. That is, let's say I'm just going with a new process flow here. Under the new process flow, I can create all my programs. Now we can see. So this one, module number 1, all the programs which comes under module number 1, I can put it here. And all the programs comes under the module number 2, I can put it here, and I can keep adding. So if I say module number 1, you can see all the program list. If I say module number 2, here is the program list. If this program executed, for an example, I'm just creating something. Let's say data test set SAS help.class and run. I did something here, correct? The moment I run this, one table is going to get created. You can see the table is created. I can also see it in the log, but how to read the log and all, I'm going to explain, don't worry. Now, if I go to the module now, can you see this? The process flow indicating that you have created an intro program. The intro program is creating a data set called test. You can double click it. Correct? Now what I'm trying to do is I'm going to take the test program here. I'm just writing some program. Don't worry about what I'm typing and all here. We can discuss all those. I created something here. Now if I go to the module, I can see intro program has created test. By using the test data set, I just gone through the program number 2. In the program number 2, I have created something called testm. Again, what I'm going to do here is in the same program, I'll write some more. Right, some random program I have typed here. The intention is it's supposed to create another data set. It has created. Now if we go to the module, that is process flow, and you can see here under the process flow, I can see where it is. I can see there is a table called new created from testm, correct? So program 2 has created this. Now if I run all these together, and if I go to this, now you can see program 2 actually created 2 data sets. One data set is new and another data set is testm. But test is the data set which is created in the program number 1. like this, at any point of time, if you want to see what are the various programs that are created, and in each program what are the various data sets that are created, if you want to see a list of all those, I can use this particular one. Make sense, guys? I don't know, like I'm not asking you to either you can understand this completely or what. I'm not asking that, but on a whole, are you able to manage how the look and feel of this particular one is? That part I'm looking at. Now you can see I have created 2 tables and I have also created one of the report here, correct? So intro program created 1 table, program 2 created 2 tables and 1 report as well. Am I correct? Right? So here, the advantage of your SAS Enterprise Guide is you can create programs. You can also create the process flows. Now let me explain each one of this. This is nothing but your program window. Like you can see it on the screen. This is the place where you can type and you can execute your program. To execute the program, you can see there is a button called run. The moment you click on this particular button, your program will be executed. Okay. Second, once the program is executed, there is an immediate window here as log. You can see this is the window which has the detailed log. You can see this is the program that I have executed. As a result of it, I'm seeing the log here. If any error is there, if any warning is there, all the things I can see. There is also I can also see something called log summary on the top. Click on it. The log summary is going to give the task status. For now, I don't have any errors, I don't have any warnings, so I'm pretty much cool. If I don't do that, let's say that if this is not the case, if I have some errors, for an example, let me do some error here. Now you can see it is saying that the statement is invalid or it is out of proper, it is not a proper order. You can see that I have one error, I have one note, and I have warning. I need to worry about the warnings. And you can also see here, now if I go to the log summary, I can clearly see how many errors are there. If I want to see only the errors, I can see. If I want to see only the warnings, I can see. If I want to see all of them, I can see here. Is it easy now? You can see the log summary saying that I have 2 errors, I have 2 warnings, and I have 3 notes. Notes is something like the execution. What happened there? Error is something which you are not expected. Warning is something which you are not expected, but it won't stop your process flow. Error is something that you are not expected and it will stop your process flow. It will stop your execution. All of you are able to understand how to see your errors and how to see your warnings, and where you can see all these details in your log window. Correct? So far we talked about 2. What are them? Number 1, this is your editor window. Editor window is the place where you are going to run your job or run your program. Once you execute it, to see whether the job is successful or not, to see whether the program is successful or not, you're going to see that in your log window. Once your log is there, generally in SAS, 2 types of outputs will be created. Number 1, the output in form of a table, output in form of a report. If I create a table, if my output is a table, right away it is going to create a new output window here, and the name of that output window is called output data. You can see this is the table. Right away, if my output is going to be the output of this particular program is going to be a table, then output window will be created. For an example, the output is not going to be a table. It's not going to be a table. Now we can see I don't want to run the entire program. I want to run only this selected piece. I can go to here, I can go here, I can go to the drop down, and I can simply select run selection. Only this piece of code will be executed. Now you can see it is not creating output window, it is creating a results window. Why? Here is the answer for it. So I generally SAS create 2 types of outputs. If the output is a table, then it will be navigated to output data window like this. If my program is, my output of my program is a report, it's not a table, it is going to be a report, then it is going to create a results window. So if it is going to be a report, then I'm going to have the output in the results window. So far all of you are clear? So how many windows are here now? The first is going to be a program window. This is where you are going to write your program and you will execute it. Log is the window where you are going to see your detailed log. Output window if the output is going to be a table. Results window if the output is going to be a report. Is that clear? Up to this, all of you are clear? And here I can see project tree. Here I can add all my, what to say, your programs. Any questions up to this? Are you comfortable?
So, Murli, basically we discussed about the editor window, log window, output window, and all that set, right? Okay.
Sorry, in the other session you're talking about or no?
No, I mean,
Okay.
so far we talked
That's
also.
it. So far, log window, which is nothing but the program window, which is nothing but your editor. Log is a log window where you can see your detailed log. Results if the output is a report. Output data if the output is going to be a table. Clear up to this? So these are, I can call it as, yeah, type of outputs that we produce. So generally there are only two possibilities. Either you're going to create a table as an output or report as an output. So you can see something called on the bottom here, bottom left hand side corner, you can see something called, the recent task. Suppose if you create any task, here you can see, I can also create the task. That is bit advanced at this particular point of time. So I don't prefer to explain that here because the tasks are going to be like a specific requirement meet. Later we can talk about it. Later we can discuss about it. Second one is going to be your profiles. This is SAS folders. If you want to create some SAS folders specifically for you, because this is a Linux environment. So whatever the generally your enterprise guide will be used for the Linux. In Linux, every one of us will be having one profile. That is, it will say what is your username is, what is your password is, what is your home folder is. Home folder is the place where you have all your details. All right. If your SAS is installed in such a way, if you have your profile selected here, if you have your profile created and selected here, here is the place you can see your metadata. So what is this metadata? What is this SAS folders related to the metadata? We can discuss at the end of the course. That is nothing but here. When we discuss about the miscellaneous topics, I'll discuss that. This is the one you always need to remember. The center one, which is nothing but your servers. Under the servers, since I'm using Windows, I can see only local machine. Suppose if you are using Linux, right? Here you can see multiple servers which you connected with. Suppose if your profile connected with two servers, let's say something called app1 and the second one is going to be app2. Two servers are connected, right? And then I can say that those server names will be also displayed here, just like your local, your to what and all the servers you connected, all those servers list will be available here, right? Now let's say I just go to the first one. Again, I can see two things. One is libraries, another is files. Files is the place, this is nothing but your, I can say your Explorer. So this is my PC Explorer, right? Can I say if I go to this PC, what I'm going to get here, my entire PC, I can explore starting from here, correct? I have my C drive, within the C drive, I have my file system like this, and I can navigate to each file system and I can continue, correct? The same Explorer, you can find it here. You can see C drive, just now whatever I have mentioned, and desktop and document. This is nothing but your Explorer. So in whichever server you are, in that particular server, it is going to be your file explorer. Okay. Then I can see libraries. Libraries are very, 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 very specific to SAS. So what is this library? What is the importance of this? What are all the various libraries I need to take care of, or I need to aware of? This and all we are going to discuss in the module number 1. There is going to be a separate topic called libraries. That is nothing but how to create a library, what are the existing library, what you called as user defined libraries, when to create user defined libraries, What do you mean by temporary library? What do you mean by permanent library? All these kind of stuff we are going to discuss in the module number 1. For now, I'm not going deeper in this particular session. So overall, 3 windows, or I can say 4 windows, starting with, let's say if I go with SAS Enterprise Guide, 1 window, I can call it as a program. This will be my editor. Here is the place I'm going to write my program. Number 2, I'm going to have log window. Here is what I can see, detailed log. Number 3, I'm going to have output data window. Correct? This is the place, this is something like if my program output is a table. If the program output is table, I'm going to have it here. Number 4, I'm going to have a results window. This is if my program output is a report. Clear? In addition to this, I'm also going to have my process flow. So process flow, this is the place where we can arrange all programs that we are going to type, whatever the programs that we are going to write, all programs in order of our choice. Correct? Whatever the order you prefer, in that order you can create. And also I can say we can create multiple process flows as well. Correct? That's what we discuss here, right? The other thing is going to be, we need to be a bit cautious about something called servers. This is the place where I have again 2 things. Number 1, libraries. I can say specific to SAS. And then I'm going to have another thing called files, which is nothing but my Explorer. Anything else you want to talk, guys? I think I have pretty much covered all the things that we need to go with. So servers, I'm pretty much interested in the servers, that too in the libraries and files. I have the process flow and I have my, what to say, program window, log window, output data window, and results window. These are all specific to your SAS Enterprise Guide. Now, let's go to your PC SAS. Sorry, let's go to your SAS Studio. Guys, can you see pretty much same? Have a look. I have a code. I have a code here. The code is nothing but my editor. Now you can see. This is the place where I'm going to type my program. Right? Now you can see if I execute this, here is what submit program. I can submit this. It will get executed. And you can see this is my log window. So as usual, log is going to be the same, I can say. Log is the place where I have the detail log. And now you can see output data. If the whatever the output of this particular program is a table, it will automatically go to the output data. Since it's a table, it will go to the output data. So this is going to be the same again, right? And then I have results. Let's say, let's work on one of the program where I'm going to generate the report. You can see this is a report. Let's do this here. See this carefully. Now I'm into the code window. This blue color one will be automatically shifted to the results after the execution. Something called error, because I don't have a file called test.test_m. So I'll just go with the other file here, because we created that in the program 1. So now you can see the output is going to be the result. So I don't have output window now, only the results window is there. In the results window, my output is there. So I can say that the first 4 windows which I have in the enterprise guide is pretty much similar to what I have in my SAS Studio. Am I correct? Questions, please. Hasni.
Sir, is there any process flow in the studio? Process flow, like you,
No,
yeah, on the left side.
you don't have it. You don't have it. There is only one thing called this. These are all servers, other kind of stuff. You don't have it. See, process flow is only if you have a project, right? I can create a project here, but not here, right? I can do one thing. Instead of this, I can do one thing. I can create a shortcut like this. Within the shortcut, I can keep all my data. Let's say if I have 4 programs, 5 programs together, I can save it at one place and I can call that entire folder here. That is possible. That is possible. For an example, let's say, and right, this is the program actually. What I can do now is I can just right click on this one here, right? I can go to create. I can say create folder shortcut, right? I can name it as, let's say, test or EST. Done. So now you can see every time when I want to do it. So I know that all my programs are here. Can you see? In that way, you can create a folder shortcuts here, right? But you cannot create a program process flow, or you cannot create a project flow here. That is not possible. You mean to say what I'm trying to say? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Still, you can keep all your program at one place. All your programs, you can keep it at one place, and you can create a file shortcut for that. That is possible. All right. And then, so tasks and utilities, which is pretty much same as this. You can see the tasks, and you can also have snippets. That is, you can create some snippets. What is called snippet? Here also you can create the snippets. I'll tell you how to create a snippet and all, but which is not required. That is too, you know, if you are lazy enough to write a simple piece of code, if you want to type something, the moment you type it, it's supposed to create a piece of block for you, a piece of code block for you. In those cases, you can go with the snippets. But snippets are not, I don't say useful, but I can say that not required. But anyways, if you want to go ahead with that, I can also help you with how to create the snippets. Libraries, pretty much same. So whatever the libraries are there, the same libraries is also available here. File shortcuts, just now I mentioned, we can create it, correct? So now I can go back here. I don't have process flows. Instead of servers, I directly going to have libraries, correct? And I can have all my files explorer. Yes, the files explorer is there, but the name of that is going to be a files and folders, correct? Can I say pretty much same here and there? I can say almost same, not completely, but most of the similarities you can find between your SAS Enterprise Guide and your SAS Studio. All of you accept that?
Sure.
Any questions? Yeah. Now let's move to PC SAS, Windows SAS. This is what. So here you can see almost same thing, but you can see editor window, correct? Editor is the place where you are going to type your program. So editor name itself is editor. Then second, you can see log. So log remains going to be the log. Number 3, output. This is somewhat peculiar. I'll tell you what it is. To explain this, what I can do is I'll just go to my PC SAS first. I'll copy some piece of code. I just pasted here. Let me, you can see, right? I know the, what to say, the font is too very small, but when we go to the classes, I can increase it. Maybe even now I can do it. Just give me a second. Better? Right. Now you can see, if I run this, I don't get any, I don't know whether it has run or not. We don't have any clarity. But if you go to Enterprise Guide, if you run something, it will automatically take you to the further windows, right? If error, it will stop at log. If the output has come, it will either redirect to the output window or to the results window. The same is the case with this also, correct? I run something, first it will go to the log. If there are no errors, what is the output it is creating? To that particular output, it will be navigated. But if you go to the PC SAS, you don't have that facility. So after you complete your program, if the program output is not a report, then check your log first. It is saying that I don't have any errors, correct? I have only notes, no warnings, no errors. Cool. Then I don't see anything in the output. I'll tell you why. But if I want to see the output of this test, go to Explorer. In the Explorer, can you see something called libraries? Go to the libraries, check work library. Here is what your output is. Can you see? Test is the one that you have created. Your test is in the library, correct? I can say I have two things here. What are them? Number one, my output data will not be created directly. Instead, I have two things. Number one, I'm going to have a window called Explorer window. This Explorer window this is nothing but a normal Explorer, right? A subdivision of that is nothing but my libraries. Under the libraries, you are going to see if my program output is a table, I'm going to see that under the libraries. Is that clear? First thing. Then you can ask me, Murli, then why this output is all about? What is this output is all about? So if you create a report, for an example, I'm creating a report here, right? Now the report, if I'm creating some report, what happened? Oh, test time data is not there. Same problem. Let's say if I create some report, then you can see my output by default will go to the results viewer, correct? If my output is going to be this, then the output will be automatically redirected to a place called results viewer. Okay. Right. And then you can also see something here. The moment your results are creating, you can see here under the results window, there is a new window here called the results window, correct? Let's say number 5, which is going to be a results window. This results window will be having tree of all reports we generate. So now I created one report. What is that report? I used a proc SQL and I have created something here, correct? Then let's say I'm going to write something else. Let's say proc print data is equal to this. This is the second report that I'm generating. My output will be go to the results viewer only, you can see. But you can also see here, I have a track of what I'm doing. The tree is created and I have the track of what I'm doing here. But that will be used only for the procedures, or I can say that it can be used only if my output is a report. Can you see? My outputs are keep loading into the results viewer, correct? And also I'm having a track of what I need. In some cases, right? Oh, sorry. In the preferences, can you go to the results here, right? So by default, what it is doing is this option is available from SAS 9.4, guys. Before SAS 9.4, before SAS 9.3 up to SAS version 9.2, I don't have this option. You can see view results as they are generated. All right. use ODS graphics. This one I don't have. Let's say if I go with the create listing and if I run the same, I'll tell you what it is. Can you see now? Your data is not creating here. It is not going to the results window at all. Let me close it. My output is actually coming to the output window. Correct? If you are using older versions of SAS up to SAS 9.2, the default thing is in the output window. I have one more window called output window. This output window is the one which is going to have your results. That is, if my program output is a report, by default it will come here. But what happened is from SAS 9.3 onwards, that is any version higher than SAS 9.2, by default in your preferences, you can see tools, options, preferences. In the preferences, under the results, where my results should come, if I create now, let's say that for an example, hey, don't create listing, view results the moment it generated, use your ODS graphics, right? If I select these and if I run my report now, right, let me clear this. I just clear this one. You can see the output results is empty. If I run this now, my output is creating in a results viewer, and you can see that my output window is blank, right? You can always toggle between how you want to see your output. You want to see your output of your report in a separate window called a results viewer? Yes, you can see. Or, hey, I'm not interested to do it. I want to see all my output in a classic way. Just print everything in the output window. Yes, you can do that as well. All of you are able to understand what are the various windows we have in your SAS 9.4, that is your SAS PC SAS, your enterprise guide, and your SAS studio. Now you guys decide and tell me which one you feel efficient. Or this is purely personal choice, guys, purely personal choice. Every developer has their own preferences. So according to you, which one you think? So which one you want to follow? You want to go with enterprise guide, or you want to go with your PC SAS, or you want to go ahead with the SAS studio? Which one you want me to go with?
Actually, can I ask one thing? In real world, which one is most of the company what they are using, or what is the company preference?
I told you. So this is not a company preference. Okay, let me tell you again. There are a lot of things involved, guys. So let's say working for a company, and let's say 90 sorry, majority of the companies falls under Linux, followed by mainframes. These two are the two operating systems where your SAS codes will run, right? For an example, if you are using, you know, your what is that, mainframes, you left with no other options rather than using the SAS 9.4, or you can go with SAS Studio. So between these two, which one they prefer? Let's say if your organization is, you know, developer centric, meaning they want to give the benefits to the developer irrespective of the operational cost, then they will choose SAS 9.4, because compared to SAS 9.4, your SAS Studio is least expensive, but features wise, the other things wise, it is easy. So if your organization feel that, hey, why can't I give SAS 9.4 to my organization, guys, they can give it. But if I don't generalize in that way, most of the companies follow Linux, so obviously it is going to be SAS Enterprise Guide. It is just look and feel, guys. The program, syntax, everything remains going to be the same, because this is the window where you are going to type it. Your program is going to be same. Here also you can see the same program. Here also I'm writing the same program. Here also I'm writing the same program. Program wise, there is no difference at all, right? Execution wise, there is no difference at all. But where the outputs are generating, how the logs are creating, only there the look and feel wise they are changing, except that everything remains going to be the same. The program wise, everything remains going to be the same. The differences will come to the picture only where the look and feel is all about. Okay, I'll tell you something, guys. So I worked for the organizations, right? Let's say one of my previous organization, they don't have PC SAS, they don't have enterprise guide, and they don't have any other tool. They have only SAS Studio. You need to go with your secure shell, that is nothing but your Linux PuTTY environment. In the PuTTY, you need to run all your codes and everything. If you want to test something, if you want to see your code, you can go with your SAS Studio and you can do it. Some organizations follow that. Let's say one of my previous organization, the other one, they don't even have PuTTY. They don't have access to the PuTTY. They don't have access to the any other editor. They don't have access to the WinSCP. They don't have access to the file explorer. Only thing we got is enterprise guide. Whatever you want to do, you want to schedule something, you want to do whatever you want to do it from your enterprise guide. Do it from your enterprise guide. Some organization, let's say I worked with one of the organization, their mainframes is there. So instead of going to the PC SAS Studio, they have given the Windows environment. Under the Windows environment, we have your PC SAS. We can connect remotely to the mainframes by using R subnet and NR subnet. It is organization specific, but generally, majority of the organizations go with the enterprise guide. We'll do one thing.
Yeah, I think that will be my preference, as you mentioned. Let's see the team says.
Yeah, we'll do one thing. We'll go one module. Let's say 4 or 5 classes we go with enterprise guide. 4 or 5 classes we go with 9.4, or 4 or 5 classes we go with the SAS Studio. Whichever you feel like good, we can go with that. Anywhere the same effort remains going to be the same. So where you want to, which one you want to choose is up to you. So you may decide after a week, you may decide after 2 weeks. That's absolutely fine. Clear? I'll go with all 3 so that you will be comfortable with all 3. Then we can choose, we can stick with any one of it based on your preferences. Then we can continue the classes on the whichever the tool you prefer. Right? So the decision can be taken later. That's the reason I have gone through all the GUIs. Clear?
Yeah,
yes,
maybe
yeah,
one week enterprise guide, 1 week SAS Studio in that way, so that we'll get a clear idea of all the 3, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said. 5 classes means we have a week 5 classes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? All right. So technically, this is about, you're giving the introduction to the GUIs and all. So have your installation ready, have your software ready with you. Monday, that is coming Monday, that is on 25th, we are going to start with the programming part. That is nothing but I'll give you the introduction to the terminology. So far, if you see, we started with, I just put everything here. So first day we start and discussed about the course content and the project details. Second day we talked about what are the various interfaces and where the SAS will run. And today we discussed about among the given 3 tools, which one are how the look and feel is all about. So the next thing is going to be programming introduction. That is nothing but where we will start discussing about programming. How to write your SAS program, what is called keywords, and how to see the errors, how to see the logs, all the related information we are going to see there. Right? Questions? Any questions from anyone, guys?
No, that's fine for me. Thanks.
Yeah, good, Munir. Thank you.
Perfect. Then let's connect on Monday and we can continue with the programming. See you guys. See you everyone.
See you. Thank you very much. Bye. Take care.
Bye bye. Thank you. Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can see my screen. Hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation? Guys, all of you can hear me? Wonderful. Thanks for the confirmation. Let's see what and all we have done so far. So on the day one, we have discussed about our course class content, right? And then on day two, we talked about the various interfaces. That is nothing but the various tools that are available, correct? And then on day three, we have discussed about our tools, 3 GUI tools, that is SAS 9.4, SAS Enterprise Guide, and SAS Studio. All the three of them we have discussed in detail, correct? So what are the various features of that, how to proceed with that, these kind of stuff we have discussed. So as mentioned, today I'm going to start with our programming. That is nothing but I'll go with programming rules. What are the various SAS programming rules are there? How to start with your SAS program, how to save it, how to run the SAS program, how to check the logs, and what is the general way of storing the data. All these basic things I'm going to cover today. All right. So without wasting much time, let's start. I'm just using SAS EG for this entire week. So next week I'll go ahead with the PC SAS, and the next week I'll go ahead with the SAS Studio. So then I'll give you a decision about, you are the one who are going to decide. So which one we can proceed. This is the last class agreement as well, correct? Right. So today I'm going to start with SAS Introduction to SAS Programming. I'm going to talk about SAS Programming today. All right. So first of all, let's talk about very simple things. What do you mean by program? Anyone? You may or may not have any programming knowledge, but out of curiosity, I'm asking, from your point of view, what is called a program? Anyone? Whatever it comes to your mind, you don't need to form a big sentence or anything. Just in your point of view, what do you think a program is, or what do you think a program will do? Not even one. Okay, let me go ahead with it.
Programming in which we use coding for the instructions, like.
Okay, you mean to say that you're going to do coding to prepare a program? Okay,
yes,
what is code? What is code? What is code then?
To give instruction to the software.
Exactly. Exactly. So I can say that a program is nothing but a set of instructions primarily, correct? I may have one or more instructions, right? I have written all these instructions systematically. So what instruction will do? Instruction is the one which will say that, hey, this is the task you're supposed to do. To perform this particular task, these are the inputs I'm supplying to you, and generate the output, keep it in this particular location. Or if I don't want to say all this kind of stuff, in a simple manner, I say that a program is nothing but this set of instructions. Instruction is nothing but what is the task that you would like to perform, correct? A very simple thing, right? I don't need to go with a programming language or anything. In general terms also, I can say that I want to perform some task. Each task I can call it as an instruction. All these instructions together I can call it as a program. Am I correct? Even in the real-time world, like even if you go to the normal things, let's say you purchase a mobile, they're going to give instructions manual, correct? What is that instruction manual is going to say to you? How to switch on your phone, how to replace your batteries there, or for the first time, how much time you want to you need to charge your mobile device, if you want to insert a SIM, from where you have to do, or if you want to do any specific task with your mobile, all those things will be coming from it. All those things will be placed in your manual, correct? Can I say your manual is nothing but a program? That program has a set of instructions. Each instruction is intended to do a specific task. Am I correct? Can I consider it in that way? All right. Now, what is SAS program then? My SAS program is also going to do the same, but the only thing is going to be all the instructions are specific to the SAS language, meaning just go with the general language like mother tongue. let's say I speak Telugu, so all my instructions will be in Telugu to my local people, correct? But if I give the same instructions to all of you, hey, do this, do that, if I want to say everything in Telugu, you guys may understand, you may not understand, because you may or may not familiar with that particular language. So what is this then? So always in which environment you are, or what is going to be the understandable language, in that particular language you need to provide all the instructions, correct? Each language has its own vowels, each language has its own script, each language has its own specifications. Similarly, when it comes to the SAS program or even SAS has its own keywords. So what is meant by keyword? So first, a program is nothing but a set of instructions. Instruction is nothing but a combination of your keywords. An instruction may contain one or more keywords, correct? So what do you mean by keyword then? Let's say if we go to the general language, hey, call someone, or I can say that lift your hand. If I say lift, the meaning of lift is you're picking up something and you're just making sure that your hand is holding that, correct? You say that, so walk, then you have to say that the person is going to walk from your place to another place or from source to the destination. Run. So each word, walk, run, eat, sleep, each one is going to be a keyword which is having a specific meaning to do, correct? Again, that meanings are specific to the language, correct? The action remains going to be the same. Let's say I want you to run. In English, I use a keyword called run. In Telugu, I use a different keyword. In Hindi, I use a different keyword, right? If I go to let's say that Flemish, I use a different keyword. If I use Dutch, I use a different keyword. But all these keywords are there to perform the same task. At the end of your keyword, or once you give the keyword to that particular person as an instruction, that particular person is going to run, right? Correct or not? If he's a Dutch fellow, you have to tell it in Dutch. If he's a Tamilian, you have to tell him in Tamil. If he's a Keralite, you have to tell it in the Malayalam, correct? So each language has its own keyword. Similarly, SAS also has its own keywords. So your program must consist of those keywords, then only SAS can understand, SAS can interpret, SAS can compile, and SAS can execute. Correct? So what I'm trying to talk here, I'm just trying to build up a simple meaning for your program. Program is nothing but a set of instructions which we are interested to do. So each SAS program has its own keywords. Keyword is nothing but the word has a specific meaning to do. That word has a specific task to perform. Is that clear up to this? We're just trying to relate with your normal language or local language. Am I correct? Up to this, all of you are with me? Even you can use your chat window to chat with me. All of you are comfortable with whatever I'm telling so far?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You may feel, hey, Murli, it is too basic. Yes, it might be basic. We have beginners here. We have people who don't have, the programming background, correct? That's the reason we are going with very basics, right? Now, so every program or every language has its own rules, right? What do you mean by rules? These words, you can use it anywhere. These words, you are not supposed to use it in public. These are the words, maybe I can say cuss words, you're not supposed to use to any people because these words are going to hurt them, correct? Everywhere, let's say you're talking with the elder person, these are the set of keywords you can use. If you are talking with your very close friend, these are the set of words you can use it, correct? So the language remains going to be the same, but whenever you're in a given situation, the type of words that you're going to use is different, altogether different, correct? You're not going to use the same words while talking with your friends and while talking with your parents. When it comes to the parents, there are a lot of respect come to the picture. The way you're going to deal them, the way you're going to communicate with them is all going to be different, correct or not? So what are the various programming rules I have in SAS? So I can say This got copied. Yeah, SAS programming rules. There are set of rules or set of instructions you need to follow while writing your SAS program. All right. And I'm also going to give you some presentation today, guys. I'm not a guy who is really interested in the presentation, but I'll just go a few things. Okay. These are the ones. So first thing is going to be SAS basics, right? So first thing is SAS statement. So what do you mean by a SAS statement? Because I said that a SAS programming rules, in that the very first point I would like to discuss is, here I said that SAS program is a set of instruction, right? How you're going to write an instruction? Every instruction in SAS will be called it as one statement. So SAS program is nothing but series of statements, or I can say that nothing but one or more statements, or I can say that SAS program comprises of one or more statements. Minimum one statement will be there, and I can have no limit any number of statements I can have. Now the question is, what do you mean by statement? Correct? Instruction and statement, both of them are going to be the same. What do you mean by statement? Statement is nothing but, it always starts with a keyword. It always starts with a keyword. Without a keyword, it doesn't have any meaning, right? But there are exceptions. There are exceptions. I'll tell you what are those exceptions are, right? It always, or I can say that it's generally start with a keyword, all right, and ends with semicolon. Remember this. This is very, 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 very important. It always going to start with a, most of the time it is going to start as with a keyword, and it must end with semicolon. This is mandatory. SAS going to consider anything which is going to ends with a semicolon as a statement. For an example, just let me give you one example. I'm writing scenario 1 here. So my scenario 1 is going to be, it is going to be like this. Let's say I'm writing something, right? Let's say data new set SAS help dot cars. I'm going to say something called new is equal to, or I can say flag is equal to segment, and then I'm going to write something called upfront. This is one. Then I'm just going with scenario 2. In the scenario 2, I'm writing like this: Brock SQL create table, let's say new as select r from SAS help dot cars, where region is not null, order by region, and quit. Now, so there are two scenarios. I just put it on your screen, correct? Scenario 1 and scenario 2. And here is your logic. What is the logic? A statement generally starts with a keyword and ends with a semicolon. Correct? This is what I said. Now you can see here. Tell me, how many scenarios are there? In scenario 1, how many statements are there? In scenario 2, how many statements are there? Anyone?
3 statements in scenario 1.
Scenario 1, you're saying that there are 3 statements. Okay. Anyone have any conflict?
I think it's
Anyone?
4.
So I think 4
Okay.
state.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
4 in the first segment.
Okay. I got one answer as 3 and remaining answers as 4. Okay. All right. How about the second one? How about the second one? Scenario 2.
Sir, I think 3.
So scenario
Yeah.
3. How about others?
Yeah, 3.
Same?
Yes, sir. 3.
Okay. Perfect. So now I think all of you are familiar that one thing that we need to understand here is, yes, you're right. So the first one has 4 statements. The second one has 3 statements. So how do you understand that? It may start with a keyword. You can see that the best part of your editors, or I can say that your tools are going to be, the keywords will be always highlighted with a different color. Can you see? Dark blue, light blue, and dark blue. Correct? You can see here in the whole thing, wherever you have the blue shade, all those are going to be the keywords. So data is a keyword, set is a keyword, run is a keyword. Can I see this? Dark blue, light blue, dark blue. Dark blue, dark blue. These two are also blue, 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 blue. These three are blue. Order by is blue, and quit is also blue. So I can say that anywhere you can see a something which is in a different color, specifically in blue, you can call that as a keyword. Correct? So according to this, if you see, a statement most of this time starts with a keyword here, here, and here. Correct? And ends with a semicolon. But in this scenario, can you see? Has it started with any keyword? No, right? These are the exclusions. I'll tell you what are these and all, right? It need not to start always with a keyword. Sometimes without a keyword also a statement will start, but it always ends with a semicolon. Correct? And second thing, I can write multiple statements into a single line, or one statement can split across the multiple lines. Correct? Always remember, line is not equal to your statement. Line and statement are not same. You can see there are 4 statements are there in single line. Here, one statement is spread across 6 different lines. Both of them are possible. So in SAS program, the next thing I want to tell here is going to be number 3. Multiple statements can present in a single line. That is one. Yes, absolutely possible. You can write multiple statements in a single line. No one is going to have any exception. Second, or if that is not the case for you, or I can say one statement can be spread across multiple lines. Both of them are possible and both of them are correct. Every one of you accept this? One statement can spread across multiple lines. Multiple statements can be in the same line as well. Just now you have seen the scenarios. Correct? Now, can you see here, everything I have written in a lower case, correct? Small case. All right. What happened if I change them to uppercase? Create table, uppercase, as uppercase, select lowercase, from uppercase. Let's say not where. I'm going with a combination of both. So what do you think? Will it throw an error? I'm using a complete uppercase. I'm using completely lowercase. I'm going with combination of both of them. Mixed case.
I think it's case sensitive.
Okay. So I can simply call this as 2 scenarios. Case sensitive and I can say case insensitive, correct? So if you go with Java or if you go with C programming, those are case sensitives, correct? Those are absolutely case sensitive. But how about SAS? Do you think SAS is falls under scenario 1 or falls under scenario 2? What is your view? Case sensitive or case insensitive?
Case sensitive.
Okay, 1. Usha saying 1. How about others?
Case insensitive.
Tulasi going in the opposite way. Yeah, case insensitive. So there is one answer for case sensitive and one for case insensitive. Right. What is the best way? Let's run
I mean,
this.
it does. What I mean to say is, it doesn't matter whether it's uppercase or lowercase. So
Okay.
that causes like
insensitive. Case
yeah,
insensitive. Okay. So 2 answers are case insensitive only so far. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll simply run this. If it has any errors, it's supposed to throw that, saying that a region is not there. That's fine. Okay, let's put case insensitive. Okay, some different view here. So both the case. Let's run this. Oh, what is that? Region still where it is. Oops. Here. Let me remove this. And in the select, let me go with some combination. It must run now. Now you can see I have gone with lowercase here, uppercase here, combination of both lower and uppercase here. Have I get any warnings or have I get any errors? No, correct? You can also see log summary. It is going to say that there are 0 errors, there are 0 warnings. I don't have any issues, right? So first thing you guys need to understand is SAS is completely case insensitive. That is, you can write your SAS program case insensitive. Completely in a uppercase, completely in lowercase, or completely in a combination of both lowercase as well as the uppercase. You can do it, anything, not a problem, right? And another thing, indentation. What do you call indentation, anyone? So control I here, you can see format code, there is nothing but indent. So what do you mean by that? Suppose if I go to Python programming, for an example, if I go to Python programming, if this is going to be my line number 1 proc SQL, the line number 2, which is a link to the first one, it's supposed to start with some indent. That may be a tab separated, that may be 2 lines, that may be 3 lines, right? Some cases it always need to have an indent. That is, it need to move, it need to be arranged in a proper way. When it comes to the SAS, for an example, I'll show you how SAS is going to do this. If you see this, if I go with the format code, it is going to do indent for us, and you can see it automatically pushed one tab here. From here, it pushed another tab. From here, it pushed another tab. From here, it pushed another tab. Correct? And you can see when it comes to the semicolon, with only one tab, it has come. All right? This is the proper indentation. You can do like this and you can run. If not, without any indentation also you can run. Let's say for these two, I'm just going with, here, this as I'll put around 10-15 tabs here, and I'll just put it here and I can run it. It won't mind. It won't mind. You run anywhere you want. I don't mind. I'm going to give you the output. You can see. So there is no problem with the indentation. You can run it anywhere or anyhow you want. Is that clear up to this? I'm just going with only 3 things. Number 1, always begin with a keyword. It is not always. Sometimes it is keywords for variable creation, or it is not. It always ends with a semicolon. And our free format. What do you mean by free format? You can start at any location. You can start and you can end at any location. That is what it said. So I started this at position number 1, but this one, you know, these many spaces I have given after that I have started. I can start at anywhere, I can end at anywhere. You can also see this. So my new statement started here, ends here. Again, new statement starts here, ended here. Again, new statement starts, ended here. Here, my statements are spread across 4 lines or 5 lines. Correct? And also you can see that entire program can be written on 1 line or many lines. I also did this. I can also go with multiple lines, or I can also go with this single line. But there is a small clause, there is a small condition, that is data lines. I'll tell you what is data lines when it will come. I'm going to tell you that. Don't worry about it this now. Okay. Then case SAS is not case sensitive. There is nothing but case insensitive. You can go ahead with anything. Again, there is a clause. I'll tell you what is that clause is. Up to this, all of you are able to follow SAS rules. A very simple rules, I can say that is going to be start at any position and ends anywhere you like. Right? So these are some of the basic rules of the SAS. That is, you don't need to follow too many things. Simple stuff. A SAS program is nothing but set of statements. A statement is nothing but which will start with a keyword most probably, and always ends with a semicolon. You can write multiple SAS statements into a single line, or you can write one SAS statement spread across the multiple lines. SAS is not case sensitive. You can go ahead with either uppercase or lowercase or the combination of them. Your SAS, each statement can start at any position and ends at any position. There is no need of going with the indentation. Questions? Any questions? Are all of you comfortable up to this?
Yes, Murli.
Sir, one more time, please explain point 1 and 2.
Point 1 and 2. Sure. See, I'm trying to explain what is called a SAS program is. I said that SAS program is nothing but a set of statements, right? So what do you mean by set of statements? Set of statements is nothing but, you can see. Okay. So now if I go to this particular scenario, there are 2 scenarios I have mentioned here. Can I consider this as a program up to this? This is a program, a simple SAS program, which has 4 statements because it's ended with semicolon here, 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 and here. In 3 cases, it has a keyword called some specific keywords are there. That may be data, that may be set, that may be run. Correct? But here I don't have any keyword. I also told you what is called a keyword because it is there to meet a specific task. And also I told you keywords can be easily identified if you have any editor like this. If you have an editor, then it automatically get highlighted in a specific color. Correct? Now, the first rule I mentioned here is SAS program comprises of 1 or more statements. Now you can see this is statement number 1, this is statement number 2, statement number 3, statement number 4. Each statement will end with a semicolon. So first rule, is that clear? And it's not even a rule, I can say that it is what is called a program is. Second, statement generally start with a keyword and ends with a semicolon. Okay. So now you can see it starts with a keyword here, here, and here, but here it has not started. But both the cases are genuine. So this is also a valid case, this is also a valid case. Now tell me, I'll just tell you a few things. I'll repeat this later, but just I'll tell you what is the meaning of it. So the first statement, data new, the meaning of this is create a new table called new. That is, if it gets executed successfully, the outcome is going to be, it is going to create a table called new. Number 2, the meaning of second statement is going to be set SAS help.class to create a new table in statement number 1. I need some input, right? The input is sashelp.class or sashelp.course. So what is the meaning of it? The meaning of it is I'm using sashelp.course as an input and I'm creating a table called new. To create a table, I'm using this statement. To mention what is my input, I'm using this statement. Number 3, flag equal to segment. The meaning is create a field in new table and assign a value segment to it. So what is the meaning of it? It is going to create a segment as a value and it is going to create a new variable, or I can say that new field called flag. So create a field called flag in new table and assign segment to it. Last one, it will tell SAS to execute the program. Okay, I'm done with all the statements. Let's execute. I'll tell you all this. What is the keyword? What is the keyword called data? What is keyword called set? And what is the keyword called run? I'll tell you all this. But since the topic has come, I'm just going with that. So this is my SAS program. My SAS program has 4 statements. How I'm identifying each statement is because it is ending with a semicolon. And each statement is there to do a specific task. Is that clear, Chiru? Can I get a quick confirmation now?
Okay, clear, sir. But I wonder, every program has a run is compulsory?
Wonderful question. Okay, anyways, I'll come to that. It is mandatory to have at least one run statement in the entire program. Meaning, just a second, let me put it in another one. Let's say data class set SAS help dot class and run. Okay, let me write one more program here. Let's say data boys set SAS help dot class where 6 is equal to m. Let's say I'm going with another SAS program. Let's say proc contents data is equal to SAS help dot shoes. Right? Let's say I'm just going with another one. Let's say proc print data is equal to SAS help dot cars and run. Ideally speaking, I think Chiru, I'm just placing you on mute because there is a lot of disturbance on your end. Once I'm done with your thing, then again you can be unmute and you can ask me any questions. Right. So now you can see this is one block. This is second block of my program, third block of my program, fourth block of my program. Right. So how I am identifying each block is based on the keyword data or proc. I'll talk about this later in the second part of the today's session. Now your question is it mandatory that every program every subprogram in my main program should end with a run, right? Let's run all these together. Now you can see if I go to the log. So this is my program number 1, that is subtask number 1. This is subtask number 2. This is subtask number 3, and this is my final task. All the 4 tasks executed without any errors, without any warnings. Next time what I'm trying to do is I'm removing these run statements. I just have one run statement for the entire program. And let's run this again. Now go to your log. Did I get any errors or warnings? And also see here, it doesn't have a run, still it is running. It doesn't have a run, still it is executing. It doesn't have a run, still it is executing. It has a run statement and it got executed. But what if my program doesn't have a run at all? My program doesn't have a run, right? still it is executing if you are using a tool. If you are using a tool. If you are not using a tool, right? If you are running this by saving a SAS program and you are running this by using the SAS keyword called SAS, there you will say that your program should have at least one run statement. You are going to get an error, right? Because it is a tool it will suggest SAS that, hey, I don't have any other after this, so let's execute it. Run statement is required to tell SAS that, hey, I'm done with all the statements. You can start executing it. If you are running this in a tool, it will cover. But if you are not running in a tool, if you are going with something called a regular one, there you have the difficulties. So hope I have answered your question. Run statement will tell where my program ending. From there, SAS will start executing the program, right? So I'm just going with the same thing here in the another tool, that is even in the your PC SAS. There also you can see that it is successfully executed, correct? But if I save a SAS program, if I try to run it in a batch mode, either in a Linux environment or in a Windows environment or in a mainframe environment, the program without your run statement will not get executed. You will get an error. Is that clear? Chiru, have I answered your question now?
Okay, fine, sir.
Perfect. Any questions from anyone? Any questions from anyone? All right. Okay. Now, let's go back to the SAS programming again, the SAS programming rules, right? Then, the sixth thing, it is not a rule. It is not a rule. In general, SAS program consists of two steps, or I can say two steps or two blocks. Number one, data step. Number two, proc step. So what is a data step is? A data step is the one, it starts with a keyword called data and ends with a run statement or run keyword. So in general, every data step starts with a keyword called data and ends with a keyword called run. Similarly, a proc step is the one which always starts with proc and ends with the run statement, right? If you see any SAS program, the SAS program may consist of multiple proc steps or multiple data steps. For an example, let me show you some simple SAS programs for your understanding. So I'm just going here, I'm just opening one of the existing SAS program from my PC. For an example, desktop closes as programs. Okay, one sec. So I'm just going with some code which is having around 100 lines of the code or 200 lines of the code. You can see here most of the part, you can see it starts with proc, ends with run, starts with proc, ends with run. Here data and run, proc and run, proc and run, proc run and quit, data and run, data again run, correct? Data and run, data and run, and I can see proc and run, data and run. Let's keep going on, correct? So what you can understand from here, in general, majority of the SAS programs consists of two different steps. Guys, I may lost the connection and it has come back again. All of you are able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me go back because I lost the connection for a minute. Yeah. Sorry about it. Let me come back on it. You can see that my entire program in general have two steps, either of the proc step or the data step. Somewhere in the middle you can see some proc sequels. You can it starts with proc and ends with quit. Forget about that for now. Don't worry about it. It is going to be a different module for you. You have a proc sequel, one entire module that we can see a little later. But for now, you can see that your program either have the proc steps or it has the data steps. Correct? So data step, how it is starting? First statement in the data step starts with the data and it's when it is the run. So anything starts with a keyword called data and ends with a run will be called it as a data step. And I have to tell something here. For an example, let's consider these two. Let's consider these two. So this is my SAS program. Okay. Now can I say how many steps are there in the SAS program? First one is a data step. The second one is a proc step. Okay. And I'm just going with few more. Now totally 4 steps are there. This is step number 1. This is step number 2, step number 3, and step number 4. Now, 2 things I want to ask you guys. Do I need to go with any order? Like I need to go only with the data steps first, or I need to go with only proc step first? Do you find any of such things here? It started irregular, right? Somewhere it started with proc, then data has come, then proc sequel has come. All I want to say here is you don't need to follow a specific format, correct? My SAS program will have 2 steps. Generally, it is not mandatory that it should have only 2. You can have something called proc sequel. You can also have the macros. So many things are there, but 90% of your time, your SAS program consists of data steps and proc steps. A data step is the one which start with a keyword called data. A proc step is the one which will start with a keyword called proc. Both of them or either of them always ends with a keyword called run. Is that clear? Right? And also, when my data step is not ending with a run, let's say these two are also considered as a data step. You can ask me, Murli, I don't have run statement. How do you say that? Just give me a second. Restrict to, right? Okay, let me go ahead with that. What's the use of minus at the beginning of the keyword? What is the usage of minus at the beginning of a keyword? Where did I use it? I haven't used it anywhere. Did you? Maybe you're referring this one. This is just to mention as a pointer, like just like your arrow mark, like this. Just to put, just to put the, because we don't have bullet points and all in the SAS programming here, so it won't support that. That's the reason I just use it. Code I haven't.
Program.
Which code you're talking about?
Before data. Data keyword, before data keyword.
Okay, 1 second. I'm not sure where did I do that. Here? Or you're talking about this one? This is the complete code. I haven't used anywhere.
No, they're talking about the symbol that's coming before data, before D, before P. It's actually the star.
Yeah, this one you're talking about. Okay. This is not something called a hyphen or something, Anita. This is one block, right? If I want to collapse it, I can use this. So this is what collapsing. That is nothing but either I can expand and I can see the entire thing, or I can simply close it like this. These are the blocks. So each block, either I can expand or I can close it. Let's say while debugging, I don't want to see the entire program. I want to see only the specific task. Instead of scrolling up and down, let's say this is the program I want to concentrate. This is the one I want to see. But my screen is not allowing me. Let's say that it is going down. So what I can do is I can simply collapse these two and I can ensure that I can concentrate on this particular one. that is just a block, each block like this. So even in your mailbox, you have the option of compress and collapse, right? So collapse and expand, right? The same thing. Either you can collapse your task or you can expand your task. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
I have one quick question. You know, what is the main difference between the data and proc? Is there anywhere like where we need to use the data?
Yes. There is a lot of differences, and we'll go one by one of it. Right? Proc is nothing but a procedure. Right? If you go to your introduction, you can see your procedures. I'll start using your procedures from module number 5. Right? And before that, I'll introduce you to some of the procedures, but not all of them. All the procedures will be discussed here. So if I start explaining what is the difference between data step and data and procedures now, you definitely will get confused because you don't know what is the meaning of data step and what is the meaning of proc step yet, because I just started the explanation part. So I can definitely help you with the differences, when to use what and all. For now, understand what is called data step and what is called proc step, when to go for it, and what is the significance of it. I'll explain it slowly. Clear?
Thanks.
Yeah. So all of you are comfortable with your data step and proc step so far? I can have multiple data steps, or I can have multiple proc steps in any of the order. I don't need to say all the data steps should be at one place, all the proc steps should be one place. No, you can write it at any order. Let's say if I remove this run statement, now you can ask me, Murli, can't you consider this as a data step? Still it is a data step, because a data step will start with data. It may end with a run statement, or another proc or another data step will end that. So I can say this data step is end because I have the next proc step R. This data step is end. You can see this data step is end. This is data step 1. This is data step 2, because this will end here because there is a new data step started. All right. So what I would like to say here is a data step is the one which starts with a keyword called data. Practically speaking, and for better programming experience, if you want to say, what is the best way of writing, best practices, always remember, starts with any data step or any proc step should close there only. You will not get any execution errors. During the compilation, sometimes you'll end up with an errors and it is very difficult to debug. So personally, I always suggest every one of you, even though there is an option of not mentioning a run, some programmers used to do this, right? This is called fancy way of writing the program. But I always suggest start your data step or start your proc step, end that nicely, end that properly. That is the best way of writing. So Chiru, this is the another answer for your question. I think Chiru or Haider, I don't know who asked us. Do I need to end every data step or proc step with a run statement? Ideally doesn't need it, but the best practice is going to be always close it. You know what step you are actually executing it. Clear? All of you?
Fine, sir.
Yes, yeah.
Perfect. This is all about your SAS programming rules. That's all. I don't need to go with any more detailing on the programming rules. So all I need to say is what is called a SAS program. Second, what are the SAS programming rules? Generally, what SAS program consists of. That is introduction to your SAS programming. Tomorrow in class, I'm going to say how to store SAS data. How you're going to store it. If it's a table, what is the table comprises of? What is the terminology? That part I'm going to take tomorrow. So initially start with terminology, and I'll end up with, what are the ways SAS stores the data and how you come to know about it. So these are the things for the agenda for the tomorrow. Is that clear? Any questions on the today's class? Let me know. All right. Are you receiving the recording files?
Yes, sir.
If not, you can contact Walisa. Yeah, perfect. So the SAS programming, whatever you can see till today, the introduction part and introduction to SAS programming, these two I'll put it in one file and I'll share it across today, right? But I can share it across only to the Balisa because I still don't have your email IDs. So share your email IDs with Balisa so that I can get all the email IDs, and I can on daily basis it is easy for me to drop one email to all of you with the notes and references. Clear?
Balu sir, I think already has my email address.
Okay, if you have it, I'll pick it from him. All of you have given your regular email IDs, means that's fine. I can get it from him. I'll get it today. All right, and I also make sure that so every one of you have this. What is it? What? Just give your numbers to Balu sir and ask him to create a. Just give your numbers. I'll ask him to create a WhatsApp group for us. All right. So these two I'm going to do today.
Okay, sir.
Wonderful, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, yesterday I spoke to Balu sir. He said like it takes a day or two to create a WhatsApp group depending on the people paying the fee and everything.
Oh, okay, Usha. Then in that case, yeah, so he generally do all the administration tasks. So
Yeah.
We'll wait for 1 or 2 days. That's fine. So the WhatsApp group is primarily for the communication purpose.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just for the community. Let's say that, yeah, maybe because of the office work or something, if I'm not able to join for the class, I'll just say at least 2 hours, 3 hours before, based on my work. Or if I want to share some documents, or if I want to share something, in those cases it will be. Or if there are any connection issues. So in those cases, if I want to communicate with you, it's a easy practice. That's the reason I asked Balisa to create this. So maybe in 1 or 2 days it will be ready. Don't worry. Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Murli.
Thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow, same time, 8 o'clock.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, sir. Mahendra. Yeah, go ahead, Mahendra. Mahendra, okay, you might be saying something. Okay, not an issue. See you tomorrow, guys. So let's start. Hope all of you can hear me. Hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes,
Perfect.
Murli.
Yeah, wonderful. Right. So today, as I said before, we'll talk with the terminology, like what are the various things, what are the various terminologies that we use in SAS, and also we discuss about how to store or how to save a SAS program and how to save data in SAS. All these kind of stuff we are going to discuss. Okay, so first thing, remember guys, let's say if I open any one of my folder for an example, in this I'm just going with one of the folder where you can see here I have something called SAS Enterprise Guide. I have something called SAS System Program, correct? So I'm more interested in this particular one, that is how to store a SAS program. For that, I can say, if at all I want to save any SAS program, the simple thing is, you can use your shortcuts or you can use your save as options if you are using a tool, or if you are going with a Linux, you can simply go with your VA editor and from there you can save it. By any means you can save your program, but remember, to identify a SAS program, you always need to mention that your program name .SAS. So anything with an extension of SAS .SAS is nothing but your SAS program. We are going to store our SAS program. We are going to store our SAS program with a extension called .SAS. So in your PC, at any location, if you see any file with an extension of .SAS, you can see here. Any program with an extension of .SAS is nothing but your SAS program, because you always need to identify your program with the help of a extension, correct? If you have XLSX, it is going to be Excel. If you have your .txt, it is going to be a text file. Like this, based on the extension, you are going to identify your SAS program, correct? Any program, any file system. So similarly, when it comes to the SAS, you are going to identify it based on your dot extension. Is that clear to everyone? Any questions on this?
Good, Murli.
Yeah. Okay. Second, then in our case, let's say if I have a tool like this, if you have a tool like this, the moment you run any SAS program, for an example, let me go with any one simple program. Let's say print data is equal to SAS help dot cards, OBS is equal to 10 and no OBS. And
Murli, I just have to say something. Like, is it possible to make the font little bigger, because I feel like putting the window and it's very small.
Oh, definitely. Please let me know whenever you feel like that. So I just increase the font. I'll just keep it as a global font every time. So you can use that. All right. So just give me a second. And this is a bit different. SAS programs, editor options, appearance. Under the appearance, font style, font size, 16. Can you see this? This is okay?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
You still want me to increase?
I think little more, yeah. But
Okay.
better than last time.
No problem. Do that because you're the guy, you're the people who are looking at my screen, so you should understand and you should let me know, like, are you comfortable with this or not? If not, it is difficult for you, right? You cannot follow. Is okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, welcome. Okay. I'm writing a simple program. My objective of this is when I run this particular program, where the log is getting created. That's my whole point is, right? So if I have a tool, I know that this is the program which I can save it as .SAS, but you can see that my log also as part of my window, that is as part of my enterprise guide itself. Correct? The same thing will happen even in my PC SAS. I have a log window, the log will get generated there. If I have my SAS Studio, even in the SAS Studio, I have a log window, the log will get generated there, right? The overall point here is, if you're not going with this, let's say that if you're not running this on your PC SAS, on your enterprise guide, on your SAS Studio, let's say if you're running it on a command prompt, correct? Where can I see my log? I can identify the log, or I can see the log with an extension called whatever your program name is there. With the same program name, you're going to get a log file in the same location from where you are executing your program. Remember this, there are a lot of things need to be discussed around this particular topic, right? I'll tell you. Executing the program. So all these, whatever I'm talking here, these are very, pretty much related to your Linux. Yeah, these are pretty much related to the Linux, because as long as you are going with your Windows operating system, if you are using your PC SAS or any of the tools, you don't need to bother about where is my program is, where is my log is. But if I go to the Linux, from where you are running your program, that is, you are going to have your path. For an example, my path is going to be something called, my home directory is going to be something ABCD, followed by root, followed by Murali. This is my home location. But I'm running all my programs. Let's say my organization is ABSD. From there, I'm just going to the root. From there, I'm just going with the project. Let's say that this is going to be project X. Under the project X, I have created multiple folders. One of the folder I created is program. Within that particular program, I'm going to have my program file, right? I may construct or I may guide SAS in a way that, hey, this is the place where you should go with your program, and this is the place where you need to go with your logs. All the logs, I'm going to keep it on one location called log location, right? All the outputs I'm going to redirect into the another location. This facility will be there in the Linux, right? By default, if I don't say anything, wherever my program is there, so I am executing my program from this location, correct? So in the same location, the log file also will be created. Is that clear up to this? Beyond this, how to change your log file, or how to change your log file name, how to change your log location, how much memory you need to allocate to the log folders, or how much memory you need to allocate to your SAS program while executing, all these things I'm going to discuss in the miscellaneous topics. Those are pretty much related to your Linux, right? So there are defaults, but other than the defaults, if you want to change anything, if you want to take a control on those things, how to take or how to do, those things will be discussed in the miscellaneous. For now, just understand that you always going to store your SAS program with .SAS extension. You're always going to have your whatever the name of the program, with the same program name, I'm going to have the log file as well. Is this clear up to this? Every one of you are comfortable up to this?
Yes.
Right? Wonderful. Now, then it comes to the outputs. So this is program side. So this is program, correct? How to go with your SAS program. So this is your log. How to go with your log. Now, the third thing is going to be output. So we already mentioned that there are two types of outputs generally SAS will create. One is going to be a report. Then another one is going to be a table, correct? A report is nothing but it can be any report, meaning it can be a direct listing file, or it can be any file type. Any file type in the sense, so what I mean by any file type means that can be a HTML. If it is going to be HTML, it is going to have a .html extension, or XML, or RTF, or PDF, or Excel. It can be anything. You can create any file system of your choice. Whatever the file system you have chosen, with that particular file system extension, I'm going to have a file there, correct? All of you accept what I'm trying to say? So whatever the file system is going to be, with that file system you're going to have, with that file system extension, you're going to have your file there. When it comes to the table, I also mentioned about a listing file here. Let me explain about what is called listing file. So let's say this is I'm not explaining the syntax for you guys. I'm just going ahead and I'm just creating this. Don't worry about it. I'm going to help you with the syntaxes a little later, because those are not related at this particular point of time. For an example, let's say, just give me a moment. You can see here, what I'm trying to do here is the first part. I'm just printing something. I'm just printing something. You can see. So where this print is getting generated, can I say it's there in the results viewer? That's what we talked about. So program, log, and the results viewer. So by default, it is going to the results viewer. since it's a tool, you can see the output in a results viewer. Let's say if you don't have a tool, you are running from a command prompt. In that case, there should be a way, right? So this file will be called it as, or this report will be called it as, whatever I can see it in a results window, this report can be called it as a listing file. What is that? A listing file. A listing file will be having an extension of .lst. So it is either a listing file with an extension of .lst with the same name. Let's say for an example, program name .lst, or if you are having anything, let's say if these are my output files, for an example here, my output file I want to create here is going to be, you can see at the end I have written this CSV file I want to create. The name of the file I want to create is class.csv. I'm storing that in this location. Now you can see the moment I run this particular file, right, you can see that in this class.csv file is successfully created. I can see here. Can you see? If I open this, I'm going to have the same content what I can see it on my print file. That is, whatever I can see it on my listing file, right? The same output I can also see here. These are the 5 variables and 19 observations. And also when you run it here, you can see, oh, I have run here itself, right? Let me, yeah. So let me run one more time. Now you can see name, sex, age, weight, and height. Name, sex, age, height, and weight. 19 observations are there. You can see the total number is 19. The total number here also 19. Correct? So can I say that the output I can create in any way I want? Here I have created an Excel file, sorry, CSV file. Let's say I'm not interested in the CSV file. Let's say I want to go with Excel SX, the latest version of SAS, sorry, the latest version of your Windows Excel. I can do the same. Let's see. Now it is saying that Excel SX file has been created. You can see here on the down. So the first one is going to be a comma separated file. The second one is going to be a worksheet, right? I can create .txt files. I can create a PDF file. I can create a RTF file. Any file system I can create based on my requirement. If not, I can simply go ahead with a listing file that is nothing but the .lst. Clear up to this? Any questions? All of you are comfortable? First one is going to be the program. Sorry?
We open listing file like CSV file. We're opening it through Excel, right? And XLS file we're opening it through Excel. So how can we open listing file?
A listing file, this is specific to your, let's say that in Linux I can create this, not here, correct? So when I want to open a Linux file, let's say that a .lst file if I want to create, I can simply go ahead with vi, that is nothing but your va editor space your listing file. It will display the content of that in your command prompt itself. This is how you're going to type it, right? So you're going to have a command prompt, you have your scroll bar there, your cursor is blinking. You can simply say vi space your program list. That is your listing file. It will display on the screen. If not, you can go with cat and you can list it. If not, you can go ahead with more and you can list. If not, you can go ahead with head and list it. There are so many options, right? All are nothing but this is just a file system, a file, a simple file. The file can be opened by using a vi editor or by using a cat command or by using a more command, or you can go ahead with your head. There are so many stuff. You can use anything. Clear? Right? So when I go with the miscellaneous, when I go with the miscellaneous topics, I have my Arkel VirtualBox with me. In the Arkel VirtualBox, I have CentOS, which is nothing but your Red Hat Enterprise Linux version. That is enterprise version. The commercial version of your RHEL is nothing but the CentOS. I have CentOS 7.2 with me, so I can show you how these commands will be worked there. But I cannot install SAS there because I don't have permissions to do it. But I can show you how to create various files. All the basic Linux commands I'm going to explain there. Clear? So that you can get understanding about them. All right. Next. Right. So this is the what I'm really interested in. I know how to how to save a file. It is simple. I can just go ahead with Control S, or I can simply go with the file and save as it will down. Create a log file is also easy. Creating a listing file is also easy. But how to identify data? That is nothing but how SAS stores the data. Remember, SAS stores the data in the form of a table, but here we don't call that as a table, we call that as a data set. Remember this. Ideally, it is a single word, a data set. So from here onwards, I know that, remember, all the time data will be stored in the form of a tables only, anywhere. Data means it will be stored in table. Now in SAS, the table will be called it as a data set. Right? How SAS stores the data? In the form of a table. But I don't call that as a table, I call that as a data set. How to identify SAS data set? What is the extension of it? If you find any file or any table in your PC or in your machine with SAS 7BDAT as an extension, remember this? SAS 7BDAT, that will be called it as your SAS data set. For an example, so I'm just going ahead with projects. Let me go with any one of the project. Here you can see. Can you see some of the files called SAS dataset, SAS dataset, SAS datasets going on, right? Let me sort it on the time. These are all SAS datasets, correct? And how to identify it? Because it is showing as a SAS dataset as a name, but if you right click on it, if you go to the properties, and you can see that it has an extension of SAS 7BDAT. So in your machine, if you find any file with a .SAS7BDAT as an extension, that will be called it as your SAS dataset. Is that clear? Now, what a table will consist of? For an example, if I open any one of this and assume that this is your table, just assume that this is your table for an example, right? So if I go and consider this as a table, just give me a second. Right, this is my table. So I'm just highlighting few things. Let's say, yeah, what you can have, what are these? These
Rows
are
and
called your,
columns.
exactly, your columns. Something's okay. One way I can say is these are my columns.
Variable.
Correct? Sorry?
Variable.
Yeah. Some tables, some in some of the, I can say that, file systems. Let's say that if I go to any of the databases, I don't call them as a columns. Instead of columns, I can also represent them as fields. Correct? When it comes to the SAS, or I can say that generally those names will be columns or fields. These are the names, or these are the naming convention that we prefer. A table consists of rows and columns. Correct? Columns in table will be referred as variables in SAS. That is, in general, this is general terminology, and this one is going to be SAS terminology. So in general, we call a table as a SAS data set. When it comes to SAS will treat that as a data set, and a table is the one which comprises of columns and rows. The columns will be called it as variables, and whereas the rows, I can call them as rows, or I can also call them as the records, or generally we go with the rows, right? The rows in SAS will be called it as observations. Few people will be called it as records as well, but specifically speaking, those will be observations. So a table is the one which consists of rows and columns. When it comes to SAS, the table will be called as a data set, Columns will be called as variables, rows will be called as observations. Is that clear? Questions? Any questions on this? All right. Okay, perfect. When it comes to the rows, guys, if you see this, I don't have any properties for my rows, correct? Rows are nothing but they're simply filled with the data, correct? 4001, 4002, 3, like this, it's simply stored with the data, correct? But when you see this, when it comes to the columns are not just the names, it also have few things, meaning a column is the one which is going to have a name like this, correct? Specifically speaking, guys, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of it. Whatever I have highlighted here, all this is nothing but my data. This I can simply call it as data, correct? All of you accept that? This is my data, all right? But when it comes to this, that is, when it comes to this particular one, this is not just data. This is not comes under your data. This is something like metadata. Any idea, guys, what is called metadata? Anyone? Metadata is not exactly the right name I can give here, but what I can say is like it is a more relevant name. So whatever your light orange here is nothing but your data. It is all representing data. Whatever your yellow color you can see here, this is all representing your metadata. In general, what a metadata consists of? A metadata consists of name. The first thing is it is going to have some name. These are the names. You can see it here. It also have the data type. What kind of data you are storing there? Are you storing a character data? Are you storing a numeric data? Or if you are going with the numeric, is it int 32, means integer 32 or integer 64 or double, float? Or when it comes to the character, is it a varchar, varchar2? When it comes to the date, what kind of date formats is this? There are a lot of stuff you are going to put there, right? Suppose if I want to go with a your resp id, let's say that it is going to be varchar2. I'm just telling you. When it comes to the represent id, all those are numbers only for me, correct? I simply put integer, right? I simply go with integer for the remaining. And when it comes to the third one, that is nothing but the length. The length also very important, meaning let's say respective id, representative id. Let's say student id, just say your registration number or student id. My student id, let's say it should not exceed 10 characters. For an example, I'm just going with 103H05E0205. This is my roll number. This is my engineering college id. Each one has specific number, right? 03 is nothing but which year you have joined. H0 is nothing but under which university you has come across. 5A0 represents your college, and 205 is going to represent your number. Correct? So this is my total length. So any student in my which who comes under that particular university, entire university, will have the same length. For an example, if I calculate the length of this, this must be 10. So all the entire university have the same numbers, correct? The number is going to be 10. So maybe the institute name, the university name will change, the university number will be changed. Let's say for me H0, some other it is going to be X0 or Z0 or anything. 580 is going to be my organization. For someone, it is going to be different. For me, 205. For the next person, it is 206, and keeps changing. But it should not accept any numbers beyond 10 characters. It should not accept if the total length is less than 10. Am I correct? Then only it is going to be a valid student ID. All of you accept that? Whatever I'm trying to say, is that making sense? Why I should define length? Is that clear? Is that clear to everyone? And also, why should I define the data type? For an example, group XID or score. Score must be integer. I should not have score as ABC. I should not have score as PQRS. Correct? I should not have score as some special characters. It is meant to score is the variable which is meant to store only the integers. If I don't define or if I don't put such constraints, I may go with some irregular data, or my data is going to be a mess. It is very difficult to clean it after. Am I correct? All of you accept that? Why I should define that character? Why should I define the data type? Why should I define the length? Every one of you are clear? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, Manoj.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay. Now the next thing I want to discuss is why I brought this particular topic here is only for the columns I have the data type and length, all these constraints. For the rows, do I have any constraints? No. Whatever I have defined as a column, it should follow the same things here. It should be 10 digits, means it should be 10 digits, right? And also, if it is going to be a varchar, means it's supposed to be varchar. In that way, I simply load the data. But where I'm putting those constraints, I'm putting those constraints only for the columns. That is nothing but the variables. So I can say that in SAS, I need to take care of something that is nothing but I need to understand these variables, right? Because here is what I'm just going with the differentiation, correct? So when it comes to other data sets and when it comes to other databases, I have so many things here. Oracle has a specific format of Oracle support a specific data types, whereas your DB2 will be the one which will support different data types. The data types for each of the database is different, but most of them are common. But each vendor follows their own, metadata. But when it comes to the SAS, there are only two types. There are only two types. Either it should be a character or it should be a numeric. That's it. I don't have anything. Whatever the data you want to fill in, whatever the variable you want to define, whatever the metadata you want to fix, that should fall under only two data types. Either it should be a character or it should be a number. Is that clear? So how many data types I have in SAS? I just have two data types in SAS. So either I can call this as variables or data types in SAS. So I have only two data types or I have only two variables. One is either it can be a character variable or it can be a numeric variable, or the variable data type is either a character or a numeric. Is that clear? Only two data types. I don't need to worry about floats, in32, in64, or a varchar2. No, doesn't require. You can simply go ahead with two data types. One is going to be character and another one is going to be numeric, right? But you must understand what should comes under numeric and what should comes under character. All right. So if you're comfortable up to this, I'll proceed with what and all the things which falls under numeric and what and all the things which falls under character. Can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wonderful. Let me go ahead with that. And you can also see that here, guys. Let me open any one of the data sets so that it will be easy for you as well to understand. I'm just opening any one of the data set for an instance. So this is one of the data set, right? And you can see here, I'm just going to the properties. Under the properties, I'm just copying this. Don't worry how to do this and all, I'll explain. Check this. What you can see there, let's forget about formats, informats, labels and all, just forget about it. Just go with this. Is this what I have talked about just now? So any table, I'm just going with three things. Number one, name. Number two, data type. Number three, length. So my name of the first variable is going to be name itself. It has all the names. So name is a character. The length of that is 8. Number two, sex is the second variable. It is also a character. The length equal to 1. Age, height, and weight. All these three are numeric. The default length is going to be 8. So I'm defining these three things. Correct or not? Let's go and check another table. For an example, this is a big table, I can say that. And again, I'm coming back here. I'm just going with only the interested part. I'm not interested in the remaining these three. I'll talk about these later, but I'm more interested about this. And also you can see here clearly for each of this, the name is there. Either it is going to be a character or numeric is there. Currency is, don't worry about it. Currency is also a number. It also falls under the number, right? And you can see here lengths are also defined here. So for most of them, it is 8. And you can see there are 6 and 5s. There are 13 and 40 as well. Correct? So all I'm trying to say is my data set will be having only two things which I need to understand. The first thing is going to be the name. The second thing is going to be the length, right? And third thing, which is very most, I can say that most important thing, which is nothing but the what type of data you are actually storing. Either are you storing the numeric data or are you storing the character data? Is that clear? So can I go ahead and explain what comes under character and what comes under numeric? Because these are some of the examples I just want to show you before I explain about this particular one. All right. So let me start. So we talked about two things. What are they? So we started with, a character data and also numeric data. That is what falls under character and what falls under numeric. This is what our interest is. Correct? All right. First thing, generally what I can store under the character, anyone? What type of data I can store it under numeric variable, according to you?
Numeric variable, the numbers.
Numbers, okay. I can say that all numbers. All numbers ranging from, can I say 0 to 9? All right, yeah. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. What else? Anything else I can store here? Do you think of anything else?
Symbols.
Sorry?
Symbols.
Symbol.
Age.
Okay, symbols means, again,
Symbols
there are a lot of...
in the character.
See, these are all symbols, correct? These are all symbols, right? So what symbols you can store it as number? Can you store all these numbers, all these symbols, or anything specific?
Minus.
Exactly. I cannot have all these symbols. I cannot have all these symbols, but I can definitely have plus, because I just need to represent that as either a positive. Oh God, 1 second, guys. Let me keep it in the text. To represent a positive number, I can make sure that it is going to be, it should accept plus, correct? and it should also accept minus because it's a negative number. It should also accept dot. The reason why it should accept dot means it has to go ahead with the, just give me a second, it is not accepting this. Let me put it as a text. So I can have a dot, I can have plus, I can have minus. Why I can have these three means, because if I want to store a number 123.45, 12.45, dot is a decimal point. If your numeric value or if your numeric data type is not accepting your decimal point, then I cannot represent this, correct? If I want to put 12.45, it should accept dot, right? This is plus, that is plus 12.45. There are occasions where I need to put minus 12.45 as well, a negative number. If I want to represent a negative number, it should be able to accept minus as well, correct? So for that reason, I just mentioned that I can go ahead with any of these three. I can say it should be able to accept the dot, it should be able to accept the positive sign and also negative sign. Am I correct? Anything else you can think of?
So why should I accept the plus symbol?
Because here by default it is accept 12.45 means it is plus. By default we know that, right? But in some cases you need to explicitly mention that it is a positive value. In that case, I need to go ahead with the plus, right? Wonderful. Then how about character size? Okay, can I put all these three things as metric is nothing but type of data, what type of data it will accept, correct? So when I go with the type of data, in general, these three are coming under your numeric. Okay. Now the question is, what are all the various things which falls under character then?
Murli, I have a question. Like in the numeric variables, the numbers that we enter, like how long we can enter, like
the length you're talking about.
Yeah, the length.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that.
Is there any exponential form that we can do in the numeric things?
Yes. I'll come to that. My second parameter is that I'll come to that. Okay. Yeah. How about this, guys? How about a character data type? What and all it can accept? By default, I can say all alphabets, correct? Starting with A to Z, either in the uppercase or in the lowercase, correct or not? All characters, all alphabets comes there, correct? Second, can I say all special characters? All special characters, whatever you can see it on your keyboard, all of them I'm going to represent there. May I know like why I have to go with all the special characters? Why a character variable need to store the special characters? Any idea? Anyone?
What's the question, Murli? I'm sorry.
The question is why should I store, or why should I go with special characters under a character variable? To store what type of data you need special characters? Okay, for an example, I want to go with an address. Address will have most of your special characters, right? You're going to have, let's say my address is going to be 13 bar 4 by 22, or if I want to represent something like a hash some 501, or I want to go with MS, correct? So my address is going to have most of my special characters. If I want to represent address, this is one of the classical way or classic example where I need special characters to be stored, correct? Now I'm asking one more question. I'm going to say that even the numbers, I want to store it as a character. Even the numbers I want to store it as a character. Some situations or in some scenarios, I'm forced to store my numbers as a character. Can you tell me why and what might be the situation? Anyone?
Like percentages.
Like?
Mention percentages.
Percentages are not part of my, characters, because percentage, I understand what you're trying to say. So I can simply put percentage, even the same percentage symbol, SAS will not consider percentage as a numeric. I'll come to that. Those are non-standard formats. I'll come to that. I'm asking, what should I store? Sorry?
Month and year. Date, month and year.
Okay, date, month and year. Okay. Okay, even in that case, I'm going to use special characters, right? Let's say if I simply say today's date is going to be 27/1/2021. If I put this, SAS can treat this as a number. It won't consider this as a date. It won't consider this as a date. I'm asking, okay, let me go ahead with this. Why should I store this as a character? I'm telling all these are numbers.
Yeah, the phone number.
Wonderful. Okay, let me go ahead with the phone number as well. Let's say 98480123445. This is my phone number, some phone number. Why should I store this phone number as a character? Why? Why should I store? Question is, this is going to be a character, no doubt about it. This is going to, these are all numbers, right? My question here is, why should I store this numbers as a character?
Because numeric length might not be the 10 numbers.
Who said so? I can, let's say that I'm allowed to go with 20 length. In that case, can you come across one scenario why I want to store numbers as a character? Give me a moment. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be on mute. There is some disturbance, the background noise here. I'll be back in a minute. Meanwhile, just answer the question in your chat window. Wonderful. I got two answers because it has no significant value. This is one answer. The another answer is it is based on the service provider. No. Okay. Still, yeah, some meaningful answers. I can accept them, but technically speaking, guys, okay, let me go ahead with two examples, and based on that, you try to answer me. One is phone number. I try to save this as a character instead of numeric. I'm also going with another example. Let's say this is going to be employee ID 0012345. 0012345. So this is employee ID. This is employee ID. I still want to store this as a character. So I'm just going with the third example, zip codes. Let's say for an example, there is one zip code. Okay, let's say the current zip code where I'm staying, let's say 500084. I still want to represent this as a character. All these three are numerics, pure numerics, but still I'm interested to store them as a character, but not as a numeric. Any idea why? What do you understand from these three? Okay, let me go ahead. Remember, guys, what?
So maybe
Hmm.
because these numbers are specifically assigned to a person, maybe.
Go ahead. Still, you guys are close to the answer. Please proceed.
Is it a
Numeric
constant?
caller.
The phone number is a const. I mean, like we cannot change the phone numbers, right? So.
Okay.
Numeric caller comes.
Let me tell you one thing.
Serial
Let me
number.
tell you. Okay. Let me tell you. Just give me a second. Let me tell you one thing. Let's say this is my salary. This is the age. Let's say for an example, 34, and some salary. I'm just putting that. Okay. These at any cost, I'm going to store it as numbers only. But this I want to store it as a character. So what do you find the difference between these two?
Those are constant. They will not change. The zip code will not change. It's a constant. I mean, I'm not getting the word, but the zip code will be the same forever, like for each and every place. So that's why we are considering it as a character.
Okay, Mahindra, you're close to the answer. Mahindra's answer is that this number does not require to be interact, means any mathematical. Wonderful. That's the way I can say, guys. Most of you are trying to answer the same, but you haven't put it in the right words. But yes, the answer is, see, if I find the person's age based on the age, for an example, let's say I want to take one LIC policy. The LIC policy guy is going to calculate something based on his age, correct? I want to go for some loan. When it comes to the loan, he's going to ask me what is my salary. Based on the salary, he's going to do some calculations and he's going to say that, hey, this much is your eligible amount. Let's say I want to calculate some interest. The interest I'm going to calculate based on the number of days or number of months or number of years. So I can say that any number is involved in mathematical calculations. You're going to do some calculations on top of it and you're going to calculate. I'll ask you, hey, what will be your age in the next 5 years? So now your age is 34. After 5 years, what is your age? You're going to add 34 plus 5. Hey, I want to give 10% of your salary as a bonus. You're going to multiply this with 10 by 100. Correct? These are involved in mathematical calculation. Do you think your phone number is involved in any mathematical calculation? You're going to multiply, sum, divide, or subtract, or addition, or add anything to find a new phone number? Hypothetically not possible, right? Employee ID. Employee ID is for the reference. You're never going to do any calculations on top of it. Zip code. It is going to represent a person's place. You're not going to do any calculations on top of it. Correct? So though these are numbers, I want to avoid someone accidentally performing mathematical calculations on top of it. So though these are the numbers, I prefer to store them as a character. Am I correct? Is that making sense? Anyone? So not only this, you can extend to anything. Wherever, if you feel like though that particular field is of numbers, right? But I'm 200% sure that I don't perform any mathematical calculations on top of it. In that particular case, I can happily define that as a character than in numeric. Any questions from anyone? Okay. So I'm assuming that there are no questions. Perfect. Right. Let me go to the other one. So all of you are clear with what type of data I'm going to store? The second parameter I want to discuss is length. So I cannot go with any length of my choice, correct? I cannot simply go, hey, go ahead and store 20 bytes, 30 bytes. I cannot say like that, correct? So under the length also, there are something that is any numeric variable, the default length is, remember, default, first thing is default length is 8 bytes. Default length is 8 bytes. That is, if you say, hey, I want to store something called age. The moment you want to store age, SAS is going to, let's say you define this as an integer and you don't define any character, any length. By default, it is going to put 8 bytes of length to it. Right? You can store your values there. 34, done. So remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 bytes of the length is vacant only. Right? Let's say I'm just going to put some salary. So again, by default, it is going to put 8 bytes of length. Let's say the person's salary is going to be something called 25 lakhs. Annual salary is going to be 25. 2, 5, 0, 0, 0, 25,000, 2,50,000, 25 lakhs. Right? So there is a property, the property value I want to calculate. Let's say property value. The property value is going to be something called, 2 crores. It is going to be 2 crores. So when I want to say 2 crores, again, it is going to assign a default length of 8. So 2 crores is the length. So like this, the moment you assign any numeric variable, if you don't mention length, because you are the one who has to provide the length, you are the one who has to decide how much is the length of that particular numeric variable. If you don't define it, by default, it is going to take 8 bytes of the length like this. Right? Okay. How about character variable? So character variable also, the default length is 8. For an example, I just said name. My name is Murali Krishna Tenali, my full name. I want to go with my complete name. So let's say Murali. Let's forget about the, let's say my name is just Murali. So it is fit into here. For an example, there is someone named, let's say his name is going to be Suchandra. SUCHANDR. What about A? It is outside of 8 bytes, right? Outside of 8 bytes, right? I'll tell you how to handle this. Let's say I just want to go with the gender. It is just only one. Either it should be F or it should be M. Maybe transgender you can consider. Still, it is going to be only one character. Correct? So by default, it is going to give 8 bytes of the length. Either it is going to be a numeric data type or it is going to be a character data type. No changes at all. No changes at all. But in this case, let's say I'm just going only with 2 bytes here. Here I'm just going with only 1 byte. Here I need more than 8 bytes of the length. So I mean to say that default will not work for me all the time. Sometimes either I need to increase my length or I need to decrease my length. Here unnecessarily I'm wasting 7 bytes of memory for every value, right? Right? In this case, I need 1 more byte of memory, right? So either I need to increase my length or I need to decrease my length. Correct? For a character variable, remember, the default length is 8. The minimum length I can go is 1 byte. I can reduce the length to 1 byte. Just give me a second, guys. All right. So in some cases, I can go and shrink my length to minimum of 1. In some cases, I need to increase my length as well. Right? So in those cases, I can say that the minimum length for a character variable is I can assign 1. The minimum length is 1. But when it comes to the maximum length, I can go up to 32,767 bytes. This is the maximum length I can assign to the numeric variable. Sorry, character variable. Up to this, all of you are clear? So when it comes to the character variable, I will reduce the length because I don't want to waste this memory, because this entire memory is getting wasted here. Correct? Let's say I have two records. I'm wasting around how much? 14 bytes. Correct? Each variable, each record, I'm losing around 7 bytes of the length unnecessarily. If I have 1 lakh variables, 1 lakh into 7 lakh bytes. It's huge amount, right? when it converts into the megabytes, it will be comes under somewhere around 7 lakh divided by 1000 is going to be a bytes, that is 700 bytes. I can say that 0.7 MB. I'm just losing just for one variable, just for 1 lakh records, which is not correct, which is not good. So sometimes I need to reduce my length. Sometimes I need to increase my length. Sometimes I need to increase my length as well. Correct? So wherever I want to reduce or increase my length, there I'll take control on my length variable. I will be the one who will be decide, and I will be the one who will be provide that particular length. Correct? So for character variable, it is the consideration, but for numeric variable, the minimum length must be 3 bytes. I cannot reduce the length less than 3. I cannot give the length as 2. That is the SAS condition. That is, if I want to go with age, let's say that I can say solidly no one is going beyond 99 years. I'm just telling hypothetically. So I want to restrict my age to 2 bytes. No, it will not accept. The minimum length you're supposed to give is 3. You cannot reduce less than 3. Right? And when it comes to the maximum, you don't define anything. I'll tell you the reason. I'll say not applicable. Maximum is not applicable. Why? Let's say this is Excel, guys. Right? This is more than 20 characters, right? How it is storing? It is converting that number into the exponential format and it is storing it. Correct? Whatever the number is there, it is converting that number into the exponential format and it is storing that if it is going more than 20 bytes, or more than some value. Am I correct or not? In Excel. Similarly, SAS also, if any number goes beyond 8 bytes, it will automatically store that into the exponential format. It automatically store that into the exponential format. So you don't need to worry about the maximum length for your numeric variable. It will automatically store that. Questions? Now I am open for the questions.
Yeah, like as you said, the minimum limit for the numeric variable is 3 bytes. So if you want to the age of a person as 1 year, so then how you're going to?
No, okay, understand your question. I understand your question. Let's say, remember this one, guys. If I define the length of the numeric variable age as 3, let's say that age, the length I defined as 3. The meaning of this is it can store a age of length 1, age of length 2, age of length 3 as well. But when you try to put a length of 1010, that is, if the length is going more than what I defined, only then it will truncate. Only then it will throw an error. The meaning of 3 means I doesn't need to put all the time 3 bytes of the length. I can go ahead and store a variable here whose length is equal to 3 or less than 3. It doesn't mean that it's supposed to be 3 all the time. It can be 3 or it can be less than 3. Is that clear? Suppose if I mention my name is the variable, and I find the name length as 2, or I can say 8, just for an example. Let's say Murali, 6 bytes, it can happily accept that. Suchandra, A will not be stored, only 8 bytes it will be stored. So the meaning of this is any length equal to what I have defined or less than that, it will store. Let's say that there's another name Om, it will accept it. But if the length is going beyond 8 bytes, it will truncate. It will cut that particular one. It will truncate that particular one. Is that understandable? Whoever asked this question?
Yeah, yes, got it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Anything, guys? Anyone? Okay.
Why the
next sorry.
Sorry, for the numeric, why is not 2? Minimum is 2 bytes.
That is how the SAS has configured. No reasons why and all.
Okay, it's by default.
By default, that is the minimum from the SAS. SAS defines that you have to go with a numeric variable. The minimum length must be 3. If you try to assign any length less than 3, it will say error. Let me show you directly. Anyways, we are going to discuss this. Just I'm going to show you. For an example, I'm trying to go ahead, length, name, $8 dot. Don't worry about the syntax. I'll talk about that. Name $8 dot, and I say that age. I don't for age at okay. Amount. Let's say 3 dot. Input, name, amount. Then data lines. Really 800. So I just defined everything as per the limits. For an example, let's go with 10. This one, let's reduce to 6 because I want to take a control. I don't want to go with the default length. So here I reduce the length to 6. Here I reduce the length to 3. One is a character, another one is a numeric. When I run this, I don't get any errors. Now we can see if I go to the columns, I can clearly see name, character, length is 6, amount, numeric, length is 3. No errors at all. But now let's say that I reduce this to 2, and when I run this, SAS immediately throws you an error. It will say that, hey, the length of numeric variables must be between 3 to 8. You cannot increase, or you cannot decrease less than 3, or you cannot take control more than 8. That is the specification from SAS itself. Is that clear?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Come back on it. So the next parameter I should go here is going to be missing value. Remember this is very, very important. What is called missing value is very, very important. So missing value in the sense, very important concept, guys. So try to understand this. Ask me if you have any questions here. What is missing value means? I said that. So let's say age, which is a numeric variable, right? I'm just going with 99, 20. For this particular person, I haven't entered. For an example, let's say name, and here let's say character, and here I'm just saying that let's say Murali. I know that 99 is very, very high, but still I'll go with that. Let's say someone called Krishna. There is someone called Om. For Om, I forgot to mention the age. When it comes to the other person, let's say that someone called Swati, and for her, let's say 25. This is my table. All right. Now let's say just yeah. Now in this one, do you find any errors, guys? Did you get any errors here? All the data is looking good, or do you think any errors are there?
We didn't enter. We didn't enter.
True, Usha. Yeah. So I didn't. Yeah, I didn't enter the age here, and when it comes to this, I put A here. A is not an acceptable value, right? Correct. For one person, I failed or missed to enter the age. For the other person, I try to enter a missing data type, meaning it is not supposed to have anything other than the numbers or plus, minus, or dot. But A is
incorrect data.
It is exactly non-compatible data, incorrect data type. So whenever you try to enter like this, SAS treat these two as a missing value. Whenever you enter a non-compatible data, or whenever you miss to enter the data, SAS treat them as a numeric. SAS treat them as a missing values. Can I say these two are missing? So this is a missing value, right? SAS has to store that as a missing value, and this was also a missing value. Correct? When it comes to character, let's say I'm just giving red to this because these two are falls under numeric. Let's say for this particular person, I haven't entered the name. This is also missing value, right? I haven't entered the name. When it comes to the character, there is no way that I'm going to get incompatible data because it is going to accept everything. It accepts numbers, it accepts alphabets, it accepts special characters, it is accepting everything. So there is no way that in character variable I'm going to have the missing value for non-compatible data. I'm going to have missing values only if I miss to enter something or only if I fail to enter something. Am I correct? Am I correct? Is this understandable what I'm trying to say? Under what scenarios I'm going to get missing values? Now, how to represent your numeric missing value? The numeric missing value will be represented as dot. Remember this, dot. Dot is nothing but technically in SAS you can call it as a period. It will be called as dot, but technical name for that is period. Clear? And when it comes to this character missing value, it is going to be blank space. That is nothing but I don't mention anything, just simple blank space. So in a character data, if you find anything missing, for an example, let me put it here. I'll show you how it is going to be. And can you see this? This is, for an example, I just run something here, correct? Here I have some space, here I have some space, here I put some dot, right? Let me put few more dots. But you can ask me, only you purposefully put dot, how do I know it is a missing value or not? Correct? You might get that particular question, right? I'm just running something, just see this. Right. Can you see? Here, can you identify something? Frequency missing is equal to 2. Frequency missing is equal to 4. That is nothing but how many missing values are there in the name, how many missing values are there in the age. Correct? Now come back and check your program. If I go to my output here, you can see that name is missing 2 places. Correct? That's why you're getting your missing frequency for name is equal to 2. Come to age 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct? These 4 are the places where the age is missing. So now you can understand that dot is nothing but a numeric missing value and missing is nothing but a blank space is nothing but your character missing value. Is that correct? Is that making sense? Run these two together, you can get a clarity on it. Yeah, now you can see. Frequency of missing for name is equal to 2. Frequency of missing for age is equal to 4. You can see those details here. Make sense? Are you comfortable how to represent them? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry? Chiru, I missed something. Have you said anything or you have any questions?
Yeah, fine, sir.
Okay, perfect. Right.
Yeah, Murli, I have a question. Like when we are missing the numeric value, like completely, it shows dot, and when we are entering the incorrect data, also it's showing the dot and missing. Like how can we differentiate, like whether the value is completely not given or if it is an incorrect numeric data entered? Like, is there any chance that we need to know that kind of situations, or it's just missing? That's it.
No, it is missing. That's it. It is not possible. So you can do one thing. You can do one thing. For an example, let's say in your log, you can differentiate it. You can differentiate it, meaning, okay. I got your question. Let me explain that. You're saying that, hey, how do I know if because of missing I got this data, or because I failed to enter the data, because I given the non-compatible data, because of that I got missing value? How to differentiate that? Is that your question, right? If I understand this properly.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. This may be a bit tricky, but I'll try to put it in simple way. May lead to some irregular data, but don't worry about it. Okay, first I'll try to go with a simple example. So now you can see all the values are there, but for age here I'm giving some non-compatible data, correct? Let's see. When I do this, there is something called underscore error underscore. You can see the numeric value is already there, the missing value has already come. But if you go to the log, can you see this? It is saying that invalid data for the age in line number 31929. Here it is supposed to be, it has M. That is the reason I'm considering it as a dot. Are you able to see this? I haven't given the data there. I have given the incompatible data. When I gave the incompatible data, it is saying that in line number 2 underscore n underscore represent which number it is, which line it is. In line number 2, I have the wrong data. In this way, you can identify it. For an example, in the second case, I haven't given anything, but I can put one option here, DSD. Let's say that I'm asking system to go ahead with, hey, there is still a missing value. How you can identify it? Because this is not an error. I missed to enter the data, but I want to read it that between these two delimiters, whatever the data is there, I want to read that as a missing value. In that case, it is not going to be an error. Simply it is going to be a missing value. If I go with wrong data, non-compatible data, I can see that in the log. Yeah. Usha, is that understandable what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, thank you, Murli.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys, from anyone? Right?
Sir, I have one doubt. You will give Murali comma 24 comma. Is it comfortable?
Sorry. Sorry, I haven't get it. Okay, you're asking me.
So you write program. Is comma is mandatory or is not?
Okay.
Not mandatory program.
No, doesn't require. So don't go till to that. Those are nothing but delimiters. Mean to say how to separate your data. For an example, if I'm trying to give a data like this, yeah, if I'm giving the file, okay, in this file I need to tell SAS how to different, because I'm putting 3 variables in my output. When I'm going with 3 variables in the output, how the 3 variables are separated. Here I'm separating this by comma, so that's the reason I'm saying delimiter equal to comma. I need to mention that. For an example, let's say I'm separating these 3 based on space. Space is the default delimiter in SAS. Space is the default delimiter. In that case, I don't need to mention anything. But if I have a different delimiter, So let's say that pipe is the delimiter, and if I don't mention it, SAS try to read this entire thing as a single variable, name as the variable, and it doesn't find the values for age and gender, because I'm not guiding SAS what is my delimiter is. I'll end up with an error. Because you can see that in the log it is saying this entire thing, it is trying to store it as a name. It doesn't know what is the value for age, it doesn't know what is the value for zip code. Understandable what I'm trying to say. But if I say, hey, my delimiter is this, my data is separated by pipe, now it understands and it reads it properly. Right? This is all about how to read your external files, how to read your file system. That we are going to have it in the next class. That is our first module. You remember module number 1, what I have mentioned? SAS storage and terminology. Once we complete that, reading data from the external file system. That is from your text file, from your CSV file, all this kind of stuff comes to the picture. There I'm going to use all the input methods. Clear?
Yes.
Wonderful. Any questions?
So Murli, now we are able to see in the log if it is a missing or otherwise incorrect data, right? But that comes only like when you prepare the Excels and enter incorrect data. That will be, I mean, like we will be able to see in the log and all. But otherwise, if you get the data from outside and if you are working on it, but you will not know whether it is.
No. You can do all the data validations. You can do the validation. Let's say that someone else is sending the Excel file to me. Okay, some other team is sending the Excel file to me. I'm reading that particular Excel, right? Once I read the Excel, I can see, okay, there are multiple things I can do. For an example, okay, let me go with your question. Let's say there is one team who is sending this data to me. This is not the data that I'm preparing. This is the data that other team is sending to me. Okay, so my requirement is going to be, hey, if response ID, whatever the response ID is there, the response ID should have 7 characters, then only read it. These are my constraints. If my client say that it should be of 7 characters or 7 bytes, this should be the length. When it comes to the response class ID, he said that it should be 1 byte and it should be, okay, it should be 1 byte and it should be of, what is that, number, and it should not have any special characters, or he said that it should be either 1 or 2. This is the data validation I have to do, correct? So similarly, I apply the same for these two as well. He said that the same logic will be applicable to this, but when it comes to your group XID, it should be between any number 1 to 7. Only these numbers are allowed. Anything other than 1 to 7, I should not accept that. So like this, he has given some range. Let's say 1 to 7. These only the acceptable numbers. The same is the case here. It's supposed to be 1, 2, 3. But when it comes to the score should be of any length. Length is not okay. Is not mandatory thing to me. But it should be a number, and it should be between 0 to 100. These are the validations he asked me. Correct. So what I have to do now? Now I think I'm just going to help you with your question. Someone while sending the data, let's say for 005, he has not given the response IDs. Let's say for 001, he have given A, and for group X, let's say for 2 values, this is 9, which is not an acceptable number. This is my data. So this is my wrong data. This is also my wrong data. These two are also my wrong data. So now how to do it? Because I know that SAS is going to consider simply this as a missing value, this as a missing value, but these two no clue because this is acceptable number, correct? So now how I want to identify this and how I want to respond to my client saying that, hey, your data is wrong. These are the mistakes I have found in your data. So I tell you the logic how I'm going to do it in general. For here, first of all, I'm going to read all these as a characters. Read all variables as character. So what is the advantage of this? So if I read all these variables as a character, this data will be read as is, correct? The 9s will come there, A also will come there, these missing values also come there, correct? First thing is clear. Then I will say from response ID, okay, response ID, RESP underscore ID, calculate length. If any length, if any record has less than 9, less than 6 bytes, right? Less than 6 bytes of length, 7. Filter them out. So in that case, what is going to happen? Can I say these 3 records will come aside? These 3 records are identified. I'll say that, hey, for these 3 records, the name is missing, or the response ID is missing, or response ID is not 7 bytes. There is some issue. Send it. Second, in this, now whatever the data is there, I'm going to check in the response class ID. In the response class ID, 1 second. Check if you have anything other than digits. First validation is going to be, I need to check if I have anything other than the digits. This will come out because this is not a digit, right? Send it back. Wrong data. You have A there. Send it. Then in the group XID, right, I'm going to check if any value, group XID has any value other than 1 to 7. These two. So these and all have the errors. I'll send it to the client. Except these remaining values will be there, right? Only those values. These 4 I'll convert from character to numeric and I'll send it across. I'll send it to the next one. But this one, I'll remove it from the ETL. I'll send it back to the client saying that these are having the errors. The error for the first 3 is going to be, it is missing your response ID. This one has a character data which is not supposed to have in the response class. This one is numeric only, but the problem is I can allow only the numbers from 1 to 7, but you have 9 there, which is also a data issue. So you need to fix them. Send it back to the client. Make sense?
Yes, Murli. Little complicated, but still, yeah.
This is very simple task. You can write it in a single program. That is 5 steps are more than sufficient to handle all this. Right? This is one of the way. There are 100 ways of doing it. Right? I'm just giving you a little context because so far I have covered only character and numeric. So I just try to answer your question only based on that, because I have given introduction to only these 3. Correct?
Yeah. No, why
I
I
have
got
given
this
introduction to
question
type
is
of data, length, and missing value.
Yeah.
So my
Yeah, why I got this
tell me.
data, I mean, doubt is like, I used to get the, I mean, I still get the randomizations and all, and there will be a missing data. And as we don't use the SAS software there, so like, is it a missing data or is it incorrect data? That we couldn't figure it out. So again, we used to contact through emails or anything. So now, as you said, similar kind of thing. So I had a doubt. So if
no problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Once we finish this, let's say that, data cleaning techniques. Can you see second module? This is all about that. This is all about that. How to find your right data, how to clean your data, how to send only the right data to the next stage. It is all about that. Okay. So while going with this, please remind me. I will work on this. I'll give you the examples on this. I'll give you the coding for this particular.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Cool. Any other questions from anyone? All right, guys. See you tomorrow then. Same time, 8 o'clock. Try to be on time. So tomorrow we'll go with the second part. That is nothing but we'll complete the terminology by tomorrow. And also I'll give you the... Sorry?
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yes, please.
Today class, first to 20 minutes I'm unable to attend. So I listen video after.
Yeah, you can go to the recording.
Some doubts.
Yeah, go to the recording.
I'm asking some doubts yesterday, tomorrow.
Yeah, please. So go to your recording today, listen to your recording, mark your doubts, just keep note of your doubts. Tomorrow, before we start the class, you can ask me. See, this is the procedure to anyone, guys, everyone I'm telling to you. Whatever the doubts you got today, right? Either you can ask me in the same class if you are able to ask here. If not, after you study, if you get any doubts, ask me in the tomorrow's class. Every day before I start the class, I'll ask you, are there any doubts? Only if I clear your doubts, then only I go to the class. Only after clearing your doubts. So no worries, right? Listen to your recording today. Tomorrow ask me your doubts, and then we can proceed to the tomorrow's class.
Okay.
Perfect. Anita.
Sir, I want to send a screenshot of my error program.
Please send it to me. I'll give my email ID to everyone. So I'm just typing it here. You can drop it across. I have sent it to everyone, guys. This is my regular email ID, the same email ID for LinkedIn, the same email ID for primary communication. So you can just send your screenshot and your program. Done. Send me your program, send me your screenshot, both of them. Questions?
Thank you.
Okay, then. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Murli.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye. All right. So let's start with today's session. So yesterday we discussed about variables and the data types and other things, correct? So today we will proceed with writing a very basic SAS program, or in simple terms, because by this time you all know that what is called a data set is, and what is called observations are, what is called variables are, what are the types of variables. These and all you are very well aware of. Before I proceed, I think yesterday someone asked me, I think Chiru, have you gone through the class? Do you have any questions? Do you have any doubts before I proceed with the today's session? Anyone?
Clear, sir. I clear. Doubts are clear. Doubts.
Oh,
I
okay.
have no doubt.
Perfect. 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 Okay then. So today, let me check. SAS storage, terminology, and reading data from. Okay. So introduction part is, still there are few things I would need to cover here. Those are going to be comments. How to write comments. The next thing I would like to talk here is comments. Guys, tell me, why do you need comments? Because let's say that this is my code. Let's say I'm writing some piece of code. All right. This is my code. Now I want to write some comments as well. I want to put some comments. What is comment and why do you need it? Anyone? What is exactly a comment to the system?
I mean, the comments helps us to understand what is the data name, like data class we are keeping, and then we are giving specifically the names and all, so it's easy to understand.
In a simple terms, can I say that some meaningful information about your code, right? Which is not something to execute, but it is something to inform the developer, or it is something to inform the person who is actually reading that particular code. Am I correct? Right?
Yes.
Meaning, for an example, you can see here. So everything is green here, right? From here, all this kind of stuff. For an example, I said data class, right? This is executable code. When I run this, SAS will execute it. That is, it is going to execute it, and you can see the code will be appeared here. It is going to read this particular data set, and it is saying that, hey, work.class has 19 observations and 5 variables. I read 19 observations from SAS help.class. So each and every statement here is executable, correct? Suppose if I say, hey, this is my output data set. This is not something to execute. I'm not interested to execute this. This is just an information for me. So this line will indicate this is my output data set. This line will indicate this is my input data set. Correct? So this information is required for me, not for the system. Am I correct? I'm writing this piece of information just to ensure that by looking at it, I understand that this part of this line is nothing but it is creating my output data set. This line is creating my input data set. Right? Even if I run this code together, if I run this entire code together, it will execute only the data class statement, this statement. It is going to execute this statement, and it is also going to execute this statement. But whatever you put between this forward slash and star and forward slash, this is not a executable code. System will not execute it. Anything you put between forward slash and star forward slash, system will not execute this. This is just a command which will be helpful to understand the code. Am I clear? Not only this, I can use this for multiple things. For an example, I'm writing here, let's say that, hey, this is some C program. Okay, I'll write like this. I'll put one block here, and I will put another block here. Between these two blocks, I'm going to form something like, hey, this is nothing but, let's say, program name, data extraction. This is the program name. Who written this particular program? Author. So the author for this particular program is, for an example, let's say myself, Murali. When he created this, created on, let's say today's date, let's say 28th Jan 2021. Suppose someone modified it. Let's say I created this on 27th Jan yesterday, and today someone is modifying it. Modified by, who modified this? Someone called Krishna modified it. Like this, I can write all the meaningful information about this particular code between this forward slash star and star forward slash. Anything I read between them is going to be called as a comment block, and SAS will not execute that particular one. Anything you put between forward slash and star and forward slash, between that, whatever you write, it is not an executable code. It is simply a comment. Is that understandable? This information is useful for you. You know what is the program, who is the author, when he created it, what is the who modified it. You can also write a description of this particular program, meaning why you have written this particular program, right? A reason, or I can simply say all details about this particular program. So that whoever is speaking, let's say you are the programmer, and you are giving transition to the other person who is a newcomer to your team. By looking at this particular comments, he understand what is the intention of writing this particular program. By looking at these, he understand what each statement will do. In this way, the comments are really helpful for the developers. Is that understandable? Questions? All right. Another thing you need to understand here is I can have two ways of writing the comments. Number one, I can write the comments in this way, If not, I can also write the comments like this. Anything I write between star and semicolon, between that, whatever you type, it is not executable, it is a comment. Whatever you write here. Let's say this is our introduction class. This is a comment. SAS will not execute this. I can type anything here. I can write anything here, right? There is no restriction at all. There is no restriction at all. Either you can write a single line comment. You can also write it in multiple lines also, like this. Anything you write between the forward slash and semicolon will become considered as a comment. Anything you write between forward slash and star and forward slash, between this, whatever you write, this is also a comment. This will be called it as a comment block. Generally, you write like this, will be called it as a comment block. For the comment block, you can use this, and for the normal comment, you can use this. There's no restriction. Here also you can write. Understandable, guys? What is called comment? Comment is something which is not an executable code, right? So comments are something. So I'm writing here. So comments are not executable. These are used to provide related information about the code, statement, about the, I can say, code statement, or about a block. Am I correct? So there are two ways. One way is going to be either I can put the comments between the star and semicolon, or I can write the comments between the forward slash and star and forward slash, right? You can, if you have any editor, it is very easy. If you have editor, whatever is there in the green color, those are going to be the comments by default. Make sense? Easy. We are not stressing anything. We are trying to understand the simple topics here, right? We understand how SAS stores the data. We understand what is called terminology. We understand what are the different data types. Now we are understanding what are called comments and why do you need them. Questions? Any questions so far? All of you are clear?
Murli, I have, it might be a simple question, but the thing is, when we are writing the comments in the editor window, and under that we'll write a program and execute, right? And do you see these comments in the log window too?
Yes, you can. For an example, let me see the log. Now you can see. Can you see the comment here? This is the code. This is your comment, correct? Suppose if I execute this entire code, for an example, I don't have any code here. I just have only the comments. I just execute them. I don't have anything to execute. But you can see the entire thing, whatever I have here, everything is printed in your log, correct? I don't have anything to execute, right? So it is looking for something to execute. I don't find anything. So there is no error, there is no log, there is no warning. I just have only whatever the comments are there. The comments are came to your log as is. Usha, have I answered your question?
And the thing is, when you write program, right, Murli, under this, like, you'll be selecting that program and you will run, but still whatever is in the comment section, everything, no need to select, right? Or just
no. Okay, here, just to show you whether the comment will come to the log or not, I have run everything. For an example, I'm writing a program here. This is my program. If I select only this program and if I execute, comments will not be part of my log, right? You can see my log. This is only my program which I have executed. Suppose if I execute everything together, whole process, a whole program I'm executing, including the comments, still SAS has everything in the log, but it is going to execute only the proc contents. Remaining, it won't execute, it will simply throw that into your log. Usha, is that your question or have I deviated?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone else?
Sir, I wanted to ask one question.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, I wanted to confirm that comments are usually there for these statements, right? They usually describe the statements.
Sorry, I'm not clear with your question. Could you please repeat?
I wanted to ask that why do we need comments? Like if there is a comment, definitely a comment would be describing the statements which are in the program.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you why you need comments. See, okay, let's say that, hey, I'm a SAS programmer. I can understand what is this program is using. What is this program is actually doing. Still, why do you need to go with the comments? Let me tell you. For an example, guys. For an example. I want to create a data set for preteen. So preteen data set is the requirement for me. But do you know the condition for preteen? I don't know. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just going with a simple program. Let's say POXSQL create table preteen as select star from SAS help.class where age is lesser than 14 and quit. This is the program. By looking at this particular program, since you are a SAS programmer, you understand that I'm using a POXSQL. I want to create a table called preteen. I want to read the data from here. My condition is age is less than 14. Let's say I don't have any comments about it. Okay, I run this. Then someone asks you, hey, what is your preteen criteria? How did you went with preteen criteria? Then by looking at the code, since you are a programmer, by looking at your code, you said that, hey, I could see a data set called preteen. I put a condition like where age is less than 14. That is the condition I have taken. If they ask you, how do you know age is less than 14 is a preteen? Who informed us? When did these code changes are happened? If someone asks you this question, it is difficult to answer, correct? But if let's say that if I have a comment on top of it, the comment is like this. The comment saying that preteen criteria is age is less than 14. This criteria has mentioned as part of a development. Let's say the development number. Let's say the development number is going to be ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the development number. Let's say this is going to be a Jira, this is going to be a ticket number, this is going to be anything. All right. This has been implemented as part of, let's say, wave 4 cleanup. Wave 4 cleanup is one of the initiatives that your business has taken up, right? So as part of this one, you have created this ticket or this particular project. In this project, they defined that preteen criteria is age is less than 14. We have implemented this on, let's say, 26th Jan 2021. So let's say I'm not a programmer who involved in this. Let's say that I'm working for the different team, but since there is too much of workload, someone asked me to work on this. Let's say my manager asked me to work on this particular project. So when I worked on this particular project, I can understand this particular code. But if business asks me a question, why you have taken age is less than 14, then by looking at this comment, I can say that, hey, actually this has been decided by business itself as part of this particular ticket. So this is actually wave 4 cleanup initiative. This was actually implemented on 26 Jan 2021. So by looking at this, I say that the preteen criteria is age is less than 14. If you need more details, you can open this particular ticket and you can see that. Now you understand why do you need codes? Why do you need comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone? because we don't know the business. When you don't know the business, if you write a command and if you leave there, the person who is taking up this initiative after you is he will feel comfortable. He or she will feel comfortable to understand the process. All right. Now, any questions, guys? Anyone? Right. This is, I can say, example. Right. Now, so this is about your basic introduction about what is called SAS. What are the various ways of creating a SAS program, how to store a SAS program, how to store your log, how to store your data, what is called data set, what is called observations, and what do you mean by variables, what are the types of variables, and how to write your comments. Done. Can we go to the very first module now? So far whatever I have discussed is just the terminology. In the first module is gonna start working on the data. The very first thing is going to be reading the data from the external files. Let me go there. So this I can say that reading data from external files. So now we need to understand three things. Number one, what is called internal file and what is called external file. This is pretty much related to SAS, guys. So from your point of view, what is called internal file to SAS? That is nothing but what is getting created within the SAS. We know that SAS output will be either a report or a table. Report means generally it is going to be a file system. That can be a .lst file, that can be a CSV file, that can be Excel file, or that can be anything. So SAS ideally stores the data in the form of a table. The table we call it as a data set. Correct? So SAS internal file is nothing but the data set. Anything if you create as a data set, that is going to be an internal file to SAS. Am I correct? All of you accept that? Other than SAS dataset, if I have anything other than SAS dataset, anything will be called it as an external file. That external file will be a file system. That external file will be a table or nothing but a database. All of you accept this? What is internal? A data set will be called it as an internal. Anything other than the data set, which is not a SAS what is a standard format. You can see here. This is my SAS help. You can see all of them. You can see here are the tables. Correct? Because SAS stores the data in the form of a table. The table will be called it as a data set. Right? Now, what are the ways? Let's say that, guys, in a simple way, someone has come to you and say that, hey, I'm actually a college administrator. I have an engineering college, right? All my requirement is in my engineering college in 2020, how many of them are passed out? I just need passed out people, students information. This is what he asked for, passed out student information in the year 2020. If they ask you, what you're going to say? Okay, I'll give it, no problem, I can take care of this. Is this your answer, or you're going to ask anything to them? Guys, let's say I'm the administrator of an engineering college. I approached one of you and I asked, hey, I have data with me. In my data, I need all the students who are passed out in the year 2020. Can you give it to me? This is the question. So if this is going to be the question, what are you going to say? So you're going to say that, hey, okay, I can work on this particular one. Let me work on it. You're going to simply start like that, or are you going to ask something?
We need to ask what is the number of total student, and what is the pass rate, what is the pass marking rate, and then we can work out.
Okay, you ask for pass marks. How many of them are the pass marks? Let's say they said 35 is the pass mark out of 100. This information is sufficient. Let's say he also say that I don't know how many students are there. I have data with me. I don't know how many students are there. Now what you do? So first question I'm going to ask is, yes, I can understand the criteria. This is nothing but the logic, right? So before even I go for the logic, first I'll ask him, hey, how you are giving me the data? He said that he have the data, but in which format? Correct? He may have his data just in a piece of paper, maybe a handout, printout, right? He may have the data in an Excel sheet. He may have the data in a database. He may be having Oracle database. He may be having some MySQL database. We don't know. Correct? So where the data is data available as a hard copy? If the data is available as a soft copy, in which format it is? Is it a file or is it part of a database? Am I correct? Because until and unless I have the data with me, I cannot work on it. Correct? If I want to work on the data, I need the data. Correct? So that too, I need the data in an electronic form, that is digital copy. Then only I can work on it. Otherwise, I need to approach some data entry team and I need to ask them to enter into the Excel sheet, and I can ask them to share it with me. Am I correct? Am I correct? If someone has data, you have to ask them what is the source of your data, where your data is exists. From there, I need to pick it up. Am I correct or not, guys? Any deviations here?
No, that's true. Yeah,
yeah, perfect. Now, let's say that. So now we can see. Let's say they don't have any hard copy. Luckily, they have soft copy. They said that, hey, I have my data in a text file. That is Notepad. Acceptable. They have the data in Excel. They have data in Microsoft Access. They have data in some DAT files. They have data in any file system. Can I say any file system? That may be a text file, that may be an Excel file, that may be an Access, that may be a DAT file, that may be tar files. The file system can be anything. Correct? Or in a database means the data may present in Oracle, the data may present in MySQL, the data may present in DB2, the data may present in Teradata, right? The data may present in Sybase. It can be anything. Am I correct? There are no restrictions, right? I can have my data in any of the database, or I can have my data in any of the file systems. Both of them are acceptable. Correct? Just a second, guys. Sorry. So now you can see the data can be in any of these formats, and all these formats are acceptable, right? I cannot ask them, hey, I have a SAS software with me. Give me the data only in SAS dataset. I cannot ask them, right? If they're able to work on the SAS dataset, that means they are familiar with the SAS dataset. They can work on their own. You don't need it. You don't need as a developer, correct? So I cannot ask them all the time, hey, I'm a SAS programmer, I can understand SAS dataset. So if you give me a SAS dataset, I can apply all my filters, I can apply all my logic, and I can give you what you're expecting. That is not correct. He is the client. He can give the data in any of his format that he is comfortable. Whether your SAS is compatible to read that data or not is up to you. You are the one who have to decide that. You are the one who have to work on that. Am I correct? So what I need to do now? You may get the data. Let's say that he might be a SAS guy. He has some basic understanding about the SAS, so he's able to provide the data for you. So in this case, I can say that my data may come in either as a data set or as a file or from the database. Correct? Can I say these three are the acceptable things now? So data set is nothing but your internal. This is SAS internal. The mining two are going to be your external. Either it's going to be external database or it is going to be an external file system. Am I correct? This is going to be my external file system because my data is coming from a file which is not a SAS thing, which is any of this. So the other thing is going to be the data is not in the SAS database. Actually, the data is in the external database. The data is coming from any of this. So both of them are valid, right? If someone asks you, hey, this is the one I'm looking for, in that case, you ask, hey, can you give me your data? When you ask for the data, they can provide the data in any of these two formats. Either they can provide you the SAS dataset, luckily if they have a SAS software with them. If not, they will provide the data in a file or they will provide the data in database. Am I correct? Any deviations? Every one of you are comfortable with this? Questions?
Yes, yeah, this one.
Okay, perfect. Now the next thing is, if they give the data, yes, please.
Actually, I have a question. Like in here, only the soft copy will work out in this case, right? I mean, like if it whatever we are talking about is like data is like in the electronic form only, it will work out. Like if it is a hard copy, like even that we can use and convert into an Excel or whatever the comfortable thing for us, and we can go ahead in this way also, right? Or just the
Yeah.
soft copy will work.
See, I'm telling you, no program or no database in this entire world can work on the hard copy directly. Not possible, right? So only way is you have to convert your physical file, which is the hard copy, into either as a file system or as a database. Let's say you have your handouts with you. You enter all those handouts into a text file. You enter all your handouts into your Excel file, or you directly put everything into a database. You need to convert your hard copy into soft copy. That soft copy can be a file system, that can be a database. Only two options are there. Do you think anything else? No, right? Once I have it in an electronic format, either as a file system or as a database, then any program can start work on that. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Suppose if you go to the claim cycles, let's say, most of the hospitals and all, they have two ways of claims. They will go with paper claims or they will also go with the electronic claims, correct? So we have, what are them? 837P and NSF 32 or something, NSF 92, and the other one is going to be 837I. 837I is going to be a hard copy, 837P is going to be a soft copy, correct? So if they have any hard copies coming, then there will be a operational team. The operational team are going to create the claims, correct? Behalf of the hospital, right? End of the day, anything you need or everything you need only in the soft copy, correct?
Yeah. So basically, we can, if it is a hard copy, also we can make it into a soft copy, and then we can do our Okay.
Perfect.
So it works for both. That's one of my question. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. It will work for both. All right. Now, let's say they give the data set directly to you. It is pretty easy. You can use it as is. But if they give the data in a file, for an example, they give the data in a file system. They give an Excel to you. They have given some, text file to you or DAT file to you. Any file they have given. Remember, you can apply your filters. You can do all your transformations if my data is present in a data set. Correct? SAS stores the data in the form of a table. This is what I explained in the previous one. Correct? That is called as a data set. So only if I have my data in data set, I can apply all my transformations. Am I correct? If I want to start with my logic, the first thing I look is, do I have the data in SAS dataset format or not? That is the first thing, correct? If they give the data set directly to you, no issues. Absolutely clear. I'm happy to go with. If they give the data in any other file system, the first thing is going to be convert, right, file to a data set. Convert file and create data set. Remember, the file which you are getting is a raw data. Raw data means unprocessed data, correct? Whatever the file I'm getting, I'm taking that file as it is, I'm creating a data set. The data set is also a raw data set. Raw in the sense, before I apply any logic. Only if I have a data set, I can start working on my logic. Am I correct? Because SAS works only on the data sets. So whatever the file they are giving, I should be able to convert that file into a data set. Only then I can start working on my details. This part will be called it as data input. In ETL terms, you can call this as extract. So what do you mean by extract, or what do you mean by data input? Converting whatever the external file that you are receiving as an input into a SAS data set is called as data input. You are preparing your input. You are preparing your input. Is that clear? So my first task is going to be, before I apply any logic that the user is asking, first I need to have my data, my input data in SAS dataset format. So creating a SAS input dataset or preparing my input in SAS dataset is nothing but my data input. Is that clear? Anyone?
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So now we are going to concentrate on this particular one, preparing the data. So we go with different file systems, and it is pretty much same for any file system. So we consider one or two file systems, let's say text file and Excel file, and we'll see how we read the data and how we create the data sets. That is going to be our first task, which is nothing but reading data from the external files. All right. So by reading the data, what I'm trying to create, I'm trying to create the data sets. Correct. For an example, let me have a simple data set. Let's say that is also, I have it in a notepad. So just open my notepad here. I'm preparing the data like this. For an example, I have a product, let's say, Samsung. Okay, S20 is the product. Okay, and name of the okay, let's say category, mobile is the category, S20 is the product, and price of that particular product is nothing but, let's say, 900 USD, $900. Similarly, in the second case, I just have headset. I have a headset. Okay, the headset is nothing but, let's say, something like AirPods, right? And the price of this AirPods is nothing but, let's say, $400. Similarly, the third category is going to be charger, right? So this is going to be like a C-type charger. I'm calling it as C-type charger, and the C-type charger, the price is going to be, let's say, $20. This is my data, guys. So I'm simply calling this as, SAS. Let's say I'm just calling it as input files. Right? So in the input files, I'm calling this as electronic data, or I can say electronics. Electronics, I can say stock. Electronic stock is the file name, electronicstock.txt. This I want to read, guys. So how do you read it? I'm going to write some simple code first, and then I'll tell you how to do it. Let's say I'm writing like this. Let's say data. This is nothing but electronics stock, right? I'm just saying that, hey, I have some file. I'll tell you everything, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to the location. So in the input files location, this is the place where I have my file, and the name of the file is going to be electronic stock.txt. All right. And then I'm saying that I want to read three things. The first one is going to be, if I look into my data, the first thing is going to be, what is this? Can I say, I can call this as an item? The second thing is going to be, can I say item name? Or I can say this, I can call it as an item category. Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you how to write all this. What is the symbols that I'm putting here, why I'm putting those symbols, everything I'm gonna tell you. And then I can say price of this. All right, that's it. Let me run this. Can you see this? I got item category as mobile. Item name is S20. The price is 900. Second is headset. Item name is nothing but AirPods. The price is 400. Charger, C-type. The price is going to be 20. Whatever the data that I want to read, I have read it as it is. I don't have any warnings. I don't have any errors. Correct? First thing is, my data is actually in a file system. I'm able to convert that particular data into a data set. My task is accomplished or not. First thing, how we are doing and all, different story. My question is going to be, is my task accomplished? Am I able to read the data as is and I'm able to put it in a SAS data set? Is that right? Questions? All right.
Sorry, after the first one, the data, and then we put a file name. Is it correct?
No. I'll talk about the syntax. Don't worry. Forget about the syntax. All I'm asking is, my data is present in a file system. I'm able to create that in a SAS dataset or not. Only that I'm asking.
Okay.
Is my task accomplished or not? Done. So how to do it, I'm going to tell you. I'm not interested about, what is the code I have used, what is the syntax. I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in, is my task accomplished or not?
Yes.
Yeah, push it. Okay, perfect. Now, let me go ahead and explain what I have did here. All right. So the first thing, guys. So this is going to be our first.
Basically, the non-SAS data we are converting, we are making it into a SAS dataset. That's it, right?
You cannot say non-SAS. I can say that any external file system I'm reading and I'm creating a SAS dataset.
Okay.
Yeah, just the same. Both of us are saying the same, but terminology wise, I'm saying that instead of saying non-SAS, any external file system, that may be a text file, that may be a your Excel file, that may be a CSV, that may be a DAT, any file I'm reading and I'm creating the data as my required. Okay. Now, you also need to understand few things here. Number one, can you see these things? If I go to my properties, under the properties, you can see two of them are characters and one is going to be numeric. Correct? Basically, it demands it because these two are having the alphabets. These two also having the alphabet. I must need to define this as a character. When it comes to this is a price, which is going to be an amount. So I have defined that as a numeric. Correct? And you can see that nowhere I have taken any control on the length. So that's the reason you can see all of them having the same length of 8. Correct? Yesterday we talked about few things. You can see this. So character variable, numeric variable, the default length is going to be 8. Character variable, if it has alphabets, I'm going to say this as a character. If I don't have alphabets, if purely I have the numbers, I will go with the numeric data. Is that what I have done here also? Correct? This is what I have done here. So now we understand basic concept of how to convert your external file and how to create a SAS dataset, right? But coding wise, I'll help you. Coding wise, I'll help you. But up to this, all of you are clear?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question. Once the data, like external file, is converted in a data set, then you can call it as an internal data set.
You can call it as a no, your question, let's say that once the external file is converted as a data set, up to that I understand. After that,
can we call it as a internal, like data set?
Yeah, this is internal now. See, this data set is internal. The file is still external. Whatever the file I have here is still an external file because it is a text file. This is a text file, correct? It always open as a text file. But you can see here, internally, I created a data set. I can see it here. Can you see this? Electronic stock. This is my internal. This is SAS internal data set. Right? I have my file system. I have my file as is. At the same time, I have created a data set for my work. Right?
Yes,
makes sense?
thank you.
Now let us say that instead of the data is present in a CSV file, sorry, in this file, let's say my data is present in an Excel. Let me create an Excel here. So I'm just calling the same name, electronics underscore stock dot. Let's say I'm just creating this as a Excel. So Excel is X. It automatically create. Right. Let's say my data is like this. So let me use import wizard. So my data is like this. So let me save this. So now I can read this as well, right? So my data now, this is not going to be, suppose I'm just using a different one. My data is not, it's not electronic stock .txt, it is going to be .xlsx. All right. Now let's say that I don't need to go with the data step. I can also go ahead with other things. Let's say I can simply use proc import here. I'll talk about all this, don't worry. So data file is equal to, this is my data file, and I can say out is equal to, for an example, I say electronic stock underscore 1. I'm creating a new table here. So I'll say that dbms is equal to xlsx. Syntax wise, don't worry guys, I'll talk about all those. So I'm trying to help you with, if my data need not to be only one file format, it can be in any file format. Can you see now? What happened? One thing is missing because it is coming as a header. So I need to say here, so get names is equal to, I'll tell you all the syntaxes, don't worry. Now you can see I got all the data, but you can see that the first one is not a header, right? It's simply assigned ABC. Later I need to rename this as a item, this as a item name, this as a amount, or I can also do that here itself. That is also possible. Or I can write it in the next step also. So all my intention here is either I can create a data set by using a text file, or I can also do that by using a XLSX file. Let's say I have a tool like this. I can also import, for an example. I'm running this again, sorry. Let me go with import data. If I have a tool, then I just need to go with where my data is accessed. Here is my data in the input files, electronic stock. Now you can see it automatically creating, this is saying that, hey, in your local server, I'm creating this data set. Let's say I'm just saying that stock underscore import. I'm using import method. I'm just giving the name. So my data set is ready. It will open the Excel, right? And it also say that, hey, first row of range contains fields. I don't have the names. Rename columns. If I want to rename columns as part of the SAS, I have to put it. I'll tell you what is this. Then you can see here. It is automatically saying field 1, field 2, field 3. So field 1 is going to be character, field 2 is also going to be character, field 3 is also field 3 is going to be a number. It is telling that. If you want to modify, you can modify. Finish. Can you see now? Output remains going to be the same. And go to the code here. It also create a code for you. It also create a code for you. You can use this code also. But you can see the output. My main interest is the output. Am I able to read the same output? Right? So 3 ways I have it here. Either I can write my code by using a data step or by using a proc step, or if I have an import, I can also import the data. All the 3 things are possible. Is this clear, guys? Forget about the syntaxes. I'm not interested about the syntaxes at this particular point of time. I'm trying to tell you, yeah, are we able to create, are we able to convert our external file into a data set or not? That is the only thing I'm looking at. So far clear, all of you? Any questions you would like to ask here?
Yeah, Murli. The first, okay, go ahead, Haider.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask that, like, we have the third option for importing a data. It's in the enterprise guide, right? So can we do it in PC 9.4 PC SAS?
Sure. Let me do it. Import data. So it will tell you what kind of data you want to import. You can see Excel workbook or what exactly you want to import. You can define that because I'm importing the Excel. Browse for it. Desktop, Moodle courses, SAS class, input files, all files I can take, and I can use XLSX. Done. Okay. Yeah, sheet 1 is the one I want to import. So I want to say what is the number, what is the member I want to create there. It says stock is the data set name that I want to create. Next. I don't need it. Finish. And you can see that already saying it's created. But here it is saying that, the first one, you're saying that the first one, the header is not there. So it is automatically taking the first thing as a header. So you need to work on that, and you need to ensure that I'm not supposed to take the data, the first row as a header. That I need to do. So when it comes to your SAS EG, you have the facility of selecting the first row is a header or not. But when it comes to the PC SAS, you don't have that option directly. It automatically understand that no Excel file will be there without a header. That is the understanding, right? So, but when it comes to your enterprise guide, you have the additional option. You can choose whether the first line is a header or not. If it is not a header, you can use it. You understand what I'm trying to say? In either the cases, you can do it. In either the cases, you can do it. But here, the number of options are less as compared to your SAS. Your SAS Enterprise Guide. Because PC SAS expect that because you are using your Excel file. So when you are importing the data, it assumes that your first row is a header. So there is no Excel file without a header, right? Correct? But here I just have mentioned it. But generally, my first row is going to be a header. For that only, I have changed the code. You can see here. While importing, I said that get names equal to no. Don't take the names from your input sheet. And also while doing this, while going with this particular one, here also you can see that in the code, right? In the code, it is not taking your first data. It is taking only the remaining data. Correct? In that way, you can do it. And also you can see that it is automatically generating all the comments for you. This is my source file. This is my class. This is my server. Who importing this? What is the output data set? Everything it is doing for you. These are the comments. Right. So, hi there. Have I answered your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Usha, can you go ahead?
Murli, like in the notepad, we gave the data, we have the data and we executed, right? And in the Excel, I mean, I understand Excel by default, we have the serial numbers, but in the notepad, we don't have the serial number, but still when we are executing the data, by default, it's coming, right?
Oh, you mean to say that when I execute this particular one, right? You're looking at the, which one? These numbers you're talking about?
Yeah, the serial number. It I mean, for anything, automatically comes out, or
it automatically comes. And also remember, your data set has only these three fields. This 1, 2, 3 is not part of your data set. It is for your understanding only. If I go to the columns, you can see I have only 3 columns. I don't have that 1, 2, 3 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that is just,
I mean, my question is in the notepad. Oh, okay. So this is not a part of execution you're saying about.
This is not a part of execution. Your data set does not contain these 1, 2, 3s. This is for your illustration purpose only. The tool
so it automatically comes out. That's it.
Exactly. Whether you have it or not, it will come.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? All right. So what's next then? So these are just an examples, guys. I just mentioned these are the examples only. But how to convert this means I have to use some input methods. I have to go with different input methods to read this data, right? So in SAS, there are 3 input methods. The first one is going to be called it as a list input method. Very simple and straightforward method, list input method. Number 2, column input method. Number 3, formatted input method. Some books also call this as a mixed input method. No worries. In this again I have 2. One is absolute pointer method and relative pointer method. So these are the various methods that we have in SAS to read an external file. In some cases, I can use any of the method to read the input file. In some cases, only I can do that with the help of a formatted method. In some cases, only column input method will be better fit. So we need to go with all the input methods. We need to understand which method is suitable for what are the advantages of each method, what are the limitations of each method. That is all about your module number 1. We haven't entered into the module number 1 completely. You can see here. This is reading data from external file system. In that I have input methods. That is what I am mentioning now, right? So in the reading data from the external files, today we understand what are the various sources of the data. My data can come from an input system. My data can come from, that is, the input system can be a SAS data set, that can be a file system, that can be a database. If it is going to be a data set, then how it is going to be? I can directly use it. If it is going to be a file system, I should convert that file system into a SAS data set, then only I can use it. Now the question is how to convert that into a file data set. So to convert a file system into a data set, I have multiple options. What is the first option? I can go ahead by using the list input method, or I can go ahead with the column input method, or I can go ahead with the formatted input methods. So what are the advantages of each of these methods? What are the limitations? Which method is best fit for which situation? These are all we are going to discuss in the further classes, right? Because it is very short time to start with the list input method. So it's already 9 o'clock today, 9:05. Already it's been an hour. So I cannot proceed with the list input method today. So tomorrow I'll take up the list input method. So while going ahead with the list input methods, while the input methods, there are a lot of other topics also will come. So what are your options? There is nothing but there are something called infile options, there are something called your input options, then there will be modifiers. There are a lot of things which are part of these input methods. So the first input method will take a little time. I can say that 2 or 3 classes it will take, but the remaining will be very fast enough because we need to understand here, right? So while going with the list input method, while going with these input methods only, we are going to discuss about how SAS works. That is, the moment you submit your SAS program, what happens in the background. That is also we are going to discuss here. So all these will be part of your module number 1. If you have any questions, ask me. And I think who sent this screenshot to me? Anita, you are the one, right?
Yes, sir.
Anita, I checked your screenshots. So you use some code like this. Let's say data test underscore 3 set test and run. Let's say this test dataset is not available for you. The error it is saying that the dataset work.test is not available for you. So it is bit difficult to you to understand at this particular point of time because we need to understand about 2 things. One is what is called work library. First of all, what is called library? Then what is called work library? What is called temp library? What is called permanent library? So once you have this understanding, then only we can do it. All right. So don't worry about that particular one. I got your question. So ignore that for now. But keep it in mind when I talk about the libraries, that is also in the same module number 1. I will explain you about this. Right. For now, don't go with this. You can ask me, Murli, then how it worked for you. Yeah, you might ask me, Murli, how it worked for you then. I have already created that work data set. I have already created the test data set in the previous one. So if you watch the recording completely, first I created the test data set in one program, and that test data set I have created, I have used in the another program. So since I have already created it, I'm able to use it anywhere I want. So how to create them? What are those temporary data sets? What are those permanent data sets? I'll explain you. Don't worry for now. Any questions? All right. Okay then. So I'll wind up today's session and we can meet again by tomorrow, Friday, 8 o'clock, right? So I'll join by 8 o'clock, guys. I'll wait till 8:05. By 8:05, if all of you are available, well and good. If not, also I'll generally start by 8:05 itself, right? So I'll always give a 5 minutes buffer, but please join by 8 o'clock. All right. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Murli.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's wait 1 more minute and we can start. Okay.
Sir, I have doubt.
Hello.
Sir,
Yeah. Tell me, please.
I'm from science background, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
not familiar with what is database, what is varchar.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's not an issue. That's not an issue. You will come to know all those, once we proceed. See, for now, you are able to understand what is character or what is numeric, right?
Yes.
That is fine. That is fine. So as the classes are progressing, you concentrate more on SAS side first. Okay. Once you are completely familiar with the SAS, you need to learn. I don't say that, hey, you don't need to learn about those things. No, I won't say that, because you need them as well. You need to understand what are the other databases are and how those databases will work, or how those databases metadata is. This information is required. This information is definitely required. Okay, but there is a topic called proc SQL. Let me show you. Can you see this? Module number 6, proc SQL. So
Yes,
here
sir.
I'll talk about all the other databases as well. Don't worry. Don't worry. So for I'll say one thing, guys. For now, however our class is progressing, in the same way you try to learn. Anything additional you require, I'll tell you, right? So let's say that, once we complete the input methods, all the 3 input methods, that is by end of the module number 1, I'm going to give you the additional materials that you required as well. So you can go through them and you can ask me any doubts if you're not able to understand any in that particular piece. Okay, for now, strictly follow what I'm teaching. And whenever there are additional things are required, myself will tell you, hey, you need to go with this, you need to learn this. I will tell you, don't worry. All right. So today we will go with the input methods. So before I go with the input methods, let me give you brief recap about what we discussed yesterday. So if I'm not wrong, so in yesterday's session we started with the the basic terminology, that is nothing but a table in the real world will be call it as a data set. So SAS set is the one where you're going to represent, or I can say that any file extension with SAS 7 DDAT, you can call that as a SAS dataset. When it comes to the SAS program, you can identify your SAS program with an extension called .SAS, correct? And when it comes to your log, by default, the log will be created in the same place where you are executing your SAS program. So when it comes to the SAS log, in general, the SAS log will be having the extension of .log. Sometimes you are going to create a listing file. So there is nothing but if you run proc print or any of the procedures in your Linux environment, so there you don't have any tool. Since you are not using the tool, it is going to create a listing file. The listing file will be created with .lst, correct? So these are the basic things that we discussed yesterday. In addition to that, we said that there are 3 ways we are going to receive the data. Number 1, whoever is giving the data, that is your client. So generally we need to talk about a simple topic which is called data analytics. So we are all talking about the analytics, right? So what do you mean by analytics is all about? Analytics is all about someone will give you input data and they say their problem statement. They will give you their problem statement, meaning, hey, I want to launch, for an example, I'm just telling you. For an example, I want to launch one cab service in, let's say, in Hyderabad, cab service in Hyderabad. So what is his problem statement now? He want to launch a cab service. This is what he want to achieve. This will be nothing but a problem statement. So what is the data for this? The data for this is going to be the existing data, meaning what is the population of Hyderabad? Out of that, who are going to be the regular commuters who will be using these cab services? What are the busy routes? What are the I can say busy timings, or I can say that peak hours. So what is meant by peak hours? Morning 8 to 10, and I can say evening 5 to 7 or 5 to 8. This is the time where people prefer to go to the offices and come back from the offices. In addition to that, there will be also the time where, like I can say that 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is the time where most of the people travel to the other places. That is nothing but if they want to move from, if they want to travel from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Hyderabad to Chennai, they depend on the bus services or train services. This is the peak time. The same will goes to the morning as well. Let's say morning 5 to 7. This is the place most of the trains, most of the buses will receive, will come back to the Hyderabad. Correct. So these are the data that we are going to get. In addition to that, are there any existing cab services? Already any cab services are there? If yes, in general, how they are charging, right? Their metrics. If this is going to be the data and this is going to be a problem statement, what you are going to suggest, you're going to do your analysis, you're going to do, apply some algorithms, put some logic in place, and finally you say that, hey, I figured out something. What is that is? So don't operate, don't buy, let's say 50 cars or 60 cars like that. So initially, let's say that purchase 5 new cars, all right, and just take some around 10 or 15 cars for the rent, that to be specific about what you want to do, and then operate between specific routes. Only in this route you operate, right? And that too only in the specific times. Don't operate your vehicles all the time. Just put it in the specific times and specific routes. Let's say start with some promotional codes. They say that first ride is free, all these promotions you do, and how this is the rate, that is nothing but how much you are charging per hour or how much you are charging per kilometer. So just put all these rates properly. If you do all this, let's say in 3 months period, you are going to get break even. That is, you are going to enter into no loss and no profit region. And then from there, in the next 3 months, you are going to have this much of profit. And from there, you can expand your business. So like this, you are going to provide the solution. Correct? This is what we generally expect, right? This will be applicable to everything, right? So what you're going to do, you provide the data, you also provide the problem statement, and you're going to expect the solution. Correct? Right? So what is data analytics then? Based on your data, you are going to solve your problem statement and you are going to provide some meaningful analysis. That is called your data analytics, right? Correct? So now for this entire data analytics, problem statement is simple. Either you're going with a new application, you're enhancing something, all this. But what is input data? The input data can be anything, correct? So getting that input data, applying your logics on that input data is very, 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 very important, correct? So your entire data analytics depends on how efficiently you understand your problem statement, how efficiently you can apply your logics on your input data. So these two are going to be the key for your data analytics. Am I clear? Every one of you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. So now SAS is used for the data analytics, right? So let's forget about the problem statement. I'll concentrate on my input data. So what are the ways I'll get my input data? So when I talk about that particular thing, my input data can be a native SAS file. What do you mean by native SAS file? A native SAS file is nothing but SAS dataset. My customer, whoever is asking me to solve a given problem, he himself can give me a SAS dataset. If so, it is very easy and convenient to me. If not, that may be an external file. What is meant by external file? It comes under a file system, right? The file system can be anything. It can be a text file, it can be an Excel file, it can be a DAT file, it can be tar files, or it can be any file system that you can think of. Then if the data is not fit into a file, what do you mean by not fit into a file? Let's say Excel. The maximum number of rows I can have in each Excel sheet is 1 million, 10 lakhs. Beyond 10 lakhs, I cannot keep there. I have to go to the sheet number 2, or I have to go to the new workbook, right? Let's say I'm talking about the India's population. Let's say, Telangana population, right? It's somewhere in 5 crores. 5 crore people data. If I want to put it, how many Excels are required? It is very difficult to put it in Excel. It is very difficult to put it in a text file, or it is very difficult to put it in a DAT file. So I should depend on the databases. So in such cases, I can say that my data is coming from the external databases. What are them? That databases can be anything, right? That can be Oracle, that can be DB2, that can be Sybase, yeah, that can be Teradata, that can be data warehouses like Netezza, that can be anything, right? Or I can talk about SAP HANA, right? All these are the databases and data warehouses. The data can come from anything, any place. So your objective is first, you need to make sure you should be able to read your data properly. The first thing for me is I should be able to read my input data and prepare SAS data set. Again, the SAS data set is nothing but an input only. I'm preparing my input. Technically, I can call this as data input. So data input is nothing but whatever the source of data is. If I'm able to convert that input source into native SAS file, native SAS data set, that can be called it as your data input. That is the primary step in any of your SAS program, because you need to work on your input data. Your input data should present in a SAS data set. The first thing is you should be able to produce the SAS data set. Clear so far? Up to this, all of you are clear? All right. Now, the next thing is going to be, let me copy this, just keep it in your, this one, reading the data from the external file, right? All right. Now, to read my external file system, if my data is coming from a file, right? I have 3 input methods, or I can say that totally 3. Again, the last one will be classified into 2. Totally 4 input methods I have. There is one more input method called a named input method. I'm not listing here because that is not that efficient way of reading. That's the reason I'm not going with that. I'm just going with the 3 well-known methods: list input, column input, and formatted input method. All right. So now, without wasting much time, let's start with the first input method, which is nothing but list input method. So I'm just going with the list input method. Here, I'm going to talk about a lot of terms. I'll talk about the libraries. I'll talk about the, options. So many things will be taught here, but don't worry about that. So I'm just renaming this as list input. All right. So for an example, for the starters, let's say I'm reading data from a normal text file. This is what I'm doing. So initially I started with, I want to read the data from a simple normal text file. Remember guys, whenever you are reading the data from a file system, 3 things are very, 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 very important. Any file system. Number 1, 3 things are important. First thing, you should know where the file is located. This is called your path. What do you mean by path? For an example, hey, read a file called names.txt. Names text file, you read it. If I say names.txt, where is this names.txt exists? Right? Someone will ask me, right? Where is the file? Where you have saved this particular file? Until and unless where I saved the file, I cannot read it, or I cannot even open it. Let's say someone has given me this PC, just this is the PC they have given to me, and they ask me to read, hey, go ahead and read your names.txt file. If this is the question they ask me, first thing I'm going to ask is, where is my file where my file is located? That is nothing but my path, right? If they say that, hey, go to Murali courses, there is going to be something called SAS. In the SAS, go to the SAS class, there is something called input files. It is the place where user has stored that particular file. That will be easy, right? If they given this path, hey, this is the path, within this particular path, they have your input file. Which one is easy, or which one is going to be a proper method? Example like this. I need to know where my file is. Am I correct or not? Every one of you accept? My file, where my file is located, I should aware of. Number 2, a lot of us has a habit of, I should know the file name. File name is mandatory. This every one of us know. Number 3, most of us will have a habit of, hey, read the file called names. Now the question is, names is a CSV or an Excel or a text file or a DAT file? What file it is? You can simply say by looking at it, hey, read this particular one. Simply just say that VMware ID. What is that VMware ID is about? I don't see what type of file it is. Correct? So I need to mention the extension as well. That is nothing but file extension. That is very, very important. Example, I need to know either it is a text or it is a CSV or it is going to be a XLSX. What exactly you want to read? You need to mention that. Otherwise, no one can understand. So these 3 things are very, very important. Whenever I want to go with any of these input methods, I must understand these 3. What are them? The first thing, I need to know where is my file located. Number 2, what is the name of that particular file? Number 3, is that file have any extension? If yes, what is that extension? Is that clear? Only if I have this, then it is going to be called it as a valid file. This first thing I'm going to say here is valid file should have these things they should have. Correct? Only if I have this, then only I understand that this is going to be a valid file. All of you accept? Only then when I have that, then I can read it. Now what I want to read? I want to read the data from a normal text file. Okay. I'm going to my input folder. This is the place where I just keep all the data. Okay. For an example, for ease of understanding, this is the common example I generally take it. So let me take the same here. Let's say I have some student data. Student underscore info dot student info is the data set. Sorry, input file, which is a text file, which has information about a student. What generally a student consists of is, a student will be having his, let's say he belongs to some 10th class, or he can go ahead with even engineering, or any grade is fine, right? Any grade is going to be fine, but all I need is what are the basic stuff a student will be, or student details is what and all you can mention. First thing is I can mention about the student ID. Correct? Let's say my student ID is going to be A101, right? Which section he belongs to. Let's say that this guy belongs to A section. That's the reason I have A there, right? Similarly, what's the name of this particular person? Let's say the name of this particular person is Murali. Okay. What is his age? Let's say that his age is equal to 15, right? And then let's say what is the gender? His gender is equal to male. This is the information, right? And also I just want to give from which location he belongs to which location. Let's say that he belongs to Hyderabad. Similarly, there is another person, A102. He also belongs to A section. His name is nothing but Krishna. He is of around 14 years of age, male. He is from Chennai. Then I have B103. She belongs to a section B. Let's say her name is going to be, can I say, Anu, and she's of around 15 years of age, female. Let's say she's from Bangalore, right? She's from Bangalore. So there are 3 student records I have. Now the question here is, guys, this particular text file does not have a header. It is not telling, header means the names. It is not telling any names. This is going to be the student ID. This is the section. This is going to be the name of the student, age of the student, gender of the student, and this is going to be location of the student. These information it is not giving, right? Only data is there and I don't have any header. So first thing I need to understand whether my text file or whether my input file have a header or not. If header is there, we will handle in one way. If the header is not there, we'll handle in a different way. So that's the reason I'm telling this. Number 2, how I'm separating these two fields? By space. 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 Space is the one which is separating my fields, correct? Each variable value or each variable is separated by a space, correct? Technically, with what you are actually separating them, that will be called it as a delimiter. What is that? Delimiter. This is very important. This is valid file should have, right? At the same time, you need to know what is the delimiter. That is, with what special character or with what is the separator? In the simple way I can say that what is the separator, which one is separating the data, correct? The separator is very important. In SAS by default it assumes that any input file that you are supplying will be a space delimited file. It will understand that the default delimiter is space, right? So in our case, the space is there. In some cases, let's say this is not going to be space, it is going to be a comma delimited file. There's nothing wrong in that. Your data is going to be comma delimited, right? In some cases, it is not going to be a comma delimited, it is going to be a pipe delimited. In some cases, it is not a pipe delimited, it is going to be delimited by stars. Anything is valid, right? Or it's simply going to be a space delimited. All of them are valid cases, right? A delimiter can be anything, but SAS understands that the default delimiter is going to be space. One file can have multiple delimiters also. Somewhere I can, in some of the places I go with a space delimiter, in some of the cases I can go with a hash delimiter, in some of the cases I can go with a pipe delimiter. Anything is okay. Clear up to this? All right, can I confirm that this is my input file now? I want to read this input file. All of you are comfortable? Okay, let me take this. First of all, if at all I want to create, or if at all I want to go with this file system and I create a data set, what and all other things that I require, right? The first thing, right? Remember guys, this is my one line. I have just keep it here for the reference, just for the reference. Okay. The first thing is, guys, every data set is going to have a name, correct? Every SAS data set must have a name, right? So in my case, for an example, if I use a keyword called data, can you say just use a keyword called data? If I want to know why I want to use this, what is the meaning of this data keyword? If you are using a tool like this, just put your mouse on your mouse cursor on your keyword. Can you see the details are coming there? What it is telling? Begins a data step and provides names for any output SAS data sets. Meaning is, if I want to write it in a simple word, we already talked about data step. What is a data step? Anything starts with data and ends with a run statement is called a data step. So data is the keyword which can be used to begin your data step, and also whatever you write after your data keyword, that is going to be your output data set name. In other words, I can say data is the keyword which can be used to create a SAS data set. One of the ways of creating a SAS data set is by using a data keyword. If you write anything after data is going to be your output data set. For an example, I want to create student data set. So data followed by student. Then what it is going to do? Here I'm writing. Let me put it here. Data is the keyword to create a SAS data set. Whatever you write after your data keyword, that is nothing but your SAS data set name. So what is my SAS data set name here? Student. So what this particular line is doing, this statement, data followed by student, is creating a data set called student. Is that clear? Is that clear? For an example, if I put this as an Excel, just a second, it will take me just a little time to start. Here it is. For an example, so this is going to be my table name. For an example, what is the name I have given there? Student. So student is going to be the table name. Table is nothing but a data set, right? That's what I said. So my student name here is going to be, sorry, my data set name is going to be student. That is the name of this, or that is the meaning of this particular statement, right? So if this is going to be a table, guys, what a table should consist of? A table should consist of rows and columns, correct? Rows, anyways, I'm going to read from here. From here, I'm going to read it, correct? That is what my input file is. These are the 3 rows, but column names are not here, right? So what I should do now? I have to create my column names. So I need to define my column names. How many of them are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Totally 6 columns I have to create. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me add one more. Right? This is going to be my data set. So it should have 6 columns. Right? These 6 columns are nothing but these 6 variables of my data set. Correct? So the first thing you need to understand here is, here I put data set name. Correct? Are there any rules for the data set? So let's say this exclusively, this particular one, I'm going to use it only for the rules, right? So there are multiple rules I'm going to start, guys. Let me just give me a second. Rules. What do you mean by rules here? There are a lot of rules. The first thing, data set naming rules. I cannot put any, any name just like that for the data set. I cannot. What are the data set naming rules? Number 1, data set name should not exceed 32 characters long. So what is the meaning of this? The maximum length of your data set name should not exceed 32. So I can have a data set name called A, B, C, D, E, anything like that. But if I take the maximum length, let's say this is the data set name. So what is the length of it? You can see here. Selected is 7. So only 7 bytes. This is going to be 7. So if I add another 7, 15 total now. Another 8, 23. another 831. After this, if I type something, let's say after this, if I put Murali. So if you see the total length, guys, you can see the total length is 38 actually. At the bottom, you can see 38. This is the 38th line. But what is the maximum length it can allow? Only 32 characters. Up to this is a valid SAS name. Whatever I have highlighted is a SAS valid name. After this, whatever is there, SAS will throws you an error saying that, hey, your data set exceeding 32 characters length. I cannot hold it. So the first rule is going to be your data set name should not exceed 32 characters long. Is that clear? First point, every one of you. Very, very important. Second, your data set name, right, should not contain any special characters other than underscore. So what I'm trying to say, I cannot have any special character in my dataset name except underscore. For an example, I want to create a dataset called student info. That is the dataset that I want to create. What is that? Student info. I can put like this, but if I put like this, I know that it is a student info, but if I give the same dataset name, you may find it bit difficult to understand, hey, this is called student info. But when it is going to be more meaningful, if I put like this, student space info means it is easily understandable. It is a student information, the name of the dataset is. But the problem is space is a special character. SAS will not allow it. So what I should do now, if I want to have any separator or any special character to make my dataset name more meaningful, I should go with only underscore. This is the only I can say that this is the only special character which is allowed in SAS dataset names. Is that clear? I cannot have any special character in my name except underscore, right? So what is the first rule? My dataset name should not contain, for an example, let's say data run. I'm just creating something, guys. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's say I'm just going with date, today's date. I'm creating like this, right? Today's date. Now, if I run this, you expect that I am going to create a single data set, but in the background, it is going to create two data sets. One is going to be date, another is going to be today's. That is what is the meaning? It will consider this as the first data set name, this as the second data set name. Because space is not allowed, after data, whatever I'm going to type is going to be a output data set name. Since I put two words there, it is going to consider this as the first data set name, this as the second data set name. At a time, I can create 256 data sets like this. That is, by using a single data keyword, I can create up to 256 data sets. Just put all of them one after the other with the space. Up to this, any questions? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's say I want to separate them, both of them, by using comma. Now you can see. It is saying that this is an error because comma is not allowed, right? It is an invalid name. For an example, I put underscore, then it is going to create only one data set called today's underscore date. You can see here, right? Let's say what happened if I start my data set name with a number. Everything else I'm following, right? I'm just making sure that my data set name starting with a number, which is not allowed. That is, the third rule is going to be, let me rename this as SAS rules, because I'm going to write plenty here. The third thing is going to be dataset name should start with either an alphabet or underscore. That's it. Only two options. In other words, dataset name should not start with a number. Is that clear? So what I'm trying to say here, if you want to start your dataset name, either you can have a name which is less than 32 characters long, no special characters are allowed other than the underscore, and it should not start with the number. I can start with underscore. Acceptable. Let me show you. Which is acceptable. But it cannot start with the number or the alphabet. You can see here underscore to date it, and I can also refresh here. I can see underscore to date it. Clear? Up to this, all of you are clear? So what are the various things I'm talking about? SAS dataset rules. Okay. So initially I'm just starting with no, should not exceed 32 characters long, should not contain any special characters other than the space, so other than the underscore. Dataset name should start with either of an alphabet or of the underscore. Dataset name should not start with a number. Basic rules. Right? This is dataset naming rules, I said. Similarly, because I'm good with the dataset now, the second thing is going to be dataset variable naming rules. Because I'm done with this. Now I have to write my variables. My variables also should follow some rules. Right? As per that rules only, I have to create the dataset variables. What are they? Number one, same logic. Should not contain any special characters other than the space, sorry, other than the underscore. Same rule, right? Should start with either of an alphabet or with a underscore. Number three, should not start with a number. These three comes as is. These three comes as is, right? So length part, yes, there are some length restrictions. These are keep changing from one version of SAS to the another version of the SAS. So I'm not concentrating on the length here. So if you follow these three, that is more than sufficient. What are them? Should not contain any special characters other than the underscore. Should not start with an alphabet. Sorry, should not start with a number. Should start with either of the alphabet or of the underscore. Right? Now come back. So what is the first thing? This is called your student ID. So to give a meaningful name, okay, let me go here. Student is the dataset name that I want to create. So I'm writing all my variable names here. So the first one is going to be, let's say, student underscore ID. Second thing is going to be section. What is the third thing? Name. What is the fourth thing? Age. What is the fifth thing? Gender. What is the last thing? Let's say location. Can I say all these are the valid SAS names? All of you accept? Correct? All of them are SAS valid names only, right? So I'm just pasting them here. So let's say student ID. I can go with section, and maybe I can transpose. Let me see. Yeah, done. Right? So these are my five names of the given data set. Correct? 6 names actually. But in SAS, we need to understand one more thing. What is that? Every data set variable, I need to define two things: the data types. The given variable can be a character or it can be a numeric. Only two data types are there, right? So I need to mention what is the data types of that, right? Correct? I also need to do that. So how to do this? you are the one who has to decide whether it is going to be a numeric or it is going to be a character. Again, by looking at the data, I'll take the decision. So this is my data. This is my data. Okay, what is the first thing? The first thing is going to be A101. It has both alphabets as well as the numbers. Can I say it must be a character? What about the second one? Section. Section is going to be A. It's a pure alphabet. Can I say it is also going to be a character? Name. Pure of alphabets. Character. What about age, guys? 15. It's purely a number. Yeah. So can I consider it as a numeric? How about the other two? Character. That's all right. So I also define what is my data type is. Done. Next thing. So I define my name of the variable. I have defined my data type. I also need to mention the length. You remember? If you're not changing the length, hey, I'm not interested to change the length. Let's go with the default. Whatever is the default value, just go ahead with that. In that case, either for a numeric variable or for a character variable, the default length is 8, right? If I'm not taking any control on the length. So just go with the default length. So as per the default length, the length of each variable is going to be 8. Am I correct? Am I correct? This is what I have to do. So whatever you can see here, guys, have you entered any data so far? This is my data. This is my data. Then what is this? This portion will be called it as whatever I have typed so far. This portion will be called it as description portion of the data set. What is that? This is called your description portion. What do you mean by description portion? It will indicate the properties of the given data set. It doesn't have any data. It has only the description. What is my data set name? What are the variables? What are those data? What are the data types of those variables? What are the links? Only the description portion. Is that clear up to this? Any questions? Right. Now, so even in the coding side, first I have said that what is the data set that I want to create? I'm done. Second, I need to mention what is my input file is. To mention the input file, I will go with infile. What is that? Infile is the keyword to mention what is my input file is. So what is my input file? My input file is in this location, right? So first I will say infile. Guys, either I can put single quote here or I can put double quote because I'm using special characters, all those, right? But always make sure the best practice is always use the double quotes. In macros, there is a functionality called macro functionality that is nothing but your eighth module. When I go in with the macros, this what is it? What I want to say, yeah, this double quotes and single quotes has a lot of impact, so that's the reason I suggest all of you, whoever using or whoever want to use these quotes, please mention double quotes, not the single quotes. Just make it as a best practice. So in the input files, what is the name of my data set? Student info. So path is done, file name is done. What is the third thing? Extension. What is the extension? .txt. Everything I have to mention. that is infile, followed by my full file name, that is the total path where the file is exist, the file name, and also the extension. All these three I have to mention. Done. So infile will tell me what is my input file is. Then I also need to define these variables, right? This entire properties I have to define. I mentioned what is my dataset name. I mentioned where is my input file is. Now I have to mention what variables to be part of my output data set. If student is the output data set, in that case, what are the names of the variables? What are the properties of the variables which are part of my output data set? To define that, I'm going to use a keyword called input. Remember, input is the keyword to define variables and their properties, or to define the variables which are part of my output data set. So input is the keyword to define variables which are part of my output data set. So these are already I have given the input, right? Let's say if I put input, then all these are going to be the variables, right? But for every variable, I have to define whether it is going to be a character or it is going to be a numeric, correct? So how to define it? If I want to define any character variable, after the variable name, just put $. If you put $ after your variable name, system will consider that as a character variable. Is that clear? Right? Second thing is also a character variable. Put a $. I'm just using the tabs just to make it align, guys, nothing else. Age is not a character, right? Age, I defined it as a number. I don't put anything. If I simply leave just the name of the variable, then it is going to be a numeric variable. If I put a $. After this, then it is going to be a character variable. So there are 6 variables. All the 6 variables I have defined. Can I say that my input statement is done? Right? So now I defined SAS. I just mentioned to SAS that, hey, this is the data set I want to create. I read this file and I'll create it. These are the variables that are part of my output data set. Done. Anything else is required? No. Just put run statement, close your data step and run this. Done. Is this the data that you are expecting? Go to your log. First, always try to read the log. Irrespective of anything, whether it is successful or failure, always read the log. So I come to the log. You can see that the infile is this. Right? My file name is this. Right? There is something called RESEFM and logical relocation. I'll talk about all this. I'll talk about all this later. For now, it is not required. When was lost modified? When was created? This is all the information about your input file. Then it is saying that 3 records were read from this input file. Because it has 3 records, I read all 3. Now, I created a data set called student. Don't worry about what is this work dot. I'll tell later. So student has 3 observations and 6 variables. 3 observations, 6 variables. Go to the columns. Character, 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 numeric, character, character, and I have not taken control on the length, default length of 8. You can ask me, Murli, where did you mention default length of 8? Since I have not used any keyword called length, automatically the default length is applied. All of you are able to understand so far what I have mentioned here? Just I created one data set by reading the data from the external file, and that external file is going to be text file. I also mentioned something. File extension is okay, delimiter. I haven't mentioned any delimiter here, right? Because my data is delimited with space. Space is the default delimiter. So SAS automatically understands that and it automatically read that particular one. Any questions up to this?
Yeah, yes, I have a question, Murali. Yeah, yeah. Actually, in the data set, it has a variable called student ID, right? So the number of characters are 10 characters. So if the limit is 8 bytes, so how is gonna accept 10?
Okay, you want to say that, hey, this is going to be 3 bytes. Here it is just 3 bytes. So sorry, 4 bytes. It accepted. What if it is 10? Because the default is only 8. That's what your question is, right?
No, not actually. No.
The student underscore ID, the total number of things is more than 8, she was asking.
Hey, there is a difference. There is a difference, Tulsi. This is the name of the variable. This is the name of the variable. The length will be applicable on the data. So this 8 is not the length of the student ID. This is not the length of the name. It is the length of what you are storing here. I'm storing A101 here. So A101 length is only 4. Only 4. It is less than 8. If it is more than, let's say, A0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 11 bytes now. Correct? The total length is 11. If I give the data like this, then it won't accept. Only 8 bytes it will take, the remaining it will truncate. So the length, what I'm talking is the length of what I'm storing in the field, not the length of the name of your variable. Is that clear?
For header, there is no restrictions. That's what you're saying.
There is a restriction on length header as well, variable names as well. That's what I mentioned here. You can see under the rules. For dataset name, I said it is not exceed 32 characters, but when it comes to the variable name, there are rules for the variable names as well when it comes to the length, the name of the variable, but still it will vary from one version to the another version. So in SAS 9. Before SAS 9.2, there is some length. In SAS 9.2, it is different. In SAS 9.4, it is different. That's the reason I'm not concentrating on it. As long as you are not exceeding around 20-30 characters of the length, it is absolutely fine. Is that clear, both Usha and Tulsi? Tulsi, have I answered your question?
Yes, got it, Murali.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone?
No, that's fine.
Sorry?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. For an example, so this is the list input method I'm talking about. So in this, I just have given some information about the variable names, correct? For an example, if the variable length is more than 8, or I know that gender will always be 1 character only. Section is always 1 character only. Why should I waste the length? Why can't I, compress the length? Or why can't I say the length is only 1 byte? I want to take the control on the length of the your input values. In those cases, I can use a length keyword. Length is the keyword to take control on the length of the variable, or I can say control on variable length. But that one, if I start length now, it will be confusing because it will be bit peculiar. Why it is peculiar and why I have to, take proper care of it, I will mention that. And also there is an order, like infile input length. I cannot use them just like it. I have to go in a proper order. First should be the length statement, then it should be infile, then it should be input. If I change the order, again it is going to create a problem. So what are those problems? Why order should maintain also, we need to discuss. Then from your, let's say this is your A101. Who said A101 is going to be student ID? Have I put any mapping between them? No, right? There is nothing, no header to say that this is the student ID. Correct? A can be anything. Who said A is going to be a section? So how SAS exactly identifying it and how SAS exactly loading the values into the variables. That is also important, right? Right? That is nothing but how SAS works. So before even I go with the next topic in your list input method, I have to understand about the most important topic, and that most important topic is nothing but how SAS works. All right, so that I'm going to explain here. So the reason why I'm creating each one individual file means each one is going to be a topic. There are a lot of things comes here. Under the SAS rules, I keep on adding a lot of stuff. Under the list input method, there are so many examples will come. So that's the reason wherever it is required, I'm creating a new file for it. All right. So any other topic now, let's say if I want to go with how SAS works, or if I want to go with any other example, it will be again time consuming factor. It's 9:05. I'm stopping here. If you have any questions, I will answer it. Else I'll wind up the class for today. Today, I'm going to share this entire notes. Anyways, WhatsApp group has been created. You can see that. So before I get your email IDs from Balusa, for today alone, I'm going to send all these notes. I just put it into a different file systems, that is in a text file or something, and I can share it in the WhatsApp itself for today. From next time onwards, I'll get all your email IDs, or you can do one thing. You can also update your email IDs here in WhatsApp group. I just ping now. I just have dropped in a message, so all of you might have received it. So you just reply to me with all your email IDs so that I can update this entire class notes to your email IDs. I can forward to your email IDs. Is that clear? Wonderful. I started receiving it. Cool. All of you are okay with that? And today I'm also going to provide some document, one PDF document. Please go through the document as well. So don't expect me that I'm going to send it in another 15-20 minutes. I'll take bit time. Maybe in another 1.5 hours I can share it with you guys. Okay, so just go through the document as well. Any questions, guys, from any of you? Tomorrow and day after tomorrow there are no classes. Saturday and Sunday. Our next class is on the Monday.
So there's a question.
If you have, yes, please, Haider, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, whenever we input variables, right? So we have to decide the length by using a length keyword. So is there any option that we input variables and length should be calculated automatically? Like we have to use it all the time, or it depends on the software?
Yeah, I understand that. For now, you can see you are not keying any input. Sorry, you're not keying any length. You're not supplying any length. By default length of 8 has been assigned to all. Right? You are going to take a control on the length only if the length of the value is going more than 8 or less than 8. Your question is, can it automatically adjust for each of the value? Is that what your question is?
Yes, sir.
No, it is nowhere possible. I'll tell you reason. I'll tell you what is the reason for it. For an example, I have a name. So let's say there is a person called Om. There's a person called Murali. There is a person called, let's say, something called Santosh. There is someone called ABC. So now you can see each one has a different length. The length is not common, correct? You cannot expect everyone name should be the same. So now for this variable, for this it is 2, for this it is 6, for this it is 7, for this it is 3. So how can it adjust the length automatically? Not possible, right? So there are two lengths, guys. There are two lengths. Maybe this is a bit advanced topic we can discuss in the functions, but anyways, I'll tell you. This is called the 8. What I have assigned is called assigned length. Meaning, when I create this particular variable, by default, I'm assigning 8 bytes of length to it. These are the 8 bytes. What I have here is the actual length, meaning out of 8 assigned, it is occupying only 2 for the first 2. The second one, it is occupying 6 bytes. So if I want to utilize this memory, if I want to compress this memory, like in Java, I cannot go with the garbage collection or something. That is not possible here. But you can compress your entire data set to save the space. So there is an option called compress, and you can compress it and you can save your data set. You can save your size. But you cannot make sure that your variable name, your actual assigned length of the variable will change as per your individual records. No, it is not possible. Either you define the standard value, or you can assign a maximum length. How much the length you want to assign, you can assign it for the whole variable, or you can shrink your length in a way you want. You know that for gender it is always F or M, so it is only 1, so I can make sure that the length is equal to 1. When it comes to the name, there will be short names, there will be long names, so I'll assign a maximum length of 30. So the length can be minimum of 1, the maximum of 30. In that way I can manage, but I cannot expect each way according to each record my variable length will be changing. That is not possible. Make sense?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Wonderful. Anyone else? All right, guys. In that case, we can wind up the session for today, and we can connect on Monday. So Monday, 8 o'clock, we can connect. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a great weekend, guys. See you.
Thank you, sir.
So, guys, I haven't sent you the documents. So apologies for that, because from past 2 days I totally stuck up with my office work. There are some escalations, so I was working on it. Sorry about it. But anyways, I'll send it today. And today, as I mentioned in the previous class, so I'll repeat this particular one and I'll explain how SAS works for this particular case. So today's class is going to be the most important class. So this is going to decide the fate of your learning in SAS. How good you are going to understand this particular problem today, how good you are going to understand the way how SAS works, that will definitely decide the fate of your learning. Maybe you may feel like I'm exaggerating, not at all. That's the truth, right? So please pay a lot of attention in today's class, and at any point of time, if you have any questions, kindly let me know. All right, this how SAS works will continue for today and tomorrow as well. It will not complete in a single day. It will continue for today and tomorrow, but today I'll cover the first part, the most important and the critical part. Once I complete this, then I can go with the second one. Okay, right. So I hope all of you remember this. Last class I have started with what is called data, what is called infile, and what is called input. But anyways, I'll just repeat that one more time. So data is nothing but it's a keyword which will tell what is my output data set is. It can be used to create my output data set. I can create one or more data sets with a single data keyword. That is the first one. Second, infile. Infile defines what is my input file is. Where is my input file is located, what its name, and what its extension. 3 parts I need to mention. You can see here. Number 3, input. Input will decide what are the variables, that is nothing but SAS dataset fields, SAS dataset columns to be part of my output dataset. Whatever the dataset I'm defining here, for this dataset, in this particular dataset, what are the variables should present? What are those properties are? We know that there are 2 properties. Number 1, it should be a character or a numeric. Number 2, it is going to be what is the length of it. Am I controlling the length or am I not controlling the length? Correct. Run is the statement which will tell, hey, I have given all the details. You can execute and you can display the results. That is the direction the run statement will give to SAS. Up to this, all of you are clear? Or any questions? Can I get a quick confirmation? All of you are clear up to this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, we
Anita,
can
tell
select
me.
path from properties.
You
File
can
properties.
select.
Path
Sorry, I'm not getting path. Okay. Let's say this is my input file. Yeah, I can simply select the properties and I can see the location. This is my entire location. This is what I have given.
Okay.
All right. I know the location here. I know the file name here. I know the type of the property also here. All the three I can see from the property. Yeah, if it is a Linux or anything else, I can go with the list command, that is ls-ltr. If I go with that, I can get the complete details about it. That is, what is the file name, what are the permissions I have, what is the extension. To see that in which file, in which directory I am, I have to go with a command called present working directory, pwd. But this I can explain you in the Linux class. Don't worry for now. For now, you need to concentrate on the SAS side. So if I want to mention the file name, I need to mention where the file is located, what is the name of the file, and what is the property. Right? So just give me a moment, guys. All right. So this is the first thing. So what I want to say is I need to go with the full path and the file name and the properties, right? So other than Anita, anyone has any other questions on this? Okay, cool. Let me run this. So we know how to run it. I simply go with the run and I can go with the selection and I just execute it. So I have the data set here. This is fine. The moment any code is executed, the first thing I need to look at is log. I need to see at the log. In the log, I must see all the details, meaning my code. This is the code that I have executed. I should not have any warnings and I should not have any errors. Remember that. I should not have anything related. If I go to the log summary, it will say the number of errors should be 0 and the number of warnings also should be 0. Sometimes some of the warnings are allowed. It's okay to have those warnings. I'll tell you what are those warnings that are allowed, what are the warnings we should take care. So for now I can say that some of the warnings you can allow them, not an issue, right? And here you can see I don't have any errors and I don't have any warnings, and I can also see that my output is what I'm expecting. You can see this is the data that I have given as an input, 101A Murali 15M Hyderabad, and I can also see that A101 A Murali 15M Hyderabad. I can see that data is pretty much in line. But what I am interested is, from the moment I click on this particular execution, till the moment I have received this particular output, what exactly happened in the background? How SAS executed this? What are the various steps that are behind? These are very, 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 very important, right? So that is what we are discussing today. That I'm calling as how SAS works. Is that clear? All right. So let's go with the first step. The moment you press your execution, or the moment you execute your SAS program, the moment you fire your run command, what will happen is SAS check for syntax errors. Okay, or even before that. Okay, let's say that simply first SAS is going to scan your code, whatever the code you have given. Let me go to the copy this. So this is the program. This is the program. The moment I fire this execute command, first SAS is going to check for syntax errors. Remember this, guys. There are two types of errors in SAS. Number one, syntax errors. Number two, data errors. SAS is least bothered about your data errors. That is, in the age, I supposed to have the numbers. If you enter some ABC, SAS is never mind about it. SAS will not mind about it, right? Because that's not the problem with SAS. That's a problem with the user input. But in this, let's say if you miss any semicolon, or if you give some space, or if you do something with the syntax, that is, SAS is expecting my code to be in this particular manner. If there are any deviations from that, right, in that particular case, SAS will say, hey, whatever the code that you have executed now, you're trying to execute now, that code has syntax errors. So I will throw an error. SAS check for syntax errors. If errors present, or if yes, that is, there are syntax errors, then SAS stops execution. It won't go to the execution phase and throws an error in log window. So what is going to do? What it is going to do? As long as I don't have any syntax errors, I'm absolutely fine. But if there is any syntax error, I won't proceed to the next steps. I'll immediately stop the execution. For an example, I remove this particular one. Can you see this total thing is not meaningful now? Let's say I run this. Can you see the first thing is program got error? You can see the into mark here. Scroll down. Can you see? It doesn't know what it is. It is saying that I don't know invalid option. This C colon, I don't know what is this colon is all about. I don't know about it, right? SAS is giving that, hey, I have a lot of errors here, you can see, correct? And also it is saying that the SAS system stopped processing this step because of the errors. Since I have the errors, I cannot proceed. So is this error related to any data? No, the error is related to syntax. So if there is any syntax errors, SAS immediately stops execution and throws the error in the log window. If no, hey, I don't have any errors, I'm good to go, then what I have to do now? I don't have errors, I'm saying. Then if you don't have any errors, SAS proceeds to the next step. So let me tell you what is the next step is. Any questions up to this? The first step? As long as there are no syntax errors, I'll go to the next steps. If there are any syntax errors, SAS stops the execution and throws an error in the log window. Questions? Anyone? Any question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I would like to ask you a question.
Please go ahead.
If there will be no syntax error on the infile statement, then automatically then SAS will move on towards input, right?
It will check for every statement, not only infile. Here I wantedly make a mistake in the infile statement. It will check all the statements, statement by statement. It will check everything. For an example, I put an error here. This is the syntax error here, right? So when I execute it, it will throw an error again. Can you see? It doesn't know what is this data lines or infile or extension for this. It don't know anything. So it throws an error. It never mind whether the error syntax error is in the first line or second line or third line. Anywhere, if there is any syntax error, it immediately stops the execution. It is not limited to data. It is not limited to infile. It is not limited to input. It can be any line. It is not only in the line number 1, 2, 3, or it is not in the statement number 1, 2, 3. In any statement, if there is any syntax error in my entire program, it will stop the execution and throws an error. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah. Now, the next thing I want to say here is, let's say I don't have any syntax errors. Then where it will go? Correct? Then, if there are no syntax errors, then syntax error free code enters into a logical space. Remember this, into a logical space called, remember this, input buffer. Remember guys, input buffer is a logical space. It is part of RAM, your random access memory. The meaning of logical space is it is a virtual space. It is a virtual memory. So if you consider this as your RAM, whatever I'm showing in the Excel, if you consider this as a RAM, then whatever the program is there, this entire program as it is enters into a place called input buffer. Let's say this is my input buffer. This enters into this place. So in the input buffer, my entire code is there. This is my entire code, and this entire code is present in my input buffer. Now, entire code. Okay, the code entered into the input buffer. So let's say this is the place, I can call it as the input buffer. Now, what will happen? In the input buffer, there is a process called tokenization will happen. What is that? Tokenization. What do you mean by tokenization? Tokenization is all about, here SAS performs tokenization. The tokenization is all about creating tokens. So what is token? Token is nothing but
Keyword.
Sorry?
It's a keyword, the data, infile, input, and the run.
Exactly. Token is nothing but a keyword. Yeah, token is nothing but a keyword. Just a keyword. So from my entire code, it will identify all the keywords. So what are the keywords I have in this particular entire code? Can I say data is the keyword, or you can easily identify from here. What and all highlighted in either dark blue or light blue are nothing but my keywords, correct? So what is my first keyword? Yes, data is the keyword from the line number 1, correct? From the line number 2, infile is the keyword. From the line number 3, input is the keyword. So these are the variable names. I don't have any keywords here. The next keyword is in the line number 14, which is nothing but the run. Am I correct? Any other keywords are present? Check and tell me. No, right? I have 4 keywords. The first keyword is data. The second keyword is infile. The third keyword is input, and the last keyword is run. Am I correct or not? Right? So the process of the usage of this tokenization is, let me add a little more into the code just to enhance this. So don't worry, don't worry about the syntax. Let's say whatever the code is there, even I just say var name and age. So I just added another piece of code. Don't worry about this. What is this code is about and all. So let's say that even this code is part of my, even this code is part of my total program. So now in these 3 lines, again, I have 3 more keywords. What are them? I have a prog, right? I have print. I have data equal to is also a keyword. Data equal to is a keyword. You can see here. Whatever is getting highlighted in either dark blue or light blue is the keyword. Where is the keyword? And run is the keyword. Am I correct? All of you accept? So I'll tell you why I have selected these two now, right? But for an instance, all of you are able to understand. All of you are able to understand how to identify keywords from your given program or not. Can I get a quick confirmation, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, Murali.
Perfect.
Yes,
Yeah. Now, the next thing I want to talk here is going to be, for an example, now I can see that there are tokens which starts with data and run, ends with run. There are tokens which starts with proc and ends with run, correct? So this data keyword and this proc keyword identify my processors. That is, processor is something like this entire code will not get executed under a single processor. SAS has 3 different processors. Number 1, data processor. Number 2, proc processor. Number 3, macro processor. SAS has 3 processors. So each processor is responsible for executing some piece of code. So we need to decide, the SAS need to decide which one has to go under which one. All right, which one has to go under which one, right? 84. Right. So let me go with what is the meaning of the one that I'm talking here. All the data related code. So the tokens will identify, hey, I can see data here. So I need to go with the data processor. I can see proc here. I can go to the proc processor. So these keywords will help me to identify what piece of code to run under what processor. That is the main thing. All right. Now, what is macro then? Other than data and proc, if your code has any of percentage or ampersand, these are macro ones. These will represent macros. Percentage represent a macro, ampersand represent your macro variable. Don't worry about that particular stuff. We have a separate module, which is module number 8, which will be exclusively discuss about your macros, most important topic. For now, my code is free from the macros, so I don't need to worry much about it. Okay, so the first thing I have to understand here is, now since it has the data and run, whatever the code which is related to data and run, so this tokens will help us to identify what are the various processes that are required. So in my code, I have data and I have proc. So obviously I need to go with the data processor, and also I need to go with the proc processor. Right. So I don't have any macro related stuff. I don't require a macro processor. So all the codes which are related to the data, this is the data related code. This will go to this entire thing. All the data related code will come under data processor. All the proc related code will come under proc processor. So this is my proc processor. This is my data processor. So this code is related to data. So the data related code is here. Are you able to understand, guys, what I'm trying to say? From my given code, system is trying to understand what code needs to be run under what place. That is, whatever I can see here, the orange color one or light yellow color one, this code is related to data. So this entire code I need to process under the data processor. This is the first thing. And then I can see that this entire code is related to proc. So I need to process this under proc processor. I don't have any code to run under macro processor. Is that clear? What is the purpose of tokenization? The tokens will help you to understand out of the 3 given processors, what code you need to execute under what processor. Questions? I will write this here. Tokens will help us, SAS to process the given code or the respective code under related processors. So what code need to be executed under what processor, right? So maybe it may be a data processor, it may be a proc processor, or it may be a macro processor. Am I correct? Any questions on this particular part? Are you able to understand the tokenization and the need of this?
Yes, sir.
Any questions from anyone? All right. For an example, guys, I just need to add a little more here. Let's say my code is extending this one. Let's say that after this, I have one more data step. Just I'm telling you. Let's say data new set student, right? Where age is greater than 16 and run.
Murli, I have a question. Sorry.
No problem. Tell me.
Yeah, and this is before the execution, right? We are talking about all this.
Yes. Before the execution. So SAS is not started the execution yet. Now you can see that these are the additional codes. I have added 2 more codes here, correct? So you can see there is another data code. So the keywords are going to be for this. The keywords are going to be, I have data, I have set, I have where, and I have run. And again, I have proc, and I have contents, and I have data equal to, and I have run. So now SAS understands that there are 2 data blocks. These 2 are data blocks, correct? Sorry, these 2 are proc blocks. This one and this one is a proc block, and these 2 are going to be the data blocks. Am I correct? Right? Now SAS understands that there are 4 blocks in my program, or there are 4 steps in the program. 2 of them are the data steps and 2 of them are the proc steps. So under the data processor, this is under the data processor, I have to process this one, I'm done, and this one as well. These 2 falls under my data processor. When it comes to the proc processor, I already added this one, correct? And this one also will be part of my proc processor, correct? So now you are clear, right? So even how much big is the program is, maybe I have 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, even 100 steps. The process remains going to be the same. Go to the tokenization, identify what part of the code need to be executed under what processor. Is that clear?
Yeah, means this is clear, but I have one question, but that is related to this is related to when we are using the data and when we are using the procedures, proc.
No, don't go with that right now. Don't go with that right now. Yes, yeah, I can help you with that. Don't go with that right now, right? So for now, just we are just going with the baby steps. So don't take too much load at this particular point of time, right? So go slowly. All right. Right. The next thing I want to talk here is, so all of you are clear with what processor, why I have to do the tokenizations? Is that part clear? Right.
Sir, there's a question.
Once, yes, please.
So I wanted to ask about the tokenization, like when we run the code. So basically, it happens on the back end, right? We don't have to do tokenization. Like it's basically how the process goes on with the SAS, right?
Yes, the tokenization, everything will be taken care by the SAS. It will happen in the background.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Right. So we don't do anything related to this, like we don't segregate and all. It will happen in the background itself. So once the tokenization is completed, right? Post tokenization, SAS enters into another logical space called PDV. PDV stands for Program Data Vector. Program, remember this keywords and all. Program Data Vector. PDV is also a logical space and is part of RAM. This is also a logical space, right? This is also part of the RAM. After the tokenization, SAS enters into this particular area. This is called heart of SAS. Heart of SAS processing, because this is the place where SAS builds the data set. This is very important. This is the place where SAS builds the data set. This is the place where SAS do all the execution. So this particular place is very, 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 very important, right? So now I'll be moving from your input buffer to the another logical space, and this logical space is nothing but my PDV. I can call this as program data vector. This is called my program data vector. Very, 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 very important thing. So please be mindful from here onwards. Okay. So what will happen here? I said that this is the place where SAS builds the data set. Right. Now the question is, I have 3 processors and I have the code related to 2 processors. So which one will start first? So SAS will start with the data processor, or it will start with the macro processor, or it will start with the proc processor. Which processor is the high priority? Remember, in my code, always the first priority will be given to macro processor. If any macro related code is there, it has to be executed first. My highest priority will be always go to macros. Is that clear? In the macros class, I'll tell you. In macros class, I'll tell you why. If you don't resolve your macro code, you will get a lot of errors. So first, macro code need to be resolved. That's the reason the first priority will go to macro processor. If any macro code is there, first it will resolve. After that only it will choose data processor or proc processor. Is that okay? Then between these two, is there any priorities or something? Honestly speaking, no priority between them. I can say no priority. SAS executes in the order the statements are present. I'll tell you what is the meaning of this. The meaning of this is between these two I don't have a priority. So in my code, this is my code. Which one has come first, data or proc? Data, right? And also you can see this one. Let's say I'll add all the 4 parts of the code. You can see there are 2 data blocks and there are 2 proc blocks. So how SAS need to execute now? SAS will execute. I don't have any macros here, right? So first SAS execute this. This is the first one. First code to execute, or first block to execute, or first step to execute. Correct? So SAS is going to pick data processor first and it will execute this. Am I correct? And then that is here, this part will be executed. Let's say this is completed. After this particular part is completed, what SAS need to do now? The next step is proc, right? You can see the tokenization. The next step is going to be proc. That is proc print part. So now it will move to this place. It will execute this. So what you need to understand here, SAS execute the code in the order in which it is present. So in my given code, first I have a data step. So first the data processor will kick and only the first block will be executed. It won't execute the second block here because after the first block, I have proc. So now SAS will move to this. From here to here, it will move to this. That is, it has chosen the proc processor. Just give me a second. So this is my first block. Let's say if this is going to be considered as my first block, this is going to be my second block. This is my another block. Let's say this is the another, but at least 4 blocks are there, or 4 steps are there. So this is my first step, correct? This is my first step. After successful execution of the first step, SAS will move to, in my code, the order is this. You can see in my code, after data student, my next thing is going to be proc print data equal to student. So I need to move to the proc processor. So this is going to be my second block. So my SAS travel from the execution will be travel from here to here. Let me put it. Am I clear? So this is the process. First here to it will move to the proc processor. After that, then this is going to be my third block, right? In my code, this is going to be the third block, right? So I need to go to the third block. So I need to go to the third block now. So SAS will move from processor, proc processor to the data processor again, correct? And it is going to start from here and it will enter to this. Sorry. Yeah. So this is my second thing. So I have to start from here and I have to go to 3, correct? So this is the lineup. This is the process from data processor to the proc processor, again from proc processor to the data processor, because in my code the third step is going to be the data step. And after that, what is the last one? The last one again is going to be the fourth one. The fourth one again here is going to be a, I don't have a proper thing, but I'll try to do this. So this is the fourth one from here to here, correct? So block number 1 to block number 2, block number 2 to block number 3, again block number 3 to block number 4. This is my fourth block. Is that clear, guys? All of you are able to follow what I'm trying to say? You guys able to follow what I'm trying to say here?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? This is how it is going to do. So it is all about how I am moving from one to another based on the code. How the code is exist in the same way I will follow. So 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. So now all of you are able to understand how SAS move from one process to the another processor while execution. And for this only we are doing the tokenization. This part is clear, or do you have any questions? Anyone have any questions? Kindly ask me.
So I got only one simple question. So the processor is identified based on the proc statement. Is it correct?
Correct.
Okay. Correct. And is up to the run.
Yes, you can see data between data and run, proc and run, data and run, proc and run. Whatever is in green, these are the proc processors. Whatever is there in the late orange, these are going to be data processors. I have identified this from my code from the keywords. Yes. Even here, if you want to make sure, I can do this. So this is going to be the light green is going to be the proc, and the other one is going to be data. Is that making sense now?
Yes, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Any questions, guys, from anyone else?
Yeah, Murli. Actually, we are saying like the first macro should be addressed or resolved, right? Only if they are present, right? Each program, I mean, like every program may have or may not have the macro variables, right? I mean, like macro.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. See, if macro present, the first preference should go to the macro.
Okay.
If the macro is not there, let's say that the macro is not there, right? Then obviously it will not be like your it doesn't need to go to the macro processor at all, because I don't have anything related to the macro. I don't need to execute anything under the macro because I don't have anything related to the macro.
Yeah, but
if
is
only,
there any example?
I don't have any proc related thing, then it won't even. Go ahead.
I mean, is there any example that we can put macros thing in here and have an example, or is it just the first thing instead of data processor, first thing will be the macro processor and then followed by data and the proc processor? That's it.
That's it. See, I'll tell you the example. I can go with the macro now, but it will be a confusing thing because you don't know what is macro. You don't know what is macro variable. So
Okay,
that is
then in the module that we get, maybe that time we can discuss. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So now I'm moving to the another place, that is program data vector. This is the place where SAS builds the data set. Remember, only when SAS reaches this place, because by this time my program is syntax error free. Number two, I know what processes I need to execute. And now let's say my first step is going to be the data processor, right? Under the data processor, what I have, this is the code I have, correct? Let's bring this particular code and keep it here. This is the code that I need to execute, correct? So how I have to execute this? What SAS is going to do here? SAS always execute the program statement by statement. Remember this. SAS always execute the program statement by statement. That is the most important thing. Statement by statement. Just give me a second. Right. Then this part is clear, right? Execute statement by statement. So now let's take the first statement. What is the first statement? Data student. What I said first? Data. I said for data that data is the keyword to create a SAS data set. Correct? So when SAS identified this keyword followed when SAS identified this statement, it understands that user wants to create a data set called student. That is nothing but a table, right? So it will create one table. So what is the name of the table? The name of the table is going to be student. That is the meaning of the first statement, right? So what is the first statement? The statement will say that, hey, I have to create a data set called student. Done? Every one of you are clear with this first one? I have to create a data set. I'm created it. The first step is over. What is the second step? The second step will say, where is my input file is? Correct? So the moment I say infile is the keyword which will represent what is my input file is. SAS will go to this particular location. First thing it is going to do is, it will go to this particular location. This is the location. It will see whether I have a file called student info or not. Yes, I have. It also see what is the extension of it. The extension of it is going to be txt. So whatever the user has mentioned, the same file is exists there. So no issues. If the file is not exist, it will say that I don't have a file. Is that clear? Infile statement will say what is my input file is. So SAS is going to check whether the input file is present or not. If present, no issues. If it is not, it is going to throw an error. Clear? For an example, let me show you. Let's say I don't have Infile here. Let me run this. No data lines or Infile statement is there. So I don't find a Infile statement. I don't find the data lines. I'll tell you what is data lines in the next class, not now. Okay, but data lines is the another input file that I can keep it within the program itself. So my SAS is telling that, say, hey, your infile is not there. I couldn't find what is my input file is, so I thrown an error. Correct? Now come back. Line number 2 is also done. What is statement number 3? The statement number 3 will indicate what are the variables to be part of my output data set. So these are the variables, right? Right? These are the variables to be part of my output data set. Correct? So SAS is going to create these variables in my output. That is in my data set. Let me drag it. Yeah. So these are the variables SAS would like to create in the output data set. Correct? That is what input statement is, right? Correct? So now these are the names according to the name. Sorry, in addition to the names, I also need to create 2 more. What are them, guys? I also need to mention the properties. There are 2 properties. Number 1, what is the data type? Wherever I have a dollar, that is going to be a character. Wherever I don't put a dollar, that is going to be a number. Am I correct? Is this correct? So I have to define variable means I have to define totally 3 things. The name I have to mention, the data type I have to mention, and the length I have to mention. So have I talked about any length statement here? No. No length statement is there. So since user is not controlling the length, it is going to assign a default length of 8 to everything. We know that for a character variable and for a numeric variable, the default length is 8. So it created the variables with a length of 8. Done? Up to this is done. So 3 statements, all the 3 statements it are executed. The first statement is creation of a table. The second statement is verification of your input file. The third statement is going to be what are the variables and their properties. Questions? Any questions? All right. The moment SAS finds the run statement, it understands that this block is completed. All the statements are done. Now you can take your input file and you can start executing it. You started building the data set, but so far you haven't considered your input yet. So far you haven't processed your input yet. So the moment you get your run statement, now you are free to execute your input file. So bring your input file and start building your data set. Only when SAS encounters a run statement, SAS understands that in my given block, all my statements are over. Now I'm good to take the input, either it is a data set or it is going to be an input file, and I can process it. So what is my input file is now? Can I say this is the input file? Now SAS bring this particular input file and it will start executing it. Is that clear up to this? Any questions? Right. Now it is going to process your input file. Remember? Yeah, Mahendra, please.
No, the question is about the space. The space, I think maybe you are going to tell me next, so I don't know.
What is the space? I'm not getting that.
No, means between the input file data.
Yeah. Delimiters. Okay. I'll talk about it. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk about it. Now this is my input file, right? This is my first record. So in my first record, how to identify what is my variable 1 value, what is my variable 2 value, how to identify it? Delimiter is the one which will identify it. Delimiter is something like with what character my input values are separated in my input file. This is my input file. In my input file, what is the separator for each first variable value? This is the second variable value, third variable value, and all each variable. So what is the separator? The separator is space. The separator, technically we call it as the delimiter. The default delimiter for SAS is space. Space is the default delimiter, guys. Space is default delimiter. Other than the space, if there is any other delimiter, you need to explicitly mention that. I'll tell you how to mention and all in the options. For now, let's go with the default delimiter. So now this is my record number 1. So in the record number 1, this is the data. Ideally speaking, this is the data. But this data, whatever the data I have here, this one is a delimited data, right? You can see. So what is the delimiter I fed? The delimiter is going to be the space. So these are the values, correct? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variable values are present. So I'm going to bring all those 6 variable values here. So these are the 6 variable values which are part of my input, correct? So how SAS taking it? From the position number 1 to till it identify the first delimiter, whatever the data is there, that is going to be the first variable value, A101 here, correct? So from the first position, that is, this is the first position, wherever I have my cursor, this is the first position before A. So this from here to till it identifies the first delimiter, whatever is there, this is going to be the first variable value, right? And then this is my first delimiter, right? From the first delimiter to second delimiter, between that, whatever I have from the second is my second variable value. Delimiter is there going to be my third variable value. Similarly for the remaining, am I correct? Do you identify how the variables are identifying, how the variable values are identifying? It doesn't know whether it is a student ID or it is a section or it is a name, nothing. All it knows is my first record has 6 values, 6 variable values. How I have identified that? I have identified that based on delimiter. From the position number 1 to first delimiter, my first variable value. From the first delimiter to the second delimiter, second value, second to the third value, and keeps going on. Am I correct? Any questions here?
Yeah, means here I got one question. No, right? Like, if I have a character which says 8,
which
so
is
no, the next one, the next to the character is a 8 length of the character is a 8. So correct. In the input file, if I have a character more than 8, and if I have specified 8 is a 8 is a input variable, then is going to be the error.
Question. I got your question. So yeah, how to handle no, I'll talk about it. I have everything open, guys. This is just a plain and simple example with the right data, right? So what happens if the length is more than 8? What happens if the length is less than 8? What happened for the other cases? Everything I'm going to explain. In this case, if I have everything proper, how SAS is going to behave? That is what I'm explaining now. Right? So there are a lot of things. Don't worry about it. I'll explain everything one after the other. Clear? I'll talk about it. So I'm going to the default length now. How to take a control over the length? I'll talk about it. So the next thing here is, let's say, now this is the first variable value, right? So where the first variable value has to come? Okay, before that, in the background, SAS is going to create 2 automatic variables. These are not part of my data set. These won't be part of my, it won't be visible to us, but these are in the background. These variables, I can call them as underscore n underscore error underscore. These two will be called it as automatic variables. SAS will automatically create this. Remember, these are the variables that we are creating by writing input statement, correct? But these two we are not creating. These two are creating by SAS automatically. What is the reason for this? I'll tell you now. Underscore n underscore indicates, one second. Yeah. Underscore and n underscore indicates observation number or record number. For the record, first record it is 1. For the second record it is 2. For the third record it is 3, and it keep on increasing. It is just a plain number about the observation. What is the record number? What is the observation number? For the first record it is 1. For the second record it is 2. For the third record it is 3, and keeps going on. Underscore error underscore will indicate data error. That is, by default, its value is 0. The default value is 0. If it encounters any data error, I'll tell you what is data error is. If it encounters any data error, then it will change it to 1. Is that clear? If there is any data error, it will change it to 1. Otherwise, it is 0. Ideal case is I should have my underscore error underscore value 0 for all the records. Clear? Can I get a quick confirmation? What is called underscore n underscore and underscore error underscore? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Right. Then, before it starts processing the data, it will assign missing values to all the variable values. Character missing value is blank space, blank space, blank space. For the number, missing. Blank space and blank space. Am I correct? We talked about the missing values, right? So what is this? Only for the numeric missing data, it is period, that is dot. For the character data, it is going to be blank spaces. By default, it will be assigning missing values to it. Now, it will take the first variable value from my input file, which is A101. So A101, is it matching with the data type, and is it matching with the length or not? It is going to check. First one, A101. It is a character, right? I defined it as a character. Is it having the character data or not? Yes. The total length is 8. It should be equal to 8 or less than 8. Is it matching that? The total length is 4 here. I defined 8. Yes, it is less than or equal to whatever the length I have defined. So this is a valid data. I can have it here. What about the second variable? Section. It's a character. Yes, it's a character data. Length is less than or equal to 8. I can have it here. Right? For an example, the third one is going to be Murli. The total length is 6, which is going to be character. Yes, I can have it. Just for an example, let's say that instead of 15 here, let's say I have some M. Is M is a numeric data? No, right? It's a mismatch, right? Whenever there is a mismatch, the missing value will be remains as is. It won't have that value here. It will leave it as a missing value because it's a mismatch, and it will change the value of underscore error underscore to 1. Is this point understandable? If any non-compatible data comes to the picture, if any non-compatible data comes to the picture, then the missing value remains to be a missing value. It won't allow the data to have there, and it will change the underscore error underscore value to 1. Is this understandable? Questions? Right. Now in our case, it is going to be some 15. Let's say the 15 will enter here because it's a number. It is less than or equal to 8. M is going to be here, and Hyderabad is going to be here. Done. Now it take the second record and do the same. It take the third record and do the same. I have 3 records, and for all the 3 records, I don't have any data errors, and the observation count is 1, 2, 3. Done. My data is available now. You can see this is the second one, right? And this is the third one, right? Right. My data set is completed. My input, I came to the end of the file. I don't have any other records. Then SAS confirms that, hey, I have processed all the records from your input file. Your file is completed. And I have completed the data set as well. I have completed the data set as well. I have prepared the data set. This data set will be exported to a library. Remember? Right. After successful completion of data set creation, SAS export the data set to a library. Right? There are 2 libraries, guys. One, work library. This is default. If I don't mention, this is the default. Else, user defined library. What is this library and what is this work library? I'll talk in tomorrow's session. So since I haven't mentioned any library, it is going to create this particular data set in work library. Can you see? After I execute this, in the log, you can see that work.student, it is creating this data set in work. Can you see this? Student, right? So it is keeping the data set in the work library. So what is this work library? Why it will store only here? And what are the other libraries? How to create those libraries? Everything I'm going to talk in the tomorrow session. Till this, whatever I have discussed till this, are you able to understand, guys? Are you able to understand? Any questions here? Perfect. So if you're able to, sorry?
I have one question, sir.
Please go ahead.
So I want to ask, like, in the program vector, data set is completed, right? And then it will send it to library, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. After successful completion of data set built in the PDV, this entire thing is happening in the PDV. From PDV, it will be exported to your library. That library can be anything. If I don't mention anything, the default library is work. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Any questions? Let me know, guys. Otherwise, I'll wind up this here. And in tomorrow's session, I'll talk about the libraries first. After the libraries, I'll go with the other options. That is, what if I don't have defaults? That is, anything other than space comes, how to do it. Hello? Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you ask me again?
Yeah, I lost. Yeah, I lost the connection for just 30 seconds. Okay. So what I'm trying is, in tomorrow's session, I'm going to talk about what if I don't have a defaults, that is, if anything other than space as a delimiter, how to handle it. If my length is more than 8, how to handle it. If I want to reduce the length less than 8, how to do it.
See, sir, I wanted to ask, like, tomorrow we'll also discuss, like, by default, the delimiter is space, right? What happens if the data is containing more than two delimiters? Like, delimiter can be a comma, delimiter can be a, as you said, exactly 5. Those are.
Yeah, that discussion is there. The discussion is there. That's what I'm saying now. What if other than delimiters, other than space has come, what we need to do? We're going to discuss that.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. No questions means yes. I can wind up the session today. Yes. And I'm also going to share the notes today. I'll definitely share it. All right. I have received all your email IDs. I believe I have got 8 email IDs so far. If anyone haven't sent it, let me know. Where it is. Just give me a moment.
I think the WhatsApp group has been, is it deleted or what is the name of the WhatsApp group?
Jan 2021.
Okay, I got it.
I got Haider's one, Anita, Usha, and then Mahendra, Tulasi, Hasmi, Chiru, and Harni Reddy. These are the email IDs I have received so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Actually,
then. Same time.
Yeah, very quick question. Can I ask? There is a couple of books has been said with us. Do you recommend anything? Which books we need to use it now, or maybe you can discuss whatever way.
No. For now, you don't do anything. I'll tell you when to do it, when to start reading. Till you complete module number 1, you don't need to read any books. I will share some of the PDFs. Those are the SAS Sugi forums, we can say. That is like a global forum for SAS, which will happen on every year. There are some very good SAS papers on that. I'll share those papers. Those you need to read. Okay? Those are easy and straightforward.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes, Murli, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, not completely well, but yeah, better today.
Okay.
I have some, I think, new thing has been diagnosed. The people are saying that, doctor is saying that it's not a cough, a regular cough or something. It is something related to allergies. That's the reason I'm coughing a lot. But yeah, fine. I think over a period of time it can be controlled. Not an issue. Thanks for asking.
All right. Feel better.
Thank you.
Yeah, only the concern is nowadays in India, people they say like there no corona and all, but still it's going on, and there is one more strain coming soon, and still it's there in India too. So we have to be really careful going out and all. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I took 2 tests actually, RT-PCR followed by CT scan, both of them, and it's clear.
Good.
So no issues.
Yeah,
Thank you.
nice.
All right. All right. So hope all of you are clear with how SAS works, and we also talked about, when you give a normal file that is with all the defaults information, how it will be readed and how the SAS dataset will be created. So hope all of you are clear after this, right? So today we'll try different things. That is, let's say I'm in the list input method. So in the list input method, initially we just started with all defaults. That is default delimiter, right? And the default delimiter is going to be space, correct? So like this we have followed, and this is the data set related to it, correct? So when I try to run this, it automatically going to read all the necessary data from my input file, and it is going to create an output data set with all the relevant information and no warnings and no errors, correct? So now what we try to do is, instead of going with the default space or default delimiter, so other delimiters, right? Any other delimiters, that can be anything, right? In my case, I'm just going with comma as a delimiter, meaning I'm just going to my input files. This is my student information. Yeah, the student information file which is available here. All right, I'm going to keep the delimiter as comma. That is, each of the the field, each of the variable value is separated by comma now, correct? Oh, sorry, I have accidentally updated this. Let's see this as it is, and then let me do the same thing, and now let me save it as the same location, student info underscore 1. I'm just creating a new file, right? Just underscore 1. Okay, now that underscore 1 has a delimiter, comma. Now I'm going to my code. Let's say I'm copying the code as it is. Let's say that without changing anything, I'm going to execute this code without changing anything. Just say underscore 1 is my new input. I just executed this as is. First thing you need to understand is I don't get any data, correct? But you see the log. Did you get any errors here? No errors, no warnings, nothing, right? Because these are not syntax errors. So SAS will not throw any error to you, because SAS will bother only about the syntax errors. If there is any data error, it is going to update your underscore error underscore. Can you see this? Underscore error underscore become 1 in the line number 1 itself. And also if you look into the data, how it is reading the data, can you see? Since it doesn't find any default delimiter, it try to read this entire thing as one value, because how it is going to take the first value? You remember this particular one I said to you, right? How it is taking from the from the position number 1 to 2 till it identifies the first delimiter. It is going to treat that value as the first variable value. Do you have any delimiter here? The default delimiter is space. This is the starting position. I have the space here. So between this, whatever you have, the entire thing, it try to take it as a first variable value, which is nothing but it try to keep this everything under here. But what is the length? The length is going to be only 8, right? So out of this, it is going to take only the 8 characters, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So 4 letters, 4 plus 2, 6 plus 2, 8. Can you see this? Up to this, whatever I have highlighted are the 8 characters. All these 8 characters, it is going to keep it under the student ID, because the remaining things will be truncated, because my length is only going to be 8. Do you understand now what I'm trying to say? Because it doesn't find the default delimiter till the end of the first record. The whole first record, it try to read it as a first variable value. But this is a character data, correct? My first variable also character. But the problem here is going to be, it can have only 8 bytes of the length. So the first 8 bytes, it try to read it under the student number 1. That is student underscore ID. Clear? So the first variable is done. Then it will go, because I don't find any other variable here. So immediately it will go to the next line. From the next line, then this is also a character data. This entire thing is going to be one variable value for me. So it try to read the 8 characters again as a section. Can you see? Correct? And then third, what is the third variable? The third variable is going to be name. Under the name, it is trying to read the third record value. That too, the 8 bytes it is going to take, and it try to put it here. So what exactly is going to happen? The 8 bytes, okay, it try to read this entire thing as a first variable value, right? Out of that, only 8 bytes are allowed. The 8 bytes it will read here. Only those 8 bytes it will read there. And then for the second one, I don't have any variable value, so I try to read the second record as it is here. Again, 8 bytes it is going to take, it is going to keep it here because only 8 bytes are allowed. It is a character, so the data type is matching. And third one, this is the third one. From the third one, again, it is going to take the 8 bytes and it is going to keep it here. Correct? And the remaining 3, missing value, missing value, missing values are there. But I don't have the data to read. I need to fill 6 variable values. From my input file, I have the data only for the 3. The remaining 3 are missing. I don't have data for them, right? So SAS cannot complete even one record so that my data set doesn't have any data. You remember, you understand what I'm trying to say? You can see SAS went to new line when input statement reached past the end of the line. So by the time I have completed it, I have 0 records, that is 0 observations and 6 variables, because I don't find the data even for one record. I cannot complete it. Since I cannot complete it, I cannot have my output here, right? The moment the fourth variable value, you can see, for the fourth variable value, I don't find the data. Fifth variable value, I don't find the data. Sixth variable value, I don't find the data. So immediately underscore error underscore become 1. This behavior will be called it as flow over. I'm going to talk about it. There are multiple things. You can call it as a flow over, miss over, stop over, and trunk over. We'll talk about this. But for now, it is why it is not able to have at least one record value means because I don't find a delimiter. When I don't find a delimiter, the entire record will be considered as the one variable. So the data type is matching. This is a character data. This is a character data. But I have only 8 bytes here because the length is going to be 8. The remaining data will be 20. Second will go to the second record. Second record will go to the second variable. Third record will go to the third variable. I don't have the data to read for the next 3 variables. So that automatically say that I don't even able to fill the first record value. So I'm stopping this because I don't have the data. So that my output also doesn't have the data. This behavior, when my first variable value, when my second variable value is not there, it immediately skip to the next record and try to read the next record variable value as the current value. This behavior will be called it as a flow over. Flow over will come under 2 scenarios. I'll explain those 2 scenarios later. But for now, you understand what happened if I give any other delimiter rather than the space. Can you understand what happens here? Okay, fine, guys. Just 2 minutes, guys. Okay, Anita garu, ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఎలా రీడ్ అవ్వాలి, మనం ఎలా రీడ్ చేస్తామంటే ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ నుంచి ఫస్ట్ డీలిమిటర్ వచ్చే వరకు ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో అదంతా కూడా నాకు ఒక రికార్డ్, అంతేనా? ఇంతకుముందు మనం మాట్లాడుకుంది అదేనా? అక్కడ వరకు మీకు క్లారిటీ ఉందా? ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఇక్కడ స్పేస్ ఉంది అనుకోండి, ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాం, పొజిషన్ నెంబర్ 1 నుంచి ఫస్ట్ రికార్డ్, ఫస్ట్ డీలిమిటర్ వచ్చే వరకు ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో దాన్ని తీసుకోపోయి ఇక్కడ పెడతాం, అంతేనా? సెకండ్ దాన్ని తీసుకుపోయి సెకండ్ లో పెడతాం, ఇలా కంటిన్యూ చేసాం నిన్న, అవునా? ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఈ డీలిమిటర్ అంటే ఏంటి? సపరేటర్. ఈ సపరేటర్ ఏంటో తెలియదు కదా, ఎందుకంటే కమా ఉంది ఇక్కడ. స్పేస్ ఉంటే నేను తీసుకుంటా ఆటోమేటిక్ గా, స్పేస్ లేకుండా ఇంకేది ఉన్నా కానీ నాకు తెలియదు ఎలా రీడ్ చేయాలో. సో SAS ఏం చేస్తుందంటే, ఓకే దీంట్లో స్పేస్ అనేది డీలిమిటర్ కాకపోయి ఉండొచ్చు, సారీ వేరే ఏదైనా డీలిమిటర్లు ఉండొచ్చు, బట్ నాకు తెలియదు. సో పొజిషన్ నెంబర్ 1 నుంచి నా డీలిమిటర్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఇప్పుడు ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ద లైన్ లో ఉంది, అంతేనా? పూర్తిగా లైన్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత స్పేస్ ఉంది నాకు, అవునా? ఇక్కడ వరకు ఏదైతే ఉందో దీన్ని మొత్తాన్ని తీసుకుపోయి ఇక్కడ పెడతా. ఇదంతా నేను ఫస్ట్ వేరియబుల్లోనే రీడ్ చేస్తా. ఇది క్యారెక్టర్, ఇది క్యారెక్టర్, డేటా టైప్ అయితే మ్యాచ్ అయిపోయింది. కానీ లెంగ్త్ ఏం పెట్టాను నేను? డిఫాల్ట్ లెంగ్త్ 8 ఉంది కదా. సో ఈ మొత్తం నేను ఇక్కడ ఫిక్స్ చేయలేను కదా. 8 బైట్స్ ఎంత ఉందో చూస్తా. ఇక్కడికి 4, ఇది 5, 6, 7, 8, ఇక్కడ వరకు 8 కదా. ఈ 8 లెంగ్త్ మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ ఉంచుతా, మిగతా స్కిప్ అయిపోతుంది, ట్రంకేట్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇది అర్థమైందండి నేనేం చెప్పాను ఇప్పుడు? అంటే డీలిమిటర్ దొరికితే ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ నుంచి డీలిమిటర్ దాకా వెళ్తా. వెన్ డీలిమిటర్ ఈజ్ నాట్ దేర్, నాకు డీలిమిటర్ దొరకలేదంటే ఎక్కడ డీలిమిటర్ ఉందో అక్కడ దాకా వెళ్తా, లేకుంటే ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ద లైన్ వరకు వెళ్ళిపోతాను. ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ నాకు ఇది ఒక లెంగ్త్ ఒక 30 ఉంది అనుకోండి, ఇది మొత్తం రీడ్ అయిపోతుంది ఇక్కడ. అర్థమైందా అండి? ఓకే, పర్ఫెక్ట్. గైస్, ఎనీ అదర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ గైస్?
Yeah, Murli. Actually, I know still we are here, but not with the delimiter. But if we put comma as a delimiter as an option in while writing the program, then it will work out as it is, right?
Yeah, that we have to do. We have to change it. We have to understand. See, what I did is I changed my data, but I have not changed my code yet. I have to write a code according to my input data, correct? According to the requirement, I have to write the data. But here, I'm not writing the code according to the requirement. I just simply copied whatever the code that I have for the defaults. So now I have to understand that, hey, with a default delimiter, this code will work. But any other delimiter comes, this code will not work. So I have to tune it. So to tune it, what I have to do, I'm going to tell now. First, I'm trying to explain what happens if I use the default code as is. Right here, I have not mentioned what is the delimiter is, but SAS is able to understand it because it's a space is a delimiter. But here, SAS couldn't understand because I don't have a default delimiter there. So what I have to do is, I'm calling it as a correct code here. So here, what I'll tell to SAS is, I have to add a infile option. What is that? Somewhere here I have mentioned the options. No, I haven't put the options. Okay, let me put the options also. So here is nothing but SAS options. Under the options, so here I'm going with infile options. Under the infile option, the first option I'm going to talk is DLM equal to. What it will do, DLM is nothing but specifies a delimiter. So if it is a default delimiter, I don't need to mention it, do not require. But anything other than the default delimiter, if I want to use it, under the infile statement, this is the infile statement, right? Under the infile statement, I have to mention my delimiter. So DLM is equal to, DLM stands for what is my delimiter is. My delimiter is comma. For space, I don't need to mention it because it's a default. It automatically take it, correct? So now the default delimiter in my input file is comma. So I'm going to add it. Now you run it. No more changes, only one thing. Can you see? Are you reading correctly? Go to the log. Are you able to read the data properly? So what is the only change that you did? You mentioned that this is my input file. To read this input file, you have to use a delimiter of comma. That is the one, and that is what I'm telling. So this is not going with a default delimiter. So what I have to do, I have to say that since it is not going to the default delimiter, mention what is your delimiter is. This is my delimiter. I mentioned it. Is that clear, guys? Now tell me what are your questions? So, Usha, did you get the clarity on what is the question that you have asked, and have I answered for that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone here? I know there is one more question asked by, I think, I'm not sure either it's Mahendra or Haider, but any one of you have asked this. What if I have more than one delimiter?
Yes,
think
sir.
this is the
I
question
asked.
that you guys asked in the previous thing. Yes, I'll go with that. Now, I'm just going to save this as student info underscore 2. All right. So here, let's say that in the line number 2, I put a delimiter of hash. In the line number 1, already comma is there. I also put pipe. So here, already comma hash and other thing is there. I put star. And here, let's say I put greater than. All these are delimiters only. Correct. So what and all the delimiters are there? Let's say this is with multiple delimiters. This is with multiple delimiters. What are the multiple delimiters I have here? I have pipe added. I have comma. I have added any in any order you can keep this. I don't need to put in the same order how they are present. Any order I can put them. I have also have hash here. I also have star here. This is also a delimiter. I also have greater than. Right? And run this. Still, are you able to read it? You can see it is going to be. Okay. I just need to check whether I have changed it or not. No, I haven't changed it. This one, 2. This is your student info 2, right? Let's save this. Now let's run this. Even if I have one delimiter or if I have more than one delimiter, I don't need to worry. All I need to do is just need to check my code is able to handle it or not. Can you see this? I'm telling SAS that, hey, to read student info file 2, you have to use all these delimiters. Understandable?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. But here there is a small twist. What if one of the delimiter is space? Let's say, for an example, here instead of after the pipe, here I have space. Space is a default delimiter, right? Ideally, it's supposed to work now. But the moment you use DLM and if you don't mention space, you will end up with an error. That is data error. The moment you use DLM, you can see entirely wrong data. Why? Come back here. See. Okay. Let me explain what happened here. This is my file. Correct? When I supplied this as my input, let me put it somewhere here. When I supply this as my input, what are the delimiters I have? My delimiter list is going to be my delimiter can be comma, it can be this, it can be hash, it can be star, and it can be greater than. These are the ones I have mentioned. Correct? Now take this. What is the criteria for me? The criteria for me is going to be for the first variable value, I have to start from position number 1 and I have to take the till first delimiter. The first delimiter is here. So from here to here, whatever the data is there, this is going to be A101. So this I can happily take it and okay, let's keep it here. Then what is the second delimiter? What is the second value? From the first delimiter to, this is my first delimiter, till the next delimiter comes. What is the next delimiter for me? According to my list, the next delimiter is again comma only. Correct? Space is not a default. Space is not a delimiter here, right? Because it is not a default delimiter anymore. It is not a default delimiter anymore. So what exactly happened here? Because I haven't mentioned space as a delimiter, it tried to read a space morally, this entire thing as a record number 2. This entire thing as a record number 2. This is my record number 1. Sorry, this is my variable number 1. The variable 2 is going to be a morally. And then from the second delimiter to third delimiter, 15. And then fourth delimiter to fifth delimiter, yum. And then this is HYD is going to be fifth. But I have one more variable to read, right? Because I have read only 5 so far. 6th variable location I need to read. But I came to the end of the line. So what SAS is going to do now? When I reach the end of the file, end of the line, it immediately go to the next record. It take the next record here. In the next record, it is going to read again based on the delimiter. So from the position number 1 to till it encounters the first delimiter, whatever the value is there, that value is going to be my 6th variable value. So now A101, it's a character less than or equal to 8. A morally, it's a character less than or equal to 8. All right, and then 15, yes, numbers can be stored as a character. And then age is a numeric, but I have a m here. So what is going to happen? Miscompatibility, I got missing value as it is. Correct? Hyderabad, character less than 8. A102 will be stored in the location. That is the reason if you go to your data set is going to be like this. Can you see the line number 1? So whatever the line number 1 is present here, is it in line with what I have mentioned? This is what SAS got. This is what I have explained now. Both of them are in sync. Now you guys understand what happened there? Guys, is that understandable? And
Yes,
then
sir.
what happened to the next record? In the next record, because it read A102, it won't read any other values here. It will skip that because it is the end of the line here, right? It won't read second record because second record, one of the variable value is already read in the line number 1. So it won't read any other data here. It will skip this entire line. Then what is the next record? This one, B103, will start reading under the second record. So go to the B103. So what is going to happen? First, B103 as it is come, correct? Because space is comma is the delimiter. So comma and star, both of them are the delimiters only. So B will come here. And then star and comma, Anu will come here. And then comma and comma. Between the two commas, I have 15. 15 is a number. It will come here. And then F and then BLR. I have 3 records in my input file, but I got only 2 records in my output file, and I have no clue about the error. You can see this record is correct, but the first record is wrong. Why? Because I have not mentioned my space as a default, my space as a delimiter. Correct? So what I have to do in this case? I have to mention that, hey, I know that you are reading with multiple delimiters. The moment you go with the multiple delimiters, space will be ignored. You have to include that. You can see now, I'm saying that space is also a delimiter you need to consider. And now I read it. Now I will not get any issues. Understandable, guys, what I'm trying to say here? Questions? How do you find it so far? Is this understandable?
Yes, Murli.
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Cool. Anita, any questions, Anita? Please ask me, no issues.
Yes, sir, understood.
Okay, perfect. Now, the next topic. Okay, now I'm going to complicate a little more, guys, because you understand the flow over now. What happened in the flow over, you understand. So I'll complicate this little more. Okay, that is, here I'll say continuous delimiters are consecutive delimiters. Let's go with continuous delimiters. Two limiters are there, one to other. In that case, what I have to do is, let's say, let's have this comma as it is here, right? So for now, let's say that I'm just saving this file as 3. So here what I'm trying to do is, let's say I have only comma as a delimiter. Only comma as a delimiter, no other delimiters are there. Okay, this is fine. But the problem here is going to be, out of all these delimiters, right? Let's say, you know, in all cases, let's say in some of the cases, gender is not a mandatory field, right? For an example, I want to go with, let's say, you know, Facebook gender is not a mandatory. Age is mandatory, correct? Your name, email ID, and phone numbers are the mandatory things. But let's say that gender is not a mandatory thing. If you want, you can update. If you don't want it, you don't need to update. Let's say, right? So for the first user, this guy, he don't want to disclose his gender. He haven't given, right? But for the consistency, for the sake of consistency, they put 2 commas. This guy don't want to mention it, so he put 2 commas. That is, first variable value, second variable value, third variable value, fourth variable value, fifth variable value is not there, it is missing, and then sixth variable. Right? You understand what I'm trying to say? Because this guy, if I remove this comma, what will happen? It will consider this as a fifth variable value. And now we understand that sixth variable is missing, but that is not the case. This guy is not interested to disclose the gender, so gender is missing here. The remaining all the fields are present. Is that making sense? What I'm trying to say? Input is understandable. Input is understandable. Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the question is, after reading it, what you are expecting? Can I say, if this is my first record, what is your expectation now? Can I say, your expectation must be 101 should be here, A should be here, Murali should be here, age is 15, but the gender, the user don't want to mention it, so I have to keep it as a missing value. But I need to go with the location as Hyderabad as it is. Can I say this is the expectation, guys? Everyone understand this? Are we expecting this correct or not? He is not interested to disclose the age, sorry, disclose this gender. Okay, that is fine not to disclose, but this is supposed to be a missing value as is. Correct? This is the expectation, right? Now, let's see what SAS will do. Let's save this. And I can use the same code with only one change. What is that particular change? The delimiter is going to be comma. And when it comes to the file name is not going to be 2, it is going to be info3. Correct? That's all the changes that I require. And now let's run this. What happened? What happened? Can I explain again with the PDV? Because this PDV concept is the most important concept. For one, you understand it, you can understand for everything. That's the reason I said in the initial class, that is the most important thing. Yeah, this is my delimiter, correct? What is my delimiter? I'm writing here. Okay, this is my first record variable values. Let's see how the data is going to be. This is your data, right? This is your data, right? Let me copy this data. I can call it as input record. This is the input record. Am I correct? Now, so here I'm writing, right? SAS way. That is how SAS read this. How SAS is going to read it? from the position number 1 to first variable value is going to be my first record value, first variable value. Here I write how many variables are there. Okay, let's say here I'll say variables. So how many variables are there? 6 are there totally, correct? Copy this, put it here. These are the variable values. So how I am reading this? So from the this also it doesn't record. I can directly. So just the same thing, guys. I'm just writing one more time. So A101, this has to come here. Then between these two delimiter, whatever I have is here, and then between these two delimiters is going to be this, and then between these two delimiters, what I have is this, and then you can see there are two delimiters. When it comes to SAS, if I don't apply some of the options, even if I have one delimiter, even if I have 10 delimiters in continuous, it is going to treat that as a single delimiter only. Until and unless you specify SAS that, hey, there are two consecutive delimiters. Between the two consecutive delimiters, whatever the value is there, you have to read that variable value as a missing. Until and unless you mention it, what SAS will do is, these two commas are there, right? It is going to consider that as a single comma, like this. It will consider this as a single comma. That is, it understand that as a single delimiter. And then from there to till the end of the line, whatever you have is going to be read it as a current variable value. But still location value is missing, right? There is another variable location which is missing, right? Now it will go to the next record. This is my next record. In the next record, from the first position to till my first delimiter, whatever I have, that is going to be my last variable value. Now it will compare. Now it will copy this. It will put it here. And while putting this, it is going to check. Just a sec. After it put here, it is going to check the details about either that character data type is matching or not, length is matching or not. That it is going to check. All of them are matching. So it is going to be my first record. Already second record part of the data is read in the first record itself. So it is going to skip the remaining thing. It won't read this. It will say that I don't read them. It won't read it. All right. And then the next record, this is the third record. It will put it here. And third record values, it is going to read it here. How it is going to read? B103, Anu, and everything will come as it is, and it is going to keep it as a second record. So this is what I'm going to get it here. After that, this, correct? After that, this, after that, this, after that, this one, and finally for the last record, this. Now you understand, again it is a flow over concept. Why flow over concept has come to the picture? Ideally I have two delimiters here, but SAS misinterpreted that as there are no two delimiters. Even though there are two delimiters, instead of keeping between the two delimiters whatever the data is there, I want to read it as a missing value. Instead of doing that, it simply read that as a single delimiter. That's where the entire misinterpretation come to the picture. Correct? You understand why I got this particular data first? Guys, I'm trying to explain what happened if I don't go with an option, right? What happened if I go with the option after that? Correct? So without an option, I tried it and I end up with the wrong data. Correct? You understand why the wrong data has come, all of you? Guys, All of you are able to understand this? Can I get a quick?
Yes, Murli.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, now what is the solution for it? I have to say DSD. DSD stands for, this is the second option that I'm working on or that I'm explaining. DSD. DSD stands for delimiter separated data. I'm clearly saying that, hey, whatever the data that you are reading is a delimiter separated data. That is, between those two delimiters, you have a missing value. So the moment, let's have this as it is. Now I'll go with the, here I can say correct code. Now here I'll put DSD. The moment I put DSD, now you can see if I run this, I don't change anything else. Can you see now? This is missing now. Correct? You can also check if you want. You can also do one thing. You can also put this one. This one also has missing. Age is also missing here. Now if I read it, what is going to happen? Still, character missing value is going to be blank space. Numeric missing value is going to be period. Can you see? It replaced with a period here. It replaced with a blank space here. So wherever there are two continuous delimiters, two or more continuous delimiters, between the delimiters, if you want to read the data as a missing value, you have to use an option called DSD. DSD stands for delimiter separated data. Is that clear? Questions?
There's a question. So like we used two commas together for the missing value, right? So there's a little confusion, like as you told that SAS automatically by default takes space as a delimiter, right? So there was a space, right? Like there were two commas, but the data wasn't there. So using DSD, yeah.
Okay, one thing I want to mention here. I used two commas. The moment I'm using comma as a delimiter, I'm using an option called DLM. The moment you use option DLM there, space is not a default delimiter. That is a small correction in your question. That's what I want to put. The moment
I got the answer.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
We used delimiter DLM, so space is no more a default delimiter. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone? Able to understand the options? Because no, everyone will not share the same kind of file, right? I can okay, you may ask me, hey Murli, why can't everyone send the file with a default delimiter as comma, or default delimiter as a star, or default delimiter as a space? Why? Answer is very simple. Let's say, guys, one of your field is address. Let's say one of your field is address. Your address is going to have hyphen as a field, hyphen as a thing, right? Let's say some of them want to put so your address is going to have space, commas, it is going to have forward slashes, it is also have the back slashes, it has the obliques, it has the all the other things, correct? Let's say it is a name, but it is going to be a combination of, it is a complete name, my first name, surname, last name. Let's say that my first name and last name is separated by comma, right? But if I consider comma as a delimiter, what is going to happen? Instead of considering it as a single name, it will split into two. Again, it is going to be a wrong thing, correct? So it's very difficult to handle the nature of data. So generally, if anyone want to send the data in a file like a text file, they generally prefer tab. Sorry, they generally prefer this one, pipe, because you generally don't find pipe as a value in any of the fields. Either it can be address, or it is going to be name, or it is going to be anything. Pipe is peculiar, correct? Generally, people ask for pipe separated file, pipe delimiter file, but everyone is not comfortable to share it as a pipe delimiter file. So they can go with their own delimiters. When they are interested to go with their own delimiters, yes, we can handle like this. Is that clear, right? What is the requirement also you understand now, right? Why everyone cannot send it in the same format? All of you are comfortable up to this? Questions? Okay. Go with the next thing. Multiple records present in the same line. This is the another case, guys. For an example, let's go with this, a normal code, a regular code. All right. So for the convenience, what this guy has did is, let me save it as. So what this guy did is, he did like this. He put 2 records in a single line. Possible, right? I can put it. Nothing wrong in that. I'll say that, okay, 6 records, 6 variables will be forming 1 record. So these 6 are going to be record number 1. These 6 are going to be record number 2. These 6 are going to be record number 3. This is what this guy said. This is how my input file is. Correct? So all the default delimiters, right? I can take this now and I can scroll down. I can keep it here. And I want to read this as it is, but only with only one change. That change is going to be, instead of input files info, it is going to be input info, student info underscore 4. Only the file name is changing. What happened to the second record? What happened to the second record? Now you can see. Let me explain this. This is my record line number 1 from my file. Correct? I took this one as it is and I keep it here. This is my first record. But how SAS read it? From first delimiter to second, from the first position to the first delimiter is my first variable value. The next, between the next 2 delimiter is second. The next 2 delimiter is going to be third. The next 2 delimiter is going to be third, fourth, and then fifth, and then sixth. How many values I need to read from the line number 1? 6. Have I completed reading that? Yes. After I read this, I'm here actually. You can see the cursor is blinking there on the top. Here I am actually. But there are some more values after it. But SAS never mind about it. I want to read 6 variable values from the line number 1. User mentioned you want to read 6 variables. I have completed reading the 6 variables. I don't need to stay in this position anymore. I can go to the next record. So immediately the next record is going to be this. It will start reading this. That's it. Right? But you need to tell SAS, right? Hey, you completed reading the first 6 variables. I don't deny that. But there are few more records. There are few more values to read. But I have to guide SAS. I have to guide SAS. It will be not straightforward. You have to guide SAS. How? Whenever there are multiple records present in the same line, I have to go with input options. Under the input option, the first option I'm talking is double trailing. 2 at the rates if you use, you can call this as double trailing. Double trailing in the sense 2 at the rates. 2 at the rates is nothing but the double trailing. This is a symbol. It will say that multiple records present in same line. So what exactly it will do is, I'll explain this. What it will tell is, after it completed the 6 records, if you use in the input double trailing, if you use in the input statement double trailing, it will get SAS that, hey, user used double trailing. So even you completed reading the 6 variables, or even you completed reading the variables that are mentioned in the input statement, in the same line, check are there any records present. If yes, read them as well. That is, The next 6 is going to be record number 2. The next 6 is going to be record number 3. The next 6 is going to be record number 4, like that. So after you completed reading the mentioned variables in the input, don't go to the next line. In the input, check for, are there any other records present? Is that understandable? That is what we need to do, right? We need to guide SAS. Hey, check. Are there any other variables in the same data set? So this is going to be my data. This is going to be my thing. So now I have to write correct code. What is the correct code for it? Which option I have to use? I said in the input, after all your variable names, use double trialing. Just put 2 trialings. That's it. Can you see now? This is the code you use. You read only 2 records from the input file. You can see 2 records you read from the input file, but your output has 3 observations. Because I use double trialing, I'll tell SAS wait in the same line. You can also do one thing. If you want, you can keep all the 3 records also here. Still it will work. Then you can see the input also. It said that where it is. I haven't saved it. Just a second, guys. Save. There is some mismatch, guys, but okay, fine. You know that this is going to be your input file. This is going to be your line number. All the 3 records are here. It read all the 3 records from the same line. That is, when multiple records present in the same line, still SAS is able to read that particular data. Correct? So all of you are able to understand up to this? We have covered 3 options today: DLM, DSD, and double trialing. We have also covered how SAS is going to behave when other than regular delimiter comes to the picture. What is going to be the current scenario? What is going to be the other one? So here indirectly we also used one option, which is nothing but the flow over. Correct? It is a SAS default, guys. SAS default behavior. It's a SAS default. Sorry. Behavior. But what is the other thing, like how to handle it and all, I'm going to explain in the other classes, right? Infile option, input options is quite a big list because there are a lot to discuss there. Yeah, questions please. Any questions from anyone?
Murali, after discussing the PDV, like from there the the data we'll be discussing about the library and all you were talking, right? Did I miss or did we already talk about the library? And because
No, I haven't talked about it. I haven't talked about it. I haven't talked about it.
Okay.
The libraries part I haven't completed yet. So because let me complete these options and then I can go there. All right, there are some more. Once we completed that, we'll go with the libraries. So here it is.
Okay.
These ones I haven't explained yet.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. First, let's concentrate on this input methods and followed by the other options, and then we can go to the libraries. Questions, please. All right. Anita, did you said anything?
Yes, sir.
Tell me. Anita, your voice is too low.
Delimiter related error, sir.
Delimited related errors. So what is the question?
Any error related to delimiter? What type of
Like,
error it goes?
you don't get errors. That's what I'm telling you. SAS is least bothered about your data errors. SAS will not talk about your data errors. Delimiter is a data. How your file is separated, what delimiter you are using is up to you. This is not related to SAS. So as a developer, you have to write a code as per your delimiter, as per your input file, right? So if you don't use a delimiter, it won't throw any error. Try to read it as a default delimiter space. If it is there, whatever the data is there, it will read according to it. Okay, guys, just give me a second. I'll try to communicate in a local language. Anita garu, question ikkada entante mee question entante default delimiter kaakunda delimiter tho elanti errors vastayani adugutunnaru meer antena మీ క్వశ్చన్ అదేనండి దానికి నేనేం చెప్తున్నానంటే కోడ్ని బట్టి డేటా ఉండకూడదు, డేటాను బట్టి కోడ్ ఉండాలి. మీ డేటా ఏంటో మీకు తెలియాలి. మీ డేటా మీకు యూజర్ ఇచ్చిన డేటా ఏ విధంగా ఉంది అంటే ఏం డీలిమిటర్ వాడాడు, ఏం సపరేటర్స్ వాడారని మీకు తెలియాలి. ఏం సపరేటర్స్ వాడితే ఆ సపరేటర్స్ మీ డీలిమిటర్లో పెట్టుకోవాలి. అర్థమైందా? మీరు అలా పెట్టలేదనుకోండి, డీలిమిటర్ పెట్టలేదనుకోండి, డేటా ఎలా ఉంటే అలా వచ్చేస్తుంది. అంటే స్పేస్లు పట్టుకొని తీసుకొని వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఆ వచ్చిన డేటాను మళ్ళీ మీరు వ్యాలిడేట్ చేసుకోవాలి. అరే నేను 4 రికార్డులు చూశాను కదా ఇన్పుట్ ఫైల్లో, బట్ నాకు అవుట్పుట్లో 1 రికార్డే వచ్చిందంటే ఏదో తప్పు జరిగింది. ఎందుకు తప్పు జరిగిందని లాగ్లో చూసుకోవాలి. దాని తర్వాత అర్థం చేసుకొని మళ్ళీ డీలిమిటర్స్ పెట్టుకోవాలి. అర్థమేనండి? Yeah, guys, what I try to explain to Anita here is, because maybe this is the same question to every one of you, your code, you are not supposed to write code on your own and then you need to check whether your code is compatible with the data or not. That is the wrong approach. First you have to read your input. You have to write a code as per your requirement, as per your data, correct? So if your data has 5 delimiters, keep all those 5 delimiters in your DL. If your data doesn't have any delimiter, if your data is purely, there is no delimiter at all, there is other way to handle it. Let's say my data is having a default delimiter, don't use any DLM option, try to go with as is. It is all about how the data is coming to you. According to your data, you have to prepare your code. According to your code, you have to prepare your output data set, and your output data set in SAS should be equivalent to your input data from your raw file. Am I correct? This is how you should look into it, every one of you. Any questions on it? Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say? Right. You may have 100 options, guys, but you should know what option you have to use for your given requirement. Correct? People will try to use some generic answers to this. For an example, you're thirsty. When you're thirsty, you should drink water, correct? So when you're thirsty, let's say if someone offers you some some rice to you, and let's say that some cake they have offered to you, one pizza they have to you, and also water, which one you are going to prefer? You are really thirsty. Even though there are 4 options available to you, you cannot use all 4 of them. You'll go with your water, correct? So you need to, there are 100 options available in SAS. There are a lot of stuff available in SAS. Since you have the options, you cannot use it. You need to know what is your requirement is. According to your requirement, you need to pick what you need. Am I clear, guys? Can I get a quick confirmation on this? Because as we keep on progressing, these questions will pop up again and again, again and again. I can use these options, right? You can use, but what is your requirement? That is what you need. Questions?
So there's a question.
Yes, please.
I wanted to ask that, first we have to read the data, like. Then after that we should decide to put the delimiters. That's you said, right?
No. Read the data means in your input file, try to understand how your data looks like. This is what reading the data. You understand the data. So this is my data. By looking at the data, I understand that my data is a comma separated. So while writing the code in the input file, wherever I'm mentioning the input file, I have to include my DLM option. Why I come to this DLM option? Because my data is a delimiter separated data. Correct? If not, let's say that I'm going with this one. By looking at the data, I understand that it is a space delimiter. When I'm going with a space delimiter, I don't need to use the DLM option. I can use my input file as is. So what made you to take this decision to keep DLM or not to keep DLM? So what made the difference? Your input file made the difference. You look at your input file, you understand your input file. So you need to tell SAS how to read this input file. So this is the default delimiter one. Don't put DLM, you can read as it is. If it is a comma delimiter one, hey, this is your input file is. To read this input file, you definitely require a delimiter, and this is your delimiter. Let's say your file has more than one delimiter. Those also you have to say, hey, this is your input file, but to read this input file, you require more than one delimiter. These are the delimiters you must use. So how we are coming to this particular conclusion? I'm coming to this particular conclusion only after looking at the data. That is what I meant. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions from anyone? All right. So with this today, I'm winding up the session, guys. I know that I'm in due with sending the notes and everything, but I'll assure I'll send it right after this class today at any cost, right? Was a bit busy yesterday. I couldn't get a chance to open my laptop because of the hospital and other stuff, but yes, now I can send it, right? So all this, whatever you can see here, I'll send it, and also I'll send it the input file for your practice. Just change your path. Okay, right. Thank you, guys. See you in tomorrow's session.
Yeah, Murali, before closing, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, this recorded session, is it being uploaded in the drive immediately after the class, or is it taking time? So,
it will take time. It will take time. I'll tell you the reason for it.
Yeah.
The moment you complete the recording, sorry, the moment you complete the class, it's a go-to recording, right? Whatever your option or you're using is go-to meetings, right? So go-to meetings require minimum 1 to 1.5 hour time to convert your thing into a MP4. That is our recorded like our video file, to convert it. After that, Bolisar will copy that to the cloud. That is to your drive. So it will take, there is always a delay of 2 to 3 hours minimum.
No. Actually, when I'm trying to go through the classes every day, immediately 2 or 3 hours after the class, so I couldn't see any recorded sessions of the day in the drive. So I have to wait till the very next day morning to see the like recorded sessions. So.
Okay. Maybe because it's a late night, right? It is already 9. After this, minimum 2 hours is nothing but 11:30. So Bolisar manually has to pick this. Bolisar manually has to pick this particular. That's the reason it may be getting a delay till the next morning. But I'll request Bolisar if he can do it on the same day. I'll request.
No, actually, I stay in US, so because of the time zone difference, so.
I understand. Now I understand. It makes sense. Otherwise, I can do one thing. Otherwise, I'll do one thing. After the class, within 1 hour, mostly within 1 hour, I'll give you the link. I'll share the link to you in the email. Okay, to every one of you. I'll share the link. You just hit on the link, you can download the recording. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect. If any of the day, if I miss the recording, just ping me in the WhatsApp. In the group, you can just update. Just, sir, I haven't get the link. Then immediately I'll do it. If I miss it, I'll tell you. Okay? So that there won't be any discrepancies.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. I think we have full strength now, correct? Thanks, guys. Sometimes when my office calls are getting delayed or if I stuck with any of the other issues, I'll inform in prior. Okay. So most of the times I won't cancel the class at all. If at all there is any cancellation of the class or if there is any deviations, yes, I'll upfront inform you guys. All right, so now it's the time to start with today's session. So any questions on the previous sessions, guys? Any of the sessions, did you get what to say, any questions, or did you get a chance to look at the web and identify anything so far? No, right? All of you are cool up to this? Right. Okay. Since I haven't get any response, I understand that all of the things are good. Now I'll proceed with the today's session. So today's session is all about because we know that we are going, what to say, input methods. In the input methods, I just started with the list input method, and I have covered some of the options there. But today, primarily, I'll concentrate on other thing, that is on libraries. I'll talk about the libraries today, okay? Because if you see, this part is pending. The how SAS works, if you see, I talked about the libraries, but I haven't given much of the information about it, correct? So that is what I'm going to talk now. So this is about libraries. So before I talk with the libraries, guys, any idea, guys, anyone here can tell me, what do you think about libraries? What do you mean by library? So I just go with the SAS libraries. Okay, this is what we are going to talk about. So before I go and talk about the SAS libraries, do you have any insights, any of you? What do you think is about libraries? What is your view? Anyone?
Yeah, where SAS stores the data and everything.
Okay, that is where SAS stores data and everything. Okay, what do you mean by everything? Data is fine. Data is nothing but a data set. What about other things? Okay, I don't stress much here. Okay, fine. I understand that this is the place where SAS stores everything. Perfect. Okay. What about others? Anyone? Anyone?
So some of them might be the temporary and some of them might be permanent libraries.
It's a collection of SAS files, maybe.
Collection of SAS files. Again, the SAS files, in the sense, guys, you have libraries, you have programs, you have formats, you have catalogs. There are so many things. Okay, understand, because you have some how to say, details about libraries, and most of that are correct also. There is no denial about it. Now let me reframe it. Okay, let's talk in a simple way. So we all went to colleges. We all completed our schooling and graduation somewhere, correct? So let's say you understand college, right? We all been part of that. In our college also we have a library, correct? So what do you generally have there? Now you tell me what, because we have all been to the colleges, right? So from your point of view, what is a library in a college? What generally it has?
Collection of books.
Okay, only books? Anything else? Okay.
A place for reading books.
Okay, I don't know what is stopping you to talk about a library, general library. Okay, generally, let's say if I take my college, library is the place where I have lots and lots of books, as you all said. No discrepancy in that. And also I'm going to have magazines, correct? And I also have newspapers, correct? And I also have, maybe, I'm not sure, like maybe some other thing which you feel like, which is benefited to the students. Maybe collection of some articles, maybe collection of maybe a specific articles which are prepared by anyone, this kind of stuff, correct? So you are going to have some of the memento details, all these kind of details will be available. But primarily, the moment I say library, what comes to your mind? Books, correct? This is the major portion. Okay. Again, all the books, they just keep it at one place, or how they will do it? Can I say they will segregate the books? Let's say
fiction, non-fiction.
Hey, come on. Library. Okay, college libraries doesn't have fiction and non-fiction. Maybe external libraries, let's say we go to our, lending libraries, they have it. But when it comes to the college,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they'll
yeah, got
segregate
it.
it to the department.
Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, I can consider. Let's say that there is a college who is very good about this. So maybe the magazines or maybe the, if they are maintaining novels, I don't think so. But if they maintain novels, yes, you have the fiction and non-fiction. So you are right. I can go ahead with, based on the department, they can segregate, correct? Right? Let's say one department have, let's say this department, I have, AAA. I have, so because I'm from AAA, so I given priority to this. 100 books are there. Let's say there is ECA department. Let's say they have around 50 books there. Let's say there is IT department or CSE department. Let's say which have around 200 books. Like this, they are going to have everything grouped together. Correct? Now replicate the same to SAS, guys. Don't change anything. Just whatever you have now, replicate the same to SAS. So SAS library is something like collection of multiple things. Those will be like, even though a library means books, magazines, newspapers, articles, all are there, but your mind is always thinking about the books. In similar fashion, a SAS library is the one. This is the place where you are going to store all the files related to SAS, all the tables related to the SAS, or whatever you feel like storing in SAS, all you're going to store here. All you're going to store here, most of them, except the external files like CSV files or text files or something, whatever related to SAS. What do you mean by related to SAS? SAS means for us the tables. Tables is nothing but the data sets. So the major portion is going to be data sets. I can simply say that a SAS library is a place where you are going to store your data sets. Again, these data sets, just like how you segregate by departments, right? How you can segregate by departments. So in SAS also, you can segregate based on different things. You can see. Just a second. You can see libraries here. Since it's the first time, right? I just restarted. That's the reason it is taking a little more time. Okay. So let's say I have department. You can see there are some libraries already exist there. Correct? Maps, GFK, Maps, SAS Help, SAS User, work like this. Correct? So similarly, so what do you mean? What you can understand here? So a library, a SAS library is the one where I can store the data sets. So just like how you are organizing your books in your library, how you are organizing various departments, here also you can organize your data sets in any way you want. That is, for each library that is in the library, you can create multiple names, multiple references. I can say department is nothing but a lib reference. The department, whatever you have, you can call it as a lib reference. Yeah, you can create multiple library references. In each library reference, you can keep any number of books. Is it relatable now? Every one of you, is it relatable now? All I'm trying to say is, we're just trying to understand in a very simple terms, just like how we understand how we go ahead with our regular library. Okay, so in a regular library, how it is going to be, I have all the books. The books are segregated by departments. In a SAS library, I have all tables. That's nothing but the data sets. Data sets are segregated based on the library references. Is that clear up to this? Can I get a quick confirmation? The reason why I'm relating with the libraries or real-time libraries or college libraries, it will be, you can easily understand and you can remember it without any confusion. Is that clear? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, means can I say the data set means is a data set is related to?
Data set is nothing but a table, right?
Okay.
For an example, data, you forget that. Okay, no problem. Go to the first day, right? We talked about a table. Table is nothing but a data set. In SAS, a table will be called it as a data set. Correct?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
now if I compare, let's say I have a library. So in SAS also I have a library. Both of them are same. A library is the place where majorly I have books and I have magazines. I have, newspapers, and I also have some articles. Keep on going on, right? When it comes to SAS library, books is the major priority here, right? The books here, I can call it as the tables. Tables are nothing but the SAS data sets. So a SAS library is the place where you store your data sets, right? So how generally you are going to organize your books? You're going to organize your books based on departments. That is, each department is going to have some set of books, so that that respective people can go to that department place, that is that area, and they can simply say, hey, this is the department. Let me put it here. So let's say department EEE. So EEE department, you have some, you can go there, you can refer all the books related to EEE department, all the books related to IT department, all the books related to CSE, all the books related to MEC. Like this, where I can segregate it. So let's say one department, EEE department, let's say that there are one big rack is there. In that rack, I have organized all the books. So students simply go there and they can access it. Similarly, in datasets also, I can create lib references, library references, right? I can call that as libref. I'll tell you about this, right? So some of the lib references is going to be, hey, go and check all the temporary datasets in work library. There are some datasets which are available in SAS Help. There are some datasets which are available in SAS Maps. There are some datasets available in SAS GFK graphics. Like this, I'm just giving the references, correct? So now you can relate these two now. A book is nothing but a data set. Books are organized based on departments. So here, the data sets are segregating based on your library references. Up to this is clear?
Yeah, can you increase the font size maybe, for it is somewhat difficult to see?
Sorry. Go ahead. Okay, could you please repeat?
Yeah, can you increase the font size?
Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Please let me know whenever you are not able to see this properly. Better?
Yeah, it's good now.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Now, the another thing you need to understand here is, let's say department, and I said AAA. AAA means where? Again, you are going to ask. Let's say that you are new to the library. You don't know where the AAA department rack is placed, correct? You need the location of that, correct? For an example, let's say that a location is something like, hey, go to A4. Let's say there will be boxes. You can see A1, A2, A3, A4. So you can see those boxes here. So just go to A4. You can find AAA department. Let's say go to A1, that is going to be our ECE department. Let's go to B4 or B1, that is going to be CSE. Let's go to another place, let's say B4, which is going to be CSE. So mentioning just the department is not sufficient. I also need to tell where the department is there. The physical location also I need to mention. Am I correct? Location is nothing but physical location. Then only, if you are new to the library also, you can simply find out where it is. Am I correct? You understand what I'm trying to say? This portion is understandable to everyone because this has a lot of impact. That's the reason I'm telling this, right? You're new to some place. Until and unless you know where it is, you cannot go there, correct? Right? SAS also, it is going to be the same. You cannot simply say and leave, hey, where is your work library is? Or you cannot simply say, this is department is nothing but a library reference. Just like how your department has a physical location, your library is also having a physical location. That physical location is nothing but a path. It is going to be a path. Okay. Now, up to this, all of you are able to understand. I'll tell you about this path and everything, but you are able to correlate up to this. Easy to remember?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Now I have magazines. Just like magazines, SAS also has something. Let's say I have formats. We'll talk about this later. Just like newspapers, SAS has something called, let's say, catalogs. So just like articles, SAS also has something called views, right? But we are not talking much about that because, you know, even though you have magazines, newspaper, and articles, you always give priority to the books when it comes to the library, because that is what our mind is tuned to. Similarly, even though there are lot of things under your data sets, under your library, the majority of the portion you always think about the data set, and then there are some other things you can call it as a formats, catalogs, views, and all, but you won't give as that priority that you are giving to the data set. But it doesn't mean that these are not useful. These are equally useful. We'll also talk about the catalogs. We also talk about the formats. We also talk about the views, right? So every library must have books, but having magazines, newspapers, articles is all going to be optional, may or may not. Correct? Let's say some of the students are really interested in, you know, playing chess, so they need some articles related to the chess. They need some articles related to the. They need some details related to the magazines. Correct? Sorry, they need some magazine related to chess. So we subscribe related to them. Correct? If you have students and if they have interest towards that particular one, then only you are going to get the subscription for this. Correct? There are students who are interested to read the newspapers, physical newspapers, then you will subscribe for them. You'll bring that into your library. But books are going to be, even students are showing the interest or not, since it is going to be a college, there is going to be a library, there are going to be books. Am I correct or not? Same thing comes to here. Since you're talking about SAS library, irrespective of whether you're using or not, you're going to create the data sets. Formats, catalogs, and views, it depends on your requirement. If your user requested them, or your process demands them, you do it, you create it. If your process or your requirement doesn't demand them, you don't create it. But datasets, mandatory. Clear? Any questions? All of you are comfortable up to this? Right. Sorry, Anita.
Data sets ముందుగానే క్రియేట్ చేసి పెట్టుకోవాలా?
No need. Okay. The question here is, guys, to everyone, do we need to prepare the data sets and keep it ready before itself? No. Let's say you prepared, let's say you just consider your college. You have a library. You may have an empty library. Correct? Library must be there to show in a building. But books are there or not, it's up to you. Correct? It's always good to have some books. So let me repeat Anita garu for you. So Anita garu, ఖచ్చితంగా చేసుకోవాలంటే అవసరం లేదండి, కానీ కొన్ని ఎప్పుడు ఉంటాయి. అవి ఏంటో నేను చెప్తాను ఇప్పుడు. So guys, let me repeat it. Okay, before I go to that analogy again, so up to this all of you are able to understand? Can you correlate what is called SAS library and what is called SAS library? I'm going to put it in words here. So SAS library, this is nothing but it is the physical place, physical location where SAS stores what and all it is going to store? Data sets, catalogs, formats, views, and whatnot, right, etc. So this is going to be the physical location where SAS stores the data sets. Primarily, I can say data sets. Remember, a library, what are going to define a library? A library must consist of two things. One, lib reference. Number two, physical path. Or I can simply say path. Let me. Is that clear, guys? Here also you can see. If I want to say it's a library, the library should have two things. One, what is your library name? That is like EEE, IT and all. What is the location? If it's a triply, where it is there? It is on the left hand side corner, or it is going to be right hand side corner 1, or right hand side bottom 1. Like that you are able to mention, right? You can see. If you see this one itself here, my triply is nothing but E4, correct? You can see E8. This is my physical location. Where triply is means E8, correct? Where mechanical is there means E12 in the E12th row, correct? That is nothing but my physical location, right? So even in SAS, I need to mention two things. Every library must have two things. Physical look, the name is nothing but the lib reference, name of the library. Then what is physical path? Physical location. Path, I can simply say path. In the path I mentioned, it is a physical location. Guys, up to this clear? Any doubts, any questions you want to ask? Right, I'm just going with SAS libraries. So SAS library is the place where you are going to store all your data set, catalogs, formats, views, etc. A library must consist of two things. Number one, what is the name of the library, and what is the physical location? Suppose if you see this, you can see this. I'll go to the properties. Can you see? This is a library. Type is a library, correct? You can see the lib reference. The name of the library is work, right? And you can see the path. Path is nothing but this. This is the place where SAS stores everything. This is the place. And you can see here, there is a catalog, there is a data set, there is a catalog, there is a utility, correct? There are a lot of things, correct? So this is the place. And you can see it is storing in a SAS temporary file. That's the reason I can say that it is only temporary. But I'll talk about it. I'll talk about what is called temporary and all. But you need to understand one thing. This is the physical location. You can see. These and all physical location for your SAS help. Okay. Again, it is a library. And again, you can come down and you can see that it is going to be the name of the library is going to be SAS help. So what it is then? And remember, have you created these libraries? Did you create these libraries? No. I haven't created any library yet, right? I haven't write a code to create a library yet, right? Then how I got all these? So in SAS, there are two types of libraries. In SAS, okay, in SAS libraries, there are two types. Number one, system defined libraries are SAS defined libraries. What do you mean by SAS defined? These will be created and maintained by SAS. So where it is, you are installing your program, right? You are installing your in SAS, you are installing in your PC, right? The moment you install SAS in your PC, along with your SAS, these and all will be created. These and all will be created. You can see the properties. So what are the properties here? Can you see? It is saying that in your program files is the place where your applications will be stored, right? This is the place where your physical applications will come, right? Now you can see. In the SAS foundation, okay, even if I want to go in the program files, this is the folder where I install all my SAS. SAS 9.4 is installed here. Can you see? In the SAS 9.4, there is something called SAS Foundation. 9.4 is the version. In this version, you can see again, there is something called EN. EN stands for your English language. Not EN, datasets, right? Just a sec. What is the path? NLS and EN. Yes, NLS, English EN, and CFG. Now you can see the datasets. Dataset, 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 and dataset. Correct? So like this, there are multiple things here. This is one. This is SAS help, one of the library. Again, there is another library in the SAS help called core and SAS help. So again, in the 9.4, there is something called core. In the core, there is going to be There are samples. Can you see? These are the SAS programs. There are going to be SAS data sets. All the things are available here. There are some system programs. Can you see this? There are going to be some TIA files. There is nothing but the regular files. All these are going to be, you have not created all this. Then who created it? When I installed SAS, these and all installing automatically. So these are the libraries by default will be present in the SAS. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Yes.
And remember, you cannot delete them. You cannot delete these libraries. Okay, now this is fine. But you can see here, all these are in C, right? All these are in C program, right? Sorry, C drive, right? C drive is nothing but this is the place where generally go with the applications, correct? You may or may not have the access, right? You may or may not have sufficient place to store the data, correct? Right? So every time you cannot keep your data in a C drive. When you format it, you will be loose, correct? So what I have to do then for effective controlling, for effective utilization, user, that is nothing but us developers, user defined libraries are there. These will be created. These will be created and maintained by user. User is nothing but developer, guys. We are the one who will create this, and we have full access on this. Now tell me, guys, you understand what is called libraries? There are two types of libraries. One is user defined library and another one is going to be SAS defined library. Out of this, again, SAS defined libraries, there are two classifications again. Those are, okay, let me write it here. Okay, are you clear up to this? What is a library? Place to store the data, right? Two types. One, created and maintained by SAS. Those will be by default available here under the libraries. Number two, user defined. As per your requirement, you create it. Clear up to this? Questions? Questions, please. All right. Next thing. There are so many classifications under your libraries. Okay. The another segregation is going to be based on data availability or based on data storage. We can classify libraries as two. Number one, temp library. Number two, permanent library. You know what is called a temp library? What is a temp library? The data is temporary. Data sets stored here are temporary. What do you mean by temporary? Those will be available only as long as your session is open. Let me tell you how it works. There is only one temporary library. Only one temp library in SAS. Which is work. You can see this work library. This is a temporary library. I'll tell you why. Can you see this, guys? This is the path, right? Just make sure this path is available, and you can see that this path is part of temporary libraries, correct? In my folder, there is a place called temporary files. In the temporary files, it is creating, correct? You can see application data is the folder. In the application folder, SAS Enterprise Guide, EG temp. Within the EG temp, it is having some data, and randomly in the SAS temporary files, it is getting created. I'll go to this location. I'll just keep it handy. Okay. Can you see one thing here? Today, by 8:28, when I launched my SAS, it got created. 8:28. Sorry, this one, 8:28. Correct? Now, let's say I'm keeping one data set here. For an example, I just go to the list input method, and let's say I'll run one of the file, say one of the code, and I got data set student. And you can see that in the log, it will clearly say that the data set will be created in the work library. By default, if you don't mention anything, if you don't mention the library, by default, SAS will store the data into the temporary library, work library. Can you see? There is a data set called student. You can also see that student data set is here. Can you see? In which location? SAS temporary files, TD14984. In that PRC2, in that it created it. When it created, can you see this? 9851, right? So all I'm doing now is, I just save this entire thing. I just close my SAS EG. What happened? Can you see? Have I deleted this folder, guys? No, right? What happened? The moment I close my SAS folder, the moment I close my SAS Enterprise Guide, automatically, right, the temporary files also deleted. Now I created one more new, correct? I created a new one. Now come back. Now you can see 852 just now, correct? 852 just now. It created one more. It has contents, everything, correct? Now you can see, this is SAS Enterprise Guide. Let's come back. Now go to the work library. Libraries, work library. Can you see this? This is the path. Let me put this path here. Up to temporary files, everything is same. Can you see this one? Before it was TD14984. With this, it has created one folder. Within that folder, it created PRC2. Within that PRC2, it created the SAS dataset. But now you can see this entire folders are deleted. All this folder is recursively deleted. Correct? And also you can see here, before SAS Enterprise Guide, 11128 is the one it created. Now you can see 13216. Now where it is? If I want to see it, I have to go to SAS Enterprise Guide in the EG temp, right? This is the latest one, right? By 852 it created. Go there. Now after that, in the contents, these are the things in the SAS temporary files. This is the new location for you, 1258. And if I go inside, if I go to the PRC2, now I can see this is the place where SAS is going to create your data sets. Every time you close your SAS session, let's say this is my SAS session. I'm closing it. Can you see this? What is going to happen? Up to EG, everything has been deleted. Correct? So what is going to happen now? Let's say I'm launching it again. When I launch it, and if I come back to this, under the SAS temp, now there is something new again. Contents, right? There's a new thing has happened, and now come back here, go to the local. The moment you enter into the libraries, now you can see SAS temporary files is created. The SAS temporary files, this is the new location. All you need to understand here is, every time you are opening a SAS session, the work library path will be changed. Am I correct? From here you can see this is the path. I can say exactly means this is the path. From here, this is the path. Up to EG temp is going to be the same. So for every SAS new session, in your EG temp, there is a new folder will be created. What is that new folder? SCG followed by this. This entire path is new for every time. That is, every time library reference work is same, the name is going to be the same. The physical location will be changing every time for work library. That is the reason I call this as a temporary. That is the reason I call this as a temporary. So how I can relate this one to my, library? In general, I can say that, let's say in the library also, every day I can go to the library. Let's say whoever is your librarian, wherever he find the empty desk, there he will put the newspapers. Today he will put at one place, tomorrow he will put in the other desk, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow he will put it in the other desk. Every time he will be keep changing the place where he keep the newspapers. Wherever available space is there, he will keep it, right? That is a temporary thing, but he cannot change or he cannot move the library, the departments, main departments he cannot. The main departments he cannot, correct? Those are allocated, those are permanent. But the newspapers kind of a stuff, where you keep your newspapers or where you keep your used books and all, there it will be changing time to time, one place to the another place. So you maybe refer like this, or if it is confusing for you, you can just keep one thing in your mind. My work library always have a physical path which is changing every time I reopen my session. The moment I close the current session, automatically the data which is present in that physical path will be deleted. So this is a temporary thing. Whatever the data sets I'm creating here, those are temporary. Those will be available as long as that session is available. Once the session is closed, automatically the library and within the data sets will be deleted. Is that clear? Questions? Okay.
I mean, it's clear, Murli, but so now it's temporary. So to create a permanent library, we use the.
I'll tell about that.
Okay.
I'll tell about that. So for now, temporary libraries I'm talking. Are you clear or not? Right? Clear, right? All of you?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yeah. Now there is another small thing, datasets. Again, I can classify datasets into two. One, temporary datasets, permanent datasets. Now can you guys tell me what is called temporary dataset? What's based on your understanding? Datasets stored in temp library are the temporary datasets. Datasets stored in temp library are temp datasets, because these will be available as long as work library is available. The moment I close the session, work library will be closed. Automatically, all the data sets stored in the temporary library will also be closed. Am I correct? What is permanent data sets then? The data set that are stored in permanent libraries are called the permanent data sets. So there is only one library which is temporary, that is nothing but, I can simply say that, data sets stored in work library. So if I store any data set in a work library, those will be deleted after I close the session. Except work library, if I store anywhere, those will be permanent. Am I correct? So you understand what is temporary data sets and what is permanent data set? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
All of you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, wonderful. Okay, the next thing, Okay. Anyways, you said work is the only temporary library. In that particular case, these are all permanent only, no? Maps. These remaining 5 are going to be the permanent only, right? You can ask me a question. Why can't I store the data here? Why can't I store the data here? Correct? Let's say SAS user. Tell me.
No, I thought is because it's a default, and because it's a default is a system SAS has been generated, so nobody can store any other data.
Okay.
Data set.
What? Yes. Half of partly it is true, but partly it is false as well. Thing is, okay, let me show you something. So I'm just adding the library there. Can you see now? I'm storing the data in a, where I'm storing it? Student. This I'm storing in the SAS user, correct? Let's close this. I closed it. Okay. After I closed it, I reopen this again. After I reopen, I'm just going to the libraries one more time. Can you see your data is still there? So the meaning is it's a permanent data set, right? So where it is located? It is located here, right? You can see the student is the data set that I created today by 9/1. So except SAS user, you don't have permission to open in any other. Let me show you. Right? I created here where I have created in SAS user. Correct? Now let me try to create instead of SAS user, let's try to create in SAS help. When I run this, guys, you get an error. Can you see the error? User does not have appropriate authorization level for SAS help. That is, you don't have a write access to it. You have only the read access. For which one? SAS help. Okay. So why can't I keep it in other one? Let's say maps SAS. Write access to the member is denied. You don't have the right access. The same will go with the GFK. Right? The same will go to maps. Right? So what you can understand from here? So these are the various libraries I have. What are them? Maps, GFK, maps SAS help. For the first 4, I don't have write access, meaning I cannot store there. Is that clear? Because this is completely handled by SAS, created and handled by SAS. There is one more called SAS user. The name itself is telling SAS user. This is the place where you can store the data sets permanent. But the problem why we don't store here is, can you see where it is? It is also in the SAS library. It is also in the C drive. The amount of space that is available here, this is the place, right? The amount of space which is available here is not sufficient. Here I'm just storing 3 records, 5 records, 10 records, that is fine. When I want to store some millions of the records, let's say I need 1 GB, I'm creating 1 GB of the data set. I don't have space here. The space is limited. Your administrator is the one who is creating it. Correct? Let's say I'm using a Windows machine, guys. In my Windows machine, my total, I don't have any segregation. So I have, how much is the free space? 733 GB is there. Let's say if I want to create 1 TB data set, I cannot create it here because I don't have the space. You understand what I'm trying to say? Even though there is a permanent library which is available here, This permanent library physical location is my C drive. That is where I'm storing my applications. This place is basically for the application, not for the data. Correct or not? C drive, my SAS files and all. This is the place where I can store my applications, meaning to say SAS application, Eclipse application, your Python application. These are the applications that I can store here. This is not the place meant for storing the data. Am I correct? So what I need, I cannot store the data in work library because it is getting deleted every time I close the session. If I want to store it in a SAS user, I can store it, but the problem is I have size problems, size limitations are there. So what I can do now, I'm looking for some place where I can store all the data. Or in other words, if I want to say in another word, this is the common place, right? Let's say we all 8 people are working in the same team. Let's say that we all 8 working in the same team. Let's say there is a team, there are 10 people working in that. For all the 10 people, SAS installation files and everything will be in the same place only, right? Let's say this is a Linux server, guys. In the Linux server, your administrator has your SAS in one place, in one of the folder. That is same for everyone, right? Let's say out of 10 people, 2 people are working for one client, another 2 people are working for the different client. Okay, my data you're not supposed to see. Am I correct or not? My data should see by myself and my clients, not anyone. If I keep it in a common folder like this, what will happen? Everyone will see the data. It will lead to the data compliance. So what I have to do, I cannot store it in a common place like this. What your administrator did is, for each of you, he created one folder. That folder is only for you. You are the only one who can view it. Other people cannot have authorization for it. So you need a separate path in that you want to store your data sets. Meaning, so let's say that your library is going to have some racks in the sense, I can say, what are them? Everyone is allotted with some small space, guys. I forgot the name of it. Lockers. What is a locker? Locker is also part of your library only, right? This is a common place. There will be 100 lockers will be available, which are given to the 100 students. What is going to happen? Each student has his own key to open that particular locker and keep his own belongings there. Correct? So that particular locker is only for you. You are the only one who have the access to it. Correct? Similarly, if I want to store the data, I need a separate physical location. And for that physical location, I can have a name. Let's say on my locker, I put my name. On your locker, you can put your name. So each locker is the place where I can store my belongings. The locker should have a name and the locker should have a key. That is nothing but a physical location. Similarly, that can be done with the help of a user-defined libraries. So what is a user-defined library? A user-defined library required 2 things, name and the path. If I have a name and path, I can create the user-defined libraries. All the user-defined libraries are permanent libraries, all of them, and you can store your data there. Now you got the better understanding about what are temporary data sets, what are permanent data sets, and what are the differences between them. Everyone, any questions?
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask.
Everyone?
Sir, I wanted to ask that how do we save the library? Like,
please ask me. I haven't teach you how to create a library yet.
Oh,
that I'll
okay.
talk.
Okay.
I haven't teach you to create a library yet. I haven't teach you how to create a permanent library yet. In the next 5 minutes, I'll explain that. So before I go there, did you get the understanding? Did you get the understanding why I should create a permanent library? Why should I go with a user-defined library? Did you understand the requirement for that? That's my question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All of you? Anyone, any questions? Please ask me. All of you are 100% clear about it? Please confirm me.
Yes, yes, Murli.
Yes.
But
Wow.
while you were saying like due to some space things, we have to create a permanent library and all. So what is that the space thing like? Are we talking
Okay.
about the work library space or?
No. No. Two things. Work library space. Anyway, the space uses will be there for work library also. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay. In general, guys, when you install SAS, let's say you have 1 terabyte of server, guys. 1 terabyte of Linux server is there. Just understand that 1 terabyte of 10 server. Let's say for 2 people, there is Linux administrator and there are 2 SAS developers. The 2 SAS developers can log into that particular server and they can work on SAS. Now the question is, just server is nothing but your PC. Just understand that as a PC. Just understand it as a PC. Now, there are 2 problems why I cannot store my data in SAS user. Number 1, by default, SAS user space, that is nothing but, this SAS user is nothing but, this is one of the folder only, right? Usha, is that nothing but a folder, right? SAS user is nothing but, it is the name of the library, which is having some physical location, and that physical location is this. Correct? 9.4 is the folder. This folder has some space. Let's say that 5 GB is allotted to it. That is, up to 5 GB I can store the data. Beyond 5 GB I cannot store it because it is part of my application. Is that clear? You know, when you are installing any application, it will say that what is the maximum memory you want to allocate, what is the size you want to allocate, correct? Like that, while installing SAS, your SAS user, the library will be allotted with some default space. Let's say 5 GB. Let's say you are creating a 10 GB data set. Can you keep the 10 GB data sets in a 5 GB folder? Not possible, right? Not possible, right? But there is 1 terabyte of server available to you. Around in that 1 terabyte of the server, let's say 40 GB is assigned to you, 40 GB assigned to me. We both are working there. And the remaining 20 GB for the applications and everything. So you have a 40 GB server allotted to you, right? 40 GB of the data allotted to you, right? In that 40 GB, you can create your SAS data set. Am I correct? Am I correct? Usha, are you able to understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, that is one. That is called space issue. Second, let's say SAS user is a common place for you, for me, and for the administrator, for all the 3, correct? Let's say you are working for a banking client, I am working for a healthcare client. But if I store the data in common folder, that is nothing but in your SAS user, your data set is also present there, my data set also present there. Both of us has the equal access for that, right? I can see what you are working on. I can see your patient IDs. I can open your data set. I can see, hey, these are the patient ID informations. These are their phone numbers. These are their SSN numbers. I can misuse them, right? Right? Let's say I'm working in a banking client. I have credit card information right here. And you can open my data set because it is also present in the 9.4. And you can see the credit cards information and you can misuse that. Possibility is there or not? Right? But instead of storing that in a SAS user, let's say I store the data set in my location, you store your data set in your own location. I don't have access to enter into your location because my administrator set up a thing like that. That is not a common location. That is your own personal location. You can log in with your user ID and your password. I can log into my location with my user ID and my password. So my data is protected. Am I correct? Now you understand why should I go for the user-defined libraries, even though there is a permanent library available in SAS. One is space issue, the other one is the security issue. Questions?
It's clear, Murli.
Perfect. Anyone?
Yeah, I have a question.
Please, Tulsi.
When you're trying to change the like you showed us an example before, right? So you try to change the dataset name to SAS.help, right? So can you just open that page once?
Sure. Here it is.
Yeah. Here what you tried is you're trying to. So my question is.
I'm trying to tag my dataset name to the library. Why I have to do it, I have to explain that. I haven't explained that yet.
What my question is, I think the keyword data, it is used to name the dataset name, right? So
correct.
You are giving instructions to SAS to name the dataset name as SAS help.student. So can the SAS cannot create a dataset naming this SAS help.student. So I think you got my question.
That's what. Yeah, I got your question. Initially, the moment you start asking itself, I understand it. So that is called, this is how to create a SAS dataset in a permanent library. What is this name? Why before I haven't used this some dot before the dataset name, but I'm using this, correct? These and all I'll cover in how to create these permanent datasets. What is the dataset naming conventions? What are the rules are there for the SAS libraries? All these are there. I haven't teached that yet. So far, what I did is two types of libraries are there: permanent and temporary. What are the differences? Second, what are called SAS defined libraries? What are called user defined libraries? Sorry, guys. Number three, what are called? Just give me a minute, guys. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So I talked about SAS permanent datasets and temporary datasets. I also talked about. Sorry, guys. Just a second. My baby started crying. Just give me a second. Sorry. I have around 3 years old daughter, and all of a sudden she entered into the room. Sorry about it. Yeah. It's okay. Just let me repeat, Tulsi. What we discussed so far was permanent and temporary datasets, user-defined and SAS-defined datasets. What is called permanent? What is called temporary? And why we should go to the creating the user-defined libraries. Up to this we discussed. Now my next step is how to create a library, how to create a permanent dataset. What is this naming convention? Somewhere I just used only one name. Somewhere I just started using two names. That is put between by separating the dot. I'm using two different names. So what is the meaning of it? All this I'm going to explain. That is pending. That is still pending.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going step by step.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop here. If you have any questions, ask me. If no questions, I can wind up the session here.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. See you.
Thank you, sir. Take care.